Hello, everybody. It's Thursday, February 8th, and Chapo is back with you. So, basically, since this show has started, but certainly since October 7th, we've tried to do our best to speak our minds about what Israel is and what the situation is like for the people of Palestine. And we've tried to do our best with that. But joining us today is someone who's been working and covering this issue and living it for a much longer time than this show has been around. And as someone whose writing I've been following for a long time, it's my pleasure to have join us on the show today, Ali Abunimah, the executive director of the Electronic Intifada. Ali, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Will.
Ali, like I said, we've been since October 7th. We've obviously had to focus on little else but the situation in Gaza. And I guess I just want to open things up by asking you, as someone who's covered this for a long time, because at the same time right now we are seeing horrors that can really only be likened to hell on earth unfolding in front of our very eyes. But at the same time, we're seeing many individual and collective acts of bravery and resistance to the Zionist project, and like a sort of a breaking of the dam in public opinion that we have not seen, certainly in my lifetime. So, Ali, as someone who's observed this and lived this for a long time, like, how do you hold those two, I don't know, contradictory ideas in your head when discussing, or when thinking about what's going on in Gaza and Palestine right now?
Well, the first thing I want to say is that you guys have actually been doing an incredible job in your coverage, and it's very different to the kind of coverage we do. How can I put this? I think of you as reflecting that broader change, and it's very refreshing and it's very heartening just to hear you speaking your minds, and to hear that when you speak your minds, it very much feels like exactly what should be said. So I just want to say that, to say thank you for that, and thank you for giving that to us and to your audience. I guess the question you posed to me is one that I've noticed for some years, that it seems that the question of Palestine and the understanding of the struggle of Palestinians, the resistance of Palestinians, has been growing around the world, and particularly in the United States. Yet at the same time, things always seem to get worse. And now we have this situation where support for the Palestinian people, you could say, feels like it's at historic highs in the United States. And there is some evidence for that when you look at things like opinion polls and just kind of the general cultural development. And yet at the same time, we're living in a genocide of just unprecedented horrors. It's very hard to reconcile those things. And I think that our challenge is how to turn that growing support into real political pressure and action to stop the genocide, and to finally bring liberation to Palestine. And I don't know that I have the answer to that, but we're at a starting point for that, at least.
Yeah. And I mean, I think like a starting point for a lot of this, obviously, I mean, like, history didn't start there, but like it escalated dramatically on October 7th. And I want to talk about, like, basically from that day onward. To be in good standing in the American media and a member of the Zionist project, you have to believe and parrot a number of, like, an increasingly insane series of lies that, I mean, you have been basically documenting in real time. I mean, there's too many to mention. We'll talk about the, Terror Command Center under Al Shifa Hospital, but I want to talk about the latest one, which regards this dossier of accusations against the UNRWA, or UNRWA. Because you talk about the nature of those allegations, the timing of them, and and then it's subsequently falling apart upon further media scrutiny, and just what these allegations mean in the context of a situation that the International Court of Justice has deemed plausibly a genocide.
Okay, so UNRWA is the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees. It was set up in 1950 with a mandate to care for Palestinian refugees. It works in the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip, in Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. And I've visited various refugee camps where UNRWA services exist, in Jordan, in Lebanon, and it runs health clinics, it runs schools, it provides emergency housing and shelter. And the important thing to know, what does UNRWA stand for? United Nations Relief and Works Agency. So, one of the basic ideas built into this agency was that it wasn't just going to hand out aid to Palestinians, it wasn't just going to hand out bags of flour and sugar, it was going to employ Palestinians. So, the vast majority of the tens of thousands of employees of UNRWA are Palestinian refugees. They're the people who live in the refugee camps where they provide the services. So they are part of the community that they serve. Even though the UNRWA leadership is usually, foreigners, Europeans or typically Europeans. There have been a few Americans. The vast majority are Palestinians. Uh, so at the end of January, the United States, which is one of the biggest donors to UNRWA, announced that it was cutting off or freezing its contributions to UNRWA. And quickly, about 15 other countries followed suit. And no surprise, it was all Europeans and settler colonies, Canada, Australia, all the usual suspects. And this was based on accusations from Israel that 12 UNRWA employees, 12 of the 13,000 in Gaza, had somehow taken part in the events of October 7th. The Israelis did not provide any evidence for this, and subsequently, their so called dossier, which has been seen by a number of media organizations, found that there really isn't anything there. It's the usual bullshit. But let's suppose it was true. Let's suppose it was true that these 12 people, which incidentally, UNRWA fired them without any investigation, no due process. The leadership fired them in an attempt, of course, futile attempt to appease Israel, because all of this is in bad faith to begin with. But let's suppose it was true that these 12 out of 13,000 employees had somehow taken part in this. Obviously, cutting off funding that is providing a lifeline of survival to to people in the middle of a genocide is never going to be the correct response. You're collectively punishing millions of people for the alleged actions of 12. But what we have to understand here is that this is part of Israel's long-time agenda to destroy UNRWA. Benjamin Netanyahu has said it repeatedly. He said it in 2017. He said it in 2018 that UNRWA has to go, that UNRWA should pass from this earth. Why does Israel hate UNRWA? It's because they hate Palestinian refugees. For them, the idea of Palestinian refugees represents an existential threat to the state of Israel because Israel defines itself as a Jewish state, it's a Jewish supremacist state. And the only reason that there is a Jewish demographic majority in Israel is because uh, Palestinians were ethnically cleansed in 1948, and they and their descendants were never allowed to return home solely and exclusively because they are not Jewish, a fundamentally racist situation. So for Israel and its supporters, particularly in Congress, they think, oh, UNRWA perpetuates this idea of Palestinian refugees. So if we get rid of UNRWA, the Palestinian refugees will disappear. This is just like saying hospitals are full of sick people. So if we destroy all the hospitals, then we will solve the problem of sickness. I'm using that as an analogy, but it's disturbingly
Yeah,
close to the
yeah.
reality in Gaza.
I mean, Ali, I saw someone arguing against UNRWA saying that, like, yeah, they perpetuate a state of, they want to keep people in poverty and in a state of, they basically said UNRWA is the reason that Palestinians live in a refugee status because they keep them in a state of perpetual victimhood. And that's why they don't have, for instance, their own state is because of UNRWA and not Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the usual deranged talking point. But as I said, if you visit the refugee camps where UNRWA services are provided, you'll find that these are providing basic health care to people, young and old. They're providing immunizations for children. They're providing shelter and food aid to those who are impoverished. I mean, take Gaza, for example. In the year 2000, there was something like 50 or 60,000 people in Gaza who received emergency food rations from UNRWA. It was a very small number. By today, and I'm talking about before the genocide that began in October, it was something like 60 or 70% of the population. That impoverishment is not due to UNRWA. That impoverishment is due to Israel, and UNRWA is the lifeline. And by the way, why does the United States government and the European Union fund UNRWA in the first place? It's not because they love Palestinians. We know that they hate Palestinians. It's because keeping Palestinians from abject poverty and starvation is seen by them as helpful to Israel, because this also relieves Israel of the burden of caring for and providing for the basic needs of these millions of Palestinians who are refugees solely and exclusively because Israel doesn't allow them to return home for the crime of not being Jews.
Ali, we have to talk about the timing of the freezing of these funds as well, because many people have pointed out that this happened basically on the same. No, it happened literally on the same weekend that the ICJ announced that their decision to move forward with pursuing determining whether Israel has committed a genocide in Gaza.
Absolutely. And some people even said, you'd have to go back and look at the exact timing, but it was significant that in the International Court of Justice ruling, which was given on January 26th, the judges gave great credence to the statements of various UN humanitarian officials, including in particular the leaders of UNRWA. They cited statements from UNRWA leadership describing the catastrophic situation in Gaza caused by the Israeli attack and deliberate starvation of the population there. So some people even said it's retaliation for the fact that the ICJ judges cited and took seriously the statements from UNRWA. I don't know if that's the case, but it was clearly a vindictive and unjustified move that could not be justified, even if these 12 people were actually involved in the events of October 7th. And of course, it's typical Israeli playbook of distraction, of changing the subject. And our entire semi official media ran with it as usual, parroted all the Israeli claims as if they were true. And there's a precedent to this. I mean, there's many, but just one recent precedent is back in October 2021, Israel did exactly the same thing when it announced that six highly respected Palestinian human rights groups were actually terrorist organizations. And what a coincidence that several of these organizations had been compiling dossiers of evidence to forward to the International Criminal Court in its investigation of war crimes in Palestine. And it also said, oh, we have this big dossier of evidence. And the EU countries that fund these organizations suspended their funding and they said, oh, we have to have an investigation. The investigation went on for, I don't know how long, more than a year. And at the end of it, they said, there's nothing to it. The Israeli allegations are totally bullshit. But by that time, the damage is done to the reputation of these organizations and to their functioning. And that's always the Israeli goal.
I mean, along those lines, in terms of seeing our, as you put it, our semi-official media, basically co-sign this bullshit over and over again, and then I was going to say at the Electronic Intifada, you've been doing a great job of basically kind of debunking these claims in real time. What is it like for you to cover these claims and then see belatedly 2 to 3 months later these same outlets that mindlessly parroted them eventually kind of have to come around and walk it back? And I'm thinking in particular about the New York Times and the kind of all of the how far out ahead they got with these kind of October 7th mass rape stories that were widely promulgated, and then the problems that they're having now, backstopping any credible journalism on this subject.
Yeah, basically, what happened on October 7th is that the Palestinian resistance carried out a carefully planned and coordinated attack, primarily against Israeli military bases uh, and settlements along the border, and they completely destroyed the Gaza Brigade of the Israeli army. We saw the videos of them dragging the soldiers out of their barracks, of them taking soldiers as prisoners of war. And what we know from what resistance leaders have said is that they were far more successful than they expected to be. They didn't expect this immediate collapse of the vaunted Israeli army. And what happened then is that when people in Gaza heard that there were dozens of breaches in the ghetto fence, which is basically what it is, people rushed across into the lands which their families were ethnically cleansed from in 1948. And there was chaos. And some of the Israeli civilians who were taken back into Gaza were not taken by Hamas, they were taken by some of these civilians or other groups that came through in the chaos. So there was some of that that went on. But what Israel claimed is that there was a systematic campaign of murder targeting civilians. Netanyahu himself and many other Israeli officials claimed things like children being tied up and set on fire, children being tied up and shot. There was stories of a pregnant woman having her belly sliced open and then the fetus being stabbed or beheaded. There were stories of course, you remember the infamous fake story, which Joe Biden claimed he actually saw photos. The White House had to walk that back, of dozens of beheaded Jewish babies and so on. And all this was screamed out from every news outlet in the United States and in the so-called West, and including this story of mass rapes. They claimed that there was systematic rape of Israeli women by the Palestinian fighters, which on its face didn't make any sense because yes, we know that sexual violence exists in wartime and is even common in wartime, but not in the case of an operation that lasts a few hours. And the Israeli soldiers, the Hamas fighters expected the Israeli army to arrive en masse any second. The idea that they were going to take time out for a campaign of mass rape didn't make sense on its face. And it turns out there's no evidence for it. None. Even though there's story after story after story in the Washington Post, CNN's Jake Tapper, Haaretz, the Israeli paper, the Times of Israel, countless others making these claims. They all, when you examine them, it all falls apart. There's nothing there. And yet, these stories have been used to justify and incite genocide. And the New York Times is the most egregious because their Pulitzer Prize winning writer, Jeffrey Gettleman, did this big story at the end of December. He claimed it was a 2-month investigation. He spoke to 150 people, and he claimed that there was a broad pattern of sexual assault. And the sort of headline victim was this woman called Gal Abdush, an Israeli woman who was killed on October 7th. And he claimed that she was raped. But when the story came out, members of her family repudiated this. They said there's no evidence she was raped. We've never been given any evidence she was raped. And we didn't even know that the New York Times was planning to claim she was raped. It was absolutely outrageous. And he also relied on this organization called Zaka, this Jewish extremist group, whose founder, ironically, committed suicide after he was accused of dozens of rapes over the years. But that's another story. But Zaka was responsible for many of these fabrications, which even now the Israeli press has admitted to fabrications, like the pregnant woman having her belly sliced open and the children being tied up and burned. But this is still published in the New York Times as if it's all real.
Yeah, something I've noticed the longer this has gone on, that in the first month or two after the 7th, the centerpiece of Western and Israeli friendly coverage was this idea that Qassam brigades beheaded 40 babies, and those pictures of those people that were burned in that car. The idea that Hamas was responsible for that. And of course, in retrospect, it's equally ridiculous because for the burned bodies, to say nothing of like the beheaded baby story that it's completely made up, uh, they wouldn't even have time to do that unless they had a fucking helicopter or a tank. And
Yeah,
of
but
course,
you know who does have helicopters?
Yeah, I
and
was gonna
tanks,
say.
Felix?
right,
yeah.
right.
I
And
mean,
of
it was
course, it turned out that
I was like at the
right,
music festival that photo of like hundreds and hundreds of burned cars, and I was like, well, if the Qassam brigades had military hardware capable of doing that, I think they would have gotten out a lot sooner than October 7th.
And
right.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. You know, these pictures of the hundreds of burned cars, and then the kibbutz Be'eri. You have all these photos of just entire streets of houses completely leveled, and these appeared all over our media. You know, they were in the Washington Post, in the New York Times, on CNN, and you know, all these Western politicians being taken there and toured around, and they all look very somber and their brows furrowed and all of this stuff. And nobody asked the question, wait, how did Hamas do this with AK 47s? Like, I didn't know an AK 47 can level a house. Of course, it turns out, and this came from, you know, what we did at the Electronic Intifada. I would say the first big debunking we did was we translated this interview from this Israeli woman called Yasmin Porat, who was at Kibbutz Be'eri, one of these settlements, these colonial settlements near Gaza, and she gave this long interview on Kan, which is the Israeli state radio, and this was on October 15th or 16th, so just a week after the events. And she basically said, the Israeli forces who came in, they're the ones who killed everyone. They're the ones who killed everyone, and they killed her partner, Tal Katz. And there's another woman who survived this particular massacre by the Israeli army, a woman called Hadass Dagan, who came out later on, and we also translated her interview. And she said, yes, this is what happened. They killed my husband, her husband, Adi Dagan. And we've had Israeli rescuers say that they were going into Kibbutz Be'eri while Israeli Apache helicopters were firing missiles indiscriminately into the kibbutz. And so all of this is in the Israeli media. So a lot of what we do is translating what is in Israeli media, mainstream Israeli sources, Haaretz, Yediot Ahronot, Israeli Channel 12 television, and so on. This is all there in Israel, but it's not in the New York Times. It's not in the Washington Post. And if you publish this stuff in English in the United States, you will be called a conspiracy theorist for publishing the stuff that's in the Israeli media. That's how crazy it is.
Well, Ali, I mean, almost from day one, right? I mean, like, remember when the New York Times removed the second part of the quote in which the Israeli general referred to, "We're fighting human animals"? They removed that from their coverage of his comments. But like, along those lines, and back to the New York Times and their particular emphasis on these accounts of mass rape and like, you know, taking in like what we all know about like armed conflict and sexual violence. I really think that like for the average Times reader and like to the liberal media consuming audience, people were so ready to accept like the most extreme version of these events because they've been steeped for years in a kind of birth of a nation style racism about Arab and Muslim men in particular. But like it's the most effective because this comes from like the liberal media, right? Like an outlet like the New York Times. Like, how do you view what's regarded in America as like the liberal media, like at the particularly useful role that they play in laundering a lot of this propaganda to their audience?
Yeah, I mean, this is so important to look at the kind of cultural environment that makes this possible. One thing is that this idea of Arab men, Muslim men, and black men as rapists is very old. It's a very old colonial trope. Of course, what was the accusation that got Emmett Till murdered? That he had touched or looked at or whistled at a white woman. And this also goes back to the American, the European, I should say, conquest of this continent, when the notion that native, indigenous men, or enslaved black men are brutes who are a danger to white women or settler women. This is a very deep old racist trope. It existed in South Africa and across the colonized world, and it is fundamental also to Israeli racism and to these accusations. And then you marry that to the kind of Me Too and Believe Women era of liberal thinking. Of course, we should take seriously what women say. But the irony here is there are no women to believe, because not a single living victim, actually not even a single dead victim of sexual violence, has been specifically identified. So they're all going around saying, "Oh, believe Israeli women. If you don't believe these allegations, you're a monster who supports rape and hates Jews." That's the subtext of this. But of course, it wasn't about believe Israeli women. It's believe the Israeli government, believe Israeli atrocity propaganda. And of course, it's no coincidence that they trotted out Hillary Clinton to back up these allegations. And she actually put out a video, I think it was back in December, where she says, we have to believe all the Israeli women and girls who come forward and talked about what they witnessed and suffered. And whoever prepared that text for her was careless, because at that time and until now, not a single Israeli woman or girl has come forward and said, "I experienced this myself." That hasn't happened. And yet she's holding a whole conference tomorrow as we're speaking. I'm not sure exactly what day this goes out, but on February 9th, she's holding this whole conference at Columbia University to again spew this atrocity propaganda. And guess who else will be there? Jeffrey Gettleman of the New York Times.
Right. I mean, it's just like the way I've conceived it from the beginning is that Israel knew what they were going to do, what they always wanted to do. They knew what it was going to look like on TV, even in a heavily sanitized context. And what would justify that? It's like, if you're going to do something unspeakably evil, you have to come up with an accusation that the people you're doing it to have done something even more unspeakably evil. So that when you see those images on the news, they want you in your head to just immediately think, oh, that's what's preventing the next rape and torture from happening, the next atrocity from happening to you or us, broadly defined.
Yeah, and of course, atrocity propaganda of this kind is always used. People say, well, oh, yes, sexual violence is very common in wartime, and that may be true, but so is war propaganda common in wartime, and atrocity propaganda, and we have to be careful about that. I mean, remember that it was Hillary Clinton's State Department in 2011 that disseminated the atrocity propaganda that turned out, surprise, surprise, to be a lie, that Libyan forces were being given Viagra and told to go out and rape people as a weapon of war. That was not true. And yet it was used to incite Americans to support Barack Obama's war to overthrow the government of Libya and turn it, in fact, into a place where now migrants and refugees suffer the most horrific abuses, including systematic human trafficking and sexual trafficking and torture. That's the result of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton saving the world and using this kind of atrocity propaganda.
All right, to move on, I want to let Felix get in here, because I know he has some questions for you about the evolving capabilities of Palestinian resistance.
Yeah, this was something I've been interested in. I mean, really, since the 7th, but even more so, since we've seen these incredible GoPro videos. I was wondering, if you had any insights on how Hamas and Qassam Brigade in particular, how their capabilities in combat have improved so vastly in the last decade. Because I mean, you mentioned that October 7th, it was, everyone was surprised by the success that they had. But even after that, I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to get any official numbers for a while, but they've destroyed an incredible amount of Israeli armor and just taken out a lot of very highly vaunted units. They've just torn through Golani Brigade, which was at one point sort of the marquee unit of IDF light infantry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm observing this like everyone else. You know, of course, the Qassam brigades do not give me any particular insight into what they're doing, just to make that clear. But, you know, I think that it's very clear, and this is not uncommon in colonial situations like this, is that the underdog, as the Palestinians are, study their oppressor extremely carefully. And whereas the oppressor, with their vast strength, becomes very complacent, which I think the Israelis did become complacent, and in their racism, they also underestimate the capabilities of those they oppress. They think of Palestinians as human animals, and so they don't think these human animals are capable of these pretty incredible feats of resistance. And the military planners and thinkers of Qassam brigades and other resistance factions, I think, really trying to maximize their advantages and understand the situation they're in. They're never going to have tanks and helicopters. What they have is manpower, and what they have is the ability to manufacture and produce light weapons, including these RPGs, these anti-tank weapons that are very light, very cheap, that they can either somehow smuggle into Gaza or manufacture locally, which they do, and to be very well trained and to be very ingenious in how they use the geography and the resources they have. So the underground tunnel network, which nobody knows the scale of it, but I will tell you a story. I visited Gaza in 2013, so just over 10 years ago. This was in the final months of the presidency of Mohammed Morsi, who was then overthrown by an American-backed coup, and the current leadership in Egypt is in place. And I had the opportunity to visit a tunnel that was on the border between Gaza and Egypt, so in Rafah. And this was not a military tunnel. This was a tunnel to bring supplies into Gaza to circumvent the Israeli siege, which is, of course, absolutely what Palestinians should be doing. They have every right to circumvent the siege and by any means necessary. And so just to describe the experience, I was with a couple of other journalists, and so imagine you're standing on a circular platform that is big enough to park 2 SUVs. And this circular platform then goes down, it moves. So it's like a giant elevator. It goes down a vertical shaft. We were explicitly not allowed to take any photos, so I can't tell you how deep we went. But I can tell you that when I looked up to the sky, the opening that we had come down looked very small. So we must have been about 50, 60 meters underground at least. And then you get to the bottom. And by the way, there's guys with hard hats. And when they press the button for the elevator to go down, a warning horn sounds so that everyone makes sure that they're, being safe and everything. It was incredibly sophisticated. Then you get to the bottom, and then there's a tunnel that goes horizontally. And that tunnel that went towards Egypt had electric lighting, and it was big enough to drive a car through. So that was a commercial tunnel that I saw. Now, you have to imagine the military tunnels are deeper, potentially bigger. They are all over Gaza, and the resistance is able to use them in a way where they are digging attack tunnels just for a single use. When you see in these videos that you're talking about, Felix, that's freshly dug earth. They're digging like moles and coming up right next to a tank, and then a guy is jumping out and attaching a mine right onto the tank. this is incredible stuff, but the elements here are that they are working with what they have and maximizing it. They're understanding the weaknesses of the Israelis, that the Israelis don't like to get out of the tanks because they're afraid to. And the tanks are not designed for this environment. The tanks have the so-called trophy system that can detect missiles from a distance, but it doesn't work in an urban environment, and it doesn't work if you get right up close to the tank. But they weren't designed with this amount of courage in mind. The Israelis never expected people to run up to their tanks from this close. So this is how the Palestinians are able to inflict such heavy losses on the Israelis.
Yeah, going to what you said about how the Israelis just like they would never account for like the bravery or the ingenuity of Palestinian forces. I think that's pretty crucial because one of the things I really hate in the last few months is people who I broadly agree with try to make it seem that like everything that happened on October 7th, Israel knew in advance and let it happen. You know, that it was sort of like a halfway false flag. And I really don't agree with that because it seems more than anything like they did have intelligence that there might be an attack, but more than anything, I don't think that they ever expected that Hamas would be able to inflict that much damage and to be that successful. They just don't believe that Palestinian forces can, you know, think on their feet in a battle situation, can outsmart them. They think it's impossible. I mean, they still think it's impossible, even though they're getting shredded in Gaza.
No, I agree with that completely. I don't, this idea that that it was a false flag or that Israel let it happen is a way of taking away the achievement, the military achievement of Palestinians and the ingenuity. And this ingenuity is really incredible if you think about it. I mean, Gaza is completely besieged. It's been besieged under a tight siege for 15 years or so, and yet they're able to manufacture these weapons locally. I mean, they are copies or enhancements of existing weapons of, the Soviet RPGs and various other weapons that have proven to be very effective and hardy in these kinds of situations in guerrilla wars for years. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but it's clear enough to me that the doctrine Hamas has, they have sort of about 5 or 6 core weapons that they use. There's AK-47, there's the Al-Ghul sniper rifle, there's 3 different kinds of RPG warhead, and there are these hand-delivered mines. And they have them in large quantities. They have their fighters trained to use them. And another essential element of this that they have really perfected is that they work in teams, and the teams include cameramen. And this is a very important element because the reason we can see all this is because they are filming it and they are disseminating the videos in almost real time. That, within a day or 2 days, we are getting videos of these operations that they're carrying out. And the other really important thing is that the Israeli army gets very jealous of these videos, so they put out videos of their own. And it's always, I think you guys have even talked about this, it's always like Israeli soldiers shooting down empty alleyways, shooting at empty classrooms, just like shooting at nothing. You never see Palestinian fighters in their videos, whereas you see Israelis in every single Qassam video. And what that tells you is that it is the Palestinian fighters who are taking the initiative. They are deciding the time and place of the engagement and confrontation. And the Israelis have no idea where they are. And there have even been quotes from Israeli soldiers in the Israeli media saying things like, "We don't know where they are, we can't see them, we're fighting ghosts." And so this shows you that the Palestinians actually have the initiative and the momentum on the ground. And there's the only thing the Israelis are really great at, they're the world champions at, is murdering children and elderly people, bombing hospitals, and destroying homes and infrastructure. They excel at that, but that's not the same thing as fighting a war.
And I wanted to touch on that because, like, you know, as this grinds on into the fifth month now, and they haven't rescued a single hostage, if they ever were even trying to do that, which is open to debate.
They're trying
They
to
cer-
kill them.
Yeah, they're trying to. Yeah, well, they shot them, gassed them, a couple of them, but yeah. But as they're like they've actual like they're losing soldiers, losing officers. They didn't expect it to be this hard. Do you think that like it's hard to imagine that they would have any actual sadism? But, like, do you feel that they're meeting out their frustration even more on a captive civilian population as their comrades fall in front of them, as they say are fighting ghosts, unable to actually strike back at the people who like they're supposed to be fighting, i.e. Hamas. But I mean, or is this just a lot of the fact that they were never really there to fight them in the first place?
I mean, the sadism is clear. Right? They don't hide that. You know, you see that in all the TikTok videos when they're dynamiting entire neighborhoods out of revenge and saying we're doing this, you know, in revenge for this or that person who was killed. Their sadism is very, very clear, and they're proud of it. But I also don't think they expected it to be this difficult. They didn't expect, you know, there was so much hubris. I think they really thought that they would go in and they would knock out Hamas and achieve all their goals, including, by the way, the ethnic cleansing of all or at least a large part of the population in Gaza within a couple of weeks at most. They didn't expect this to be now. We're more than 4 months into it, and they have achieved literally none of their stated military objectives. Not one.
Um, like, you know, on the note of the gleeful sadism that is freely advertised by Israeli soldiers and Israeli, civilians on TikTok and social media. Look, obviously, like the state of Israel as regards to public opinion in the United States is heavily dependent on a rigorously maintained propaganda apparatus. But I think that's breaking down now because, like, you can't sell the open racism that is so endemic in Israeli culture. Once you see it, it is very hard to continue the kind of liberal Zionist line about what Israeli culture really is. And when I see this, Ali, the question I've had from the beginning of this conflict is that, like, have they just become so hermetically sealed that they just are completely not self-aware about how they look like to the normal people, or are they so cosseted by unlimited U.S. support that they know how they appear and they just don't care because they know the United States will back them up no matter what?
I think a large number of them have no idea how like insane and offensive they are to the rest of the world. I really truly believe that because I think they believe their own propaganda that we are just like you. We're like the West. We represent Western civilization against these animals, and they think that that's common currency in the West, and it is in particular quarters in the West.
Which, but you have to keep it. You have to keep it within certain guardrails. You know, you have to tamp it down to like be accepted in kind of a mainstream liberal culture. Like they're fine with racism within certain boundaries that have been wildly transgressed by Israel.
You know, let's go back to before this genocide. They were always trying to straddle that line. You know, so in the mid 2000s, so around 2010. Yeah, they have all these think tanks and all these strategic groups, and there's one in particular. We don't need to go into too much detail, called the Reut Institute, and they produced this report. I think it was in 2010, and they said, you know, we have a problem. We are losing the progressives in the West, and particularly in the United States, because we appear too religious, too aggressive, too just too horrible. And so we need to win back the progressives. And so we need to have a strategy to appeal to them. And that strategy was basically to try to market Israel as this haven of women's rights, of gay rights, of environmentalism, of Israel is the best country in the world at conserving water, that Tel Aviv is just one big gay dance party. And that, I mean, this was a government-backed strategy to market Israel this way. But the problem is, at the very same time, you're also marketing Israel to evangelical Christians who stand against all these things and who are probably the largest and most significant pro-Israel constituency in the United States. So a certain element of them have always have recognized that they have this problem, this PR problem, and that's the way they always think of it. They think that the problem is not us. The problem is not that we are violent colonial settlers and racial supremacists. The problem is our PR is not very good. And the Palestinians have this great PR. And so we need to do better PR, and we need to like have, all this pink washing and greenwashing propaganda to appeal to the libs and progressives in the United States. But I think in the context of this genocide and the continued rise of the Kahanists in Israel from the relative fringe to the center of power, they just don't care anymore. I mean, the Bezalel Smotriches and the Itamar Ben-Gvirs genuinely don't care, and they're just willing to say and do whatever they want to do.
I mean, I'm thinking about
Okay.
the recent news reports and footage of Israeli youth camping out and dancing as they protest and block the delivery of aid, of food and medicine to civilians in Gaza. I mean, like, once you see that, it's really hard to continue this narrative that Israel is a nice country like you and I, full of nice people.
And it's also impossible to imagine ever going back to that heyday of bipartisan support for Israel that existed in the United States, where, you know, it was just common currency that everyone supported Israel. And it really is like putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. I just don't see it happening. There will never be a time when, you know, young people, a large percentage of young people in America think Israel is great. And so I think it's done in that sense.
And like when you look at the breakdown, particularly by age of public opinion on Israel-Palestine, like and the stark drop off in support once you get below the age of 40 and certainly 30. To what extent does that represent an existential threat to like the future, purchase of the Zionist project, at least in America?
I mean, that's a question I struggle with, because on the one hand, this generational shift is very important and welcome, and it's something we've been seeing for a number of years. You know, the numbers have just been getting worse and worse for Israel, particularly in those younger demographics and among, black people, people of color, what you could call the Democratic Party coalition. And you see that reflected in the polling, that people who vote Democrat are becoming predominantly pro-Palestinian. Of course, I'm saying people who vote Democrat. I'm not saying the Democratic Party. We have to make a
Right.
huge distinction between
We can make a
Democratic.
huge distinction about that on a lot of issues, but this
Yes.
one perhaps most savagely.
Yeah, exactly. And yet, we're in the middle of a genocide. So, I mean, none of that has translated into us being able to stop a genocide under a Democratic president. So, there's part of me that says, yes, things are changing, and eventually all this support will translate into political results. But we know that we live in a country where what people think about anything just doesn't matter. So I'm cautious about it. I think all these changes are important and welcome. The question then is, how do we change this into actual political power and results? And that's true on a whole number of issues, but it's particularly acute in the middle of a genocide.
I want to ask you now about really like for me and I think a lot of our listeners, a man who became kind of the face of this ongoing genocide, and that is I want to ask you about the life and career of Rafat Al-Arir. He was a guy who I was introduced to through your live streams when, like, as October 7th happened, and then as subsequent events happened, I was through your live streams of him in Gaza that I began to follow him and then follow him on Twitter. And it was someone who, like, I don't have any personal connection to Israel or Palestine, but he was like rendered a human face in real time, someone experiencing this. And when I learned of his death, killed by Israeli forces, I felt like, grief stricken in a strange way, despite the fact that I only knew him through his posts. So I was just hoping you could share a little about how you came to know and work with him, and just like what he was like as a person, and how his work continues to has become like really a global call, like a rallying cry for the Palestinian people.
I think what often happens after someone dies, and in this case was murdered, Rifat Al Arir was murdered on December 6, 2023, in a targeted missile attack on his sister's home in Gaza, killing him and several members of his family, though not his wife and children. They were in a separate location. And this was after a campaign of incitement by, among others, Barry Weiss, over a post he had made, one of his typical funny, ironic posts. You would have enjoyed very much having him on this show. I wish you could have done.
Yeah.
He's an incredibly funny person. And he made a joke about the fake atrocity story of a Jewish baby being cooked in an oven by Hamas on October 7th. And so Barry Weiss stirred up all this fake outrage. Look how he's talking gleefully about cooking a Jewish baby. He was making a joke about an atrocity story that never happened. And he was murdered in part for that, I'm sure. I want to say, and I take responsibility for saying it, that I believe that Barry Weiss, not alone, but Barry Weiss has some of Rifat Al Arir's blood on her hands. But he was a professor of English literature at the Islamic University of Gaza, which has now been completely destroyed, like all the other universities in Gaza, by the Israeli army. He was a writer, he was a poet, he was a mentor to hundreds, if not thousands, of young people in Gaza who he really believed had the power to tell their stories and tell the stories of the Palestinian people to the world. And so he almost single-handedly brought the idea of English, learning English as a tool for Palestinians to communicate with the world, to Gaza in a way that was incredibly effective. So I'll give you an example. Probably, if you go to our publication, The Electronic Intifada, on any day, you will see on the front page stories written by young writers in Gaza. Most of them were Rifat students. And on social media, it's the same. Most of those you see tweeting in English from Gaza were very likely Rifat students. He had an incredible impact. And throughout this war, from when it started, we were in close touch. We were on WhatsApp all day, every day, except when there were cutoffs. And he kept me sane. I mean, it's funny to say that because he was relating being in the most horrifying circumstances. His home was bombed, and they narrowly escaped death when they evacuated their home for the first time. Several of his neighbors were killed in that attack. That was in mid-October. And then they escaped to another location in Gaza City, and then another one, and then another one, till finally the Israelis caught him and killed him. But throughout that, he kept his humor, he kept his strength. You saw his posts, how even when he knew the Israelis would likely kill him, he never backed down. He never backed down. He decided that it was more important for him to tell the tale and to speak out than to preserve his own life. He didn't want to die. He wasn't reckless. I know he was as careful as he could be. But that's how committed he was to this mission. And in 2014, he came to the United States as part of a tour, to do a tour with a book that he edited. I have it on my desk here. It's called Gaza Writes Back, Short Stories from Young Writers in Gaza, Palestine. And it was published in English by Just World Books. And he came to the United States with two other writers, Yusuf Al-Jamal and one of the other writers in the book. And I had the opportunity to do a number of events with them in in different cities in the United States and spend time with Rifat, and he was just hilarious. He was a riot. I mean, he just had fun with everything, and he had a wicked sense of humor. And I was very lucky to become friends with him. And what you learn after someone dies, often you find out so much more about them. And so many people wrote and spoke about the impact he had on them. And I'd say he was one of these rare people. I've known I'd say one other person like this, but he was one of these rare people that when you were with him or when he was speaking to you, you felt like you were the only person in the world. And he had the ability to be present for people like that, for hundreds of people, if not thousands, including during this genocide. He was an incredible person, and we miss him every day.
I mean, I remember being so taken with this idea that you just rendered for us of like the use of English as like a means of resistance. Because if you were, under the age of 18, born in Gaza, and you've lived in this concentration camp your entire life, in which Israel basically controls every calorie that you consume, restricts your movement, surveils you every single day. The idea that like through learning English and learning to tell your story in the global language, that is a means of escape through which like that your oppressors can have no control over. Like once you start speaking in a language that people understand, that can connect outside of the bounds of your prison. And not only that, but to do it with such humor as you just mentioned with Rafat, literally facing death. He was getting off hilarious posts, which is like, I mean, if I could, like, think of like what is true bravery to me, it's like maintaining a sense of humor, facing certain death.
Yeah, he was very funny, and I think he also saw humor as a form of resistance, and frankly, it's a form of coping. Even now, like our friends and colleagues in Gaza who we're in touch with, mostly it's by WhatsApp, um, they're still cracking jokes. They're still making jokes because, again, it's a coping mechanism. But Rifat took it to another level. And I just wanted to say that the third person who was on that tour, one of the contributors to Gaza Writes Back, is Rawan Yahi. I just wanted to mention her name as well. And I want to say that also to pay tribute to, Rifat was also a major contributor to the Electronic Intifada, our publication, in a number of ways. He was a writer, and you can still read his stories at the Electronic Intifada, as well as watch his appearances on our live streams, which we've done since October. And his last appearance was a week before he was murdered. And his appearances were always very, very moving and just incredible. But he is one of four of our contributors who have been murdered in this genocide. So Rifat Al-Arair, Huda Al-Susi, Ra'id Qaddura, and Muhammad Hammo, who were also all students of Rifat, and they've all been murdered during this genocide.
I mean, yeah, it's hard for me to even like talk about this on a show that isn't exclusively dedicated to like the Palestinian cause. So I mean, it's just like today, and I mean, I feel it's like this is something I hear from people all the time, like people who don't have a personal connection to Gaza or Palestine. Over the last 5 months, it's just like waking up every day and seeing some new thing that is like the most evil thing you've ever seen in your life, and then having to wake up the next day and see another one even worse than that. And it really it demoralizes you to such a degree. But I don't know, I'm just wondering, like, for someone who covers this much on a much closer level, like how do you maintain, like, I don't know, a fortitude or just an ability to keep covering this, to keep looking at this, to keep talking about what's going on in Gaza and about the plight of the Palestinian people?
You know, the one message that our friends and colleagues and loved ones in Gaza tell us is don't stop talking about us, don't forget about us. And that gives us a mission. And there are times when it is extremely difficult, and uh, you feel, uh, anguish and despair, I think, for the first week, you know, and I heard this, no one wanted to talk about it who was outside Gaza. Just how difficult it was for us all personally, but no one wanted to talk about that because it's like, who are we to complain? Because, I mean, how can we compare our situation living in safety in the United States or Europe or wherever it may be with people who are literally facing genocide? Um, but at the same time, we have to understand, and I say this, I think it's important for us to understand that this does take a toll on us personally, and the only way to get through it is in community. And so I'm very fortunate that I work with incredible people, all my colleagues in the Electronic Intifada, and we support each other, and our friends and family, we support each other. And it's particularly difficult for those Palestinians who have family in Gaza and who are outside Gaza. They have it even worse in a way because they're often out of touch with their family for days or weeks at a time, not knowing if they're dead or alive. So, you know, one of the jokes I crack, I say this is my first genocide. So I don't know. I don't know how you I don't know how
Yeah.
you cope with it.
Well, I mean, like, we gets back to humor.
Yeah, exactly. But that's to say, the serious point there is we don't know how, we've never done this before. I mean, we've lived through the horror of what Israel has been doing for all our lives, but this is something else. And so we don't know how, there's no self-help book which tells you how do you get through a genocide. And so we're learning every day what it takes to survive it mentally so that we can stay focused on doing this work for as long as we have to do it.
Felix, do you have anything before we wrap up?
I guess I wanted to just get your take on did you see that Canadian minister that was forced out recently?
Felix, you may be more up on your Canadian ministers than I am. Remind me of that. Did she say something nice about Palestinians? Was that what it was?
No, it was the opposite actually. She was trying to defend Israel and said, she repeated like the old Hezbollah line of like, they made the desert bloom, and she said that Israel is fighting for a worthless patch of land. While
Oh
trying
yes,
to,
I did see that. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was in. Was it a Canadian minister or a British Columbia minister? Now we're going to get really deep down into Canadian politics. Yeah, I think it just goes to show how pervasive these racist ideas are, that Palestine didn't exist or that there was nothing there until the colonial settlers came along, when the opposite is the case. Zionism has destroyed Palestine's land and people for more than a century, and what it has built there is just ugly beyond belief. Ugly physically and ugly morally.
Yeah, and just the making the desert bloom line has always been so fucking stupid. I mean, the first time I heard that, I realized that they were trying to make it sound like Israelis invented irrigation, which was around for a little bit before that.
Well, you know, my family, my father comes from a village called Batir, which is south of Jerusalem. It's just west of Bethlehem. And UNESCO a couple of years ago declared it a World Heritage Site, and particularly for its terraced irrigation that goes back more than 2,000 years. The people of Batir have been tending these irrigated terraces for 2,000 years continuously, their own indigenous water system. And that's just an example of what's existed all over Palestine. I mean, I'm not saying that to say, oh no, look how, we should never have to say, oh look, even if it was a patch of desert, it was our patch of desert. you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it wasn't a patch of desert.
And if this land is so, and for the Zionists out there, if this land is so shitty, can I interest you in maybe some acreage in New York or Florida? It's a lot nicer. You should check it out.
Oh, Germany.
Germany. That's a good one.
I believe that Germany should fulfill its historic responsibility to the Jewish people by with a two-state solution
Yeah.
in Germany.
Yeah. I guess like as long as you brought up Germany, the Germans, they must be loving this right now. They must be like their cultural memory is giving off so much on finding a way to carry out a genocide, but do it for Jewish people, and then and then also brutally punish any dissent on their awful violent state, but in the name of protecting Jews rather than killing them.
Well, you know, the police in Berlin regularly beat up Jews who are rallying in support of Palestinians. So you have the Berlin police, the jackbooted thugs of the Berlin police, accusing Jews of being anti-Semites. I mean, the layers of just perversity and depravity and irony in terms of what Germany is doing. And Germany is arming literal goose-stepping, Sieg-heiling Nazis in Ukraine. And at the same time, they're arming Israel to commit a genocide in Gaza, the world's first live-stream genocide. And they are just telling us what good people they are. You know, they are the righteous people on this planet. And it is just, I can't even begin to unravel and unpack the levels of depravity that exist in Germany. But I will say this, that I believe, I'm going to take the opportunity of being on your esteemed podcast to say that I strongly support the right to exist of the German Democratic Republic. The only...
Yes.
The only German state that actually learned the lessons of history. Because what did
Yes.
the German Democratic Republic do to atone for the crimes of Germany over time? The German Democratic Republic actually armed and trained anti-colonial freedom fighters all over the world, particularly in South Africa. The German Democratic Republic stood with the Palestinian people and the people around the world who were fighting for liberation from European colonialism, while West Germany was actually, the more time goes by, the more we realize it was the reincarnation of the Nazi state. You know, there have been these studies done in recent years, people can look this up, that until the 1970s, there were more members of the Nazi Party, they were, by that point, former members of the Nazi Party, working in the West German Federal Justice Ministry than had been the case under Adolf Hitler. This is, and then of course, you know, you will find almost no modern German institution whose founder was not a Nazi. The intelligence services, the Bundeswehr, the Luftwaffe, you know, the first president of the European Commission, the EU, was a former Nazi. I mean, it's just, they had one of their chancellors in the 1960s or 70s, Kurt Schlesinger, was an actual Nazi. And there was that famous incident where I think was it Beate Klausfeld who went up and slapped him in public and said, "You're a Nazi." So this is the state that exists today and that is preaching to us about how righteous it is while supporting Nazis in Ukraine and genocide in Palestine.
I mean, one incredible statistic I saw that will, I think, put a bow on this is obviously the current Jewish population of the state of Germany, 1% for obvious reasons. But then of the number of like the people charged under the current laws prosecuting Palestinian solidarity, 33% of them are Jewish Germans out of a 1% of the overall population. Yeah. So they've just found a way to do it again, folks.
The Germany stuff is like, it's like if Japan could reoccupy Korea now and could yell at everyone if they were like, stop occupying Korea. They must be so pissed. They're like, Germany gets to do this and they can't bring back like the Empire of the Rising Sun.
Yeah.
Kurt Kiesinger was the Nazi chancellor, just for the record. I'm not saying he was the only Nazi chancellor since World War II, but he was definitely a Nazi chancellor.
All right. Well, let's leave it there for today. Ali Abunimah, the website is the Electronic Intifada, and you began the show by sharing some very kind words about our show. I would like to end the show by saying that I've been following the Electronic Intifada since before Chapo started. It is a great resource. Like I said, if you want real journalism and just like the true perspective on Palestine as a political struggle, but also as a people, I really cannot highly recommend the work being done by Ali and everyone at the Electronic Intifada. We'll include a link to the website and a link to buy Rafat's book, Gaza Writes Back, in the show description. Once again, Ali Abunimah, I want to thank you so much for your time joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali.
All right, till next time, everybody. Bye-bye.
If I Must Die by Rifat Alaria, November the 1st, 2023. If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite he made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale.
But we're doing good. Fuck yeah.
Mana caralho.
Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm. You don't have extract, nice. Good job. Good fucking center. Extract. That's the one thing we didn't want. We have 7 days. Oh man.
land of the Hunnignai.
This is bad. This is bad. It's not right. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
Franc.
There's no like hard C sound, so it'd be like Franc.
Franc. Yeah, it would be
Just
a
kinda, like,
Franc.
trail up.
Franc.
Franc.
I'm Franc Zach.
Franc.
Franc Zach.
So fucking stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our stupid fucking
That was
cold.
so
we gotta
dumb.
move
The
away
one that
from
we-
cold open.
There's no moving away. We just do whatever we want.
We need to figure out. I've been saying this has been you behind the scenes here. This has been my battle for years. We need to figure out an alternative version of the intro where it's maybe like.
We've done that. I made a softer little intro.
Maybe we need an even harder intro.
Do that.
Why does it just should just be me being like, fuck you, and then drop the beat?
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Come in.
The beat has been dropped, but my testicles haven't. My name is
No,
Blaze,
see,
and
that's
I'm
the step that
10.
we gotta get out of the show.
My name what? What are you fucking? I'm sorry. I have said on the show before, and I'll say it again. Until I was probably about 15 years old, I thought your balls dropping was an actual physical,
Yeah.
one-time act that you experienced,
Like New Year's.
like a gut punch, like New Year's.
Yeah, like Times
It's
Square.
a physical thing.
Yeah, where they
Oh,
drop the ball.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yes. Your
What?
balls drop on your 12th or 13th birthday on New Year's.
Yeah.
And then you start talking.
And
like
Carson
this.
Daly narrates it.
He did. Well, that's.
And Miley Cyrus performs. This is what I assume happens on New Year's.
I saw Miley Cyrus on New Year's last year.
Look at that.
Me and Lance Bass. I stood next to him and his.
The non-astronaut.
4 of the identically heighted but multiracial gay guys sort of flanking
His
me.
crew?
His crew. They were incredible.
Nice.
My memory might fade or have faded, but I believe they were all wearing. In fact, I'm sure I'm just adding this in sort of like a altered memory kind of thing. But I
That's just
picture them with
memory.
no shirts and suit jackets.
Were they cosmonauts?
No, I did not get a whiff.
Wouldn't
of
that be
the-
cool?
That would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, like some kind of new. What was the? I can't remember fucking anything ever. Talking about altered memory. What's the gay YMCA band?
The Village People.
Yeah, there you go. So you got Village People, but like cosmonaut style.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know they were straight. They just dressed like.
None of my business.
A lot of their fans. The Village People were straight.
Hello, I'm Liz.
And we are, of course, joined by Laika. Young Chomsky. It's a cosmonaut. The producer of this podcast, which is called.
True not. Hello.
They should send more dogs to space.
They should not.
To me, why? They live.
What? No, they.
Famously.
They live.
Yeah.
They lived.
They live to up to a
Until
point,
then.
and then
Old
they
dogs.
don't.
Well, how about an 11-year-old dog? Would you be okay with sending an 11-year-old dog to space?
No.
What about a mother monkey or two?
No.
This is why.
Why are we sending animals to space?
It's cheaper.
For what?
views. You could probably get a lot of views from that in some sort of TikTokian environment.
TikTokian.
I imagine how many views a dog in space would do
Probably not as many as
on
you think.
TikTok. I think it would do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
We got a little bit of a true crime week.
We do have a true crime week. A true
Or fake
crime week.
detective. True crime. I don't know where I'm going with this. Well,
You
fake
know.
detectives in this story.
Yeah, some bullshit fucking detectives in this story. Not our guests.
No.
But, some of the people who are looking at this case. We are talking about the troubled teen industry. And this is sort of a follow-up to our episode we did about a year ago with David Safran. And also related, I would say, to our series, The Game.
Absolutely.
As people who are probably very familiar with CDU from that. It's CDU, which came from Synanon, which turned into the place that I went to. And we're
Which
talking about
also,
troubled
if you
teen
haven't
stuff.
listened to, we're going to link to it in the show notes. Just made that decision. And you should
Yeah.
listen to it.
Yeah, we'll link all that stuff. This is for some reason, because we did an episode on this last year, but I was very affected looking into this again.
Yeah. I don't know. I said this during the interview that everyone's going to listen to in a second, but this is one of those cases where you're like, damn, how is this not like a big fucking story?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do.
I'm like, this seems like this should be
Like
at
a
a legacy
scandal.
publication with like a big fucking story that like pushes all of the right buttons, kind of thing that you would see in a series like True Detective, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It involves missing children and very clear cover-ups by not only a discredited institution that is now closed, but by a sheriff's department.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I think that, one thing that I really affected me when we were doing research for The Game is just how many like lives of kids, now often adults, but still kids, because these places are still around, are affected by this. And I've been doing lately like a lot of thinking about how it's sort of affected me in certain ways, but also, the ultimate thing is dying from this. And there's appears to be at least 3 casualties directly linked to this specific facility. And this happens still. Like, these places are, CDU might be closed, but these places are still all over the country. As we get into the episode, supported by people in both major political parties. And it's just such a rotten industry. But with that being said, I think let's get into the episode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Synanon. With us here today for a rousing rhapsody. We have David Safran. You might remember him from our episode about a year ago called CDU Detective. He wrote under the nom de guerre, A Medium Anonymous, a really great long-form piece on CDU, and has written for LA Magazine about the story we'll be talking about today, and a bunch of stuff. Fantastic. One of the best researchers into this, the topic of the, I guess, you don't like to call it that, but a lot of people know it, the troubled teen industry. And Josh Block, the host and producer of the Lost Kids podcast. And guys, welcome to the show.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Yep, thank you.
So the day this episode comes out, February 8th, is the anniversary of the disappearance of Daniel Ewan from CDU. And I think we've talked about this on the show before, but I think just as a little bit of background to fill listeners in who maybe haven't heard the previous episode, can you tell us about first of all, what is CDU, and what is it about the disappearance of Daniel Ewan that made you want to research it?
So what does CDU? That's an excellent question. I was there for 16 months. I can't really answer that coherently. Essentially, CDU was a private residential treatment facility, behavior modification. It was meant to be some sort of utopian rehab kind of thing. And then it eventually kind of transformed. It took in all kinds of kids If you had low-level depression, well, you can get your behavior modified for 2 years. If you do have some sort of drug addiction, the same thing could happen. It went on and on and on. It was one of the most influential programs within the troubled teen industry. And multiple kids went missing. The ones that we know about and talk about most often, 1993, a kid named John Inman, 1994, Blake Pursley, and then in 2004, Daniel Ewan. So those are the three kids that I've been researching for the last couple of years, and that was, these were at one time these were solvable cases, and they just never have been solved, never really looked into.
And Dave and I worked on a podcast specifically about Daniel Ewan's case. The podcast is called The Lost Kids, and we looked at the bigger story of the so-called troubled teen industry and of CEDU specifically, but through the lens of this one, the last of the three boys that went missing from the program. And he was, I think, pretty emblematic of how a lot of teens end up at CEDU. He had low-level depression. He was kind of, hit his adolescence, was struggling in school, was experimenting with drugs. He was, there was a shift in his personality, and his parents were really concerned about him. They, went to the schools, asked for support. They reached out to psychiatrists. They did a bunch of stuff because they recognized that their son was struggling. And kind of in an act of desperation, Wayne Ewan, Daniel's father, just Googled online, what's a program for struggling kids? And the first thing that pops up is this website for this beautiful looking boarding. I think it's like a therapeutic boarding school in the hills of San Bernardino, and we can fix everything. We can fix depression. We can fix ADD, whatever it is. Send your kid here. It's going to cost you a bunch of money, but what you're going to get is your kid back. And in an act of desperation, which is really how a lot of parents arrive at these programs, they thought, great, this might be the fix. And they took Daniel there. There's a bit of a story about, what happened when they arrived, but essentially they, when they got there, Daniel said, I don't want to stay. And the program said, no, well, let's come talk to the dean. Come talk to the dean. And they kind of took Daniel aside. And then they came back to the parents and said, you know what, Daniel's fine. He wants to stay. Best for you to just leave. And that was really the last time Wayne and Lisa, his parents, ever saw Daniel again.
Yeah.
So to you, the best of your understanding after looking into this case for so many years, what happened between that drop off and Daniel's disappearance? What did he find when he arrived at CEDU?
What the community he found was not what he expected. I mean, I was sent to CEDU for the exact same reason that Daniel was. And I think once you're enrolled and you do the move-in process and you are already a startled contactee and you're just not used to this sort of, private prison vibe of the place, and that through Daniel, I believe. I just want to go back a bit, though, because the narrative that we have of Daniel arriving at CEDU and, becoming more depressed, and this all really still comes from his parents. We haven't actually heard it from Daniel himself. And I interviewed his best friend, Nick. So did you, Josh. And there is a sense that there was a personality shift a bit, but it doesn't sound as extreme as how the Ewans portray it. And I understand it from the Ewans' perspective, too, and the parents seeing this, and, the kids slipping and the grades are slipping. But I do worry that maybe he wasn't really as far gone as it seems. And that it was sort of an overreaction to a pretty normal shift in teen behavior. Nevertheless, he arrives in this place. He's completely overwhelmed. It's incomprehensible, and he basically shuts down. And he's not making friends. He's finding it very difficult to navigate the system. He only, from my understanding, it was just his phone calls were monitored at CEDU. They were monitored by a staffer, and they happened every 2 weeks. From my understanding, it was just one phone call that he had with his parents. He was only there about 13 days before he vanished, and he was scheduled to have another phone call 2 days before CEDU informed his parents that he was missing. But that phone call, for whatever reason, it didn't occur. I believe they said it was like a scheduling mix-up or something like that, which always sounded very suspicious to me because that was the one part of CEDU that they had down to a science. Was these scheduled phone calls. So to have a mix-up, in my mind, maybe he lost the privilege at that point, because I guess the first phone call, he was trying to explain to his parents, as many of us were, that this is not the marketing that you fell for, that this is not the right kind of program.
Right, and importantly, as you mentioned, David, like these phone calls were monitored, and there's very clear rules about what any of the residents could say. But also, Wayne and Lisa, like all parents, were given a parent handbook, and it said, "Here's what your kid might say." They kind of inoculated the parents against complaints. So they said, your kid might complain, and the best thing for you to do is to not, don't take it at face value. All kids do this. It's not going to help their growth and their, development through this program if you complain. And of course, Daniel did what many people wouldn't do and be like, this place is bananas. Get me out of here. And Wayne and Lisa said, oh yeah, the handbook said that he was going to say this, so we're not going to do anything. And then when Daniel said, I want to leave, he kind of violated the rules of what you're allowed to say in a phone call, and CEDU shut off the call. So that actually was the last time they spoke to their son. The call was disconnected, and then the next call never happened. And then it is murky what happens next. We know that CEDU claims that he ran away, and there's really only two ways to run away from CEDU. There's the one road that leads in and out of the program, and then there's what they call the backside, which is just like the wilderness down. You can see San Bernardino from the program. It looks kind of deceptively close, but if you were to try and run away and run to San Bernardino, you were facing the elements. It's not an easy thing to traverse. And there's some speculation that he did go that direction in an effort not to be caught, perhaps seeing the city that looks kind of not too far away. But the truth is, we don't know. I mean, this is where we get into really murky territory, because that there's very little. The police have not offered any significant information. The program has not offered very significant information, and then the efforts by the Ewan family to try and to figure out what happened has not been incredibly fruitful.
Right. I think there's actually three ways, not just two. There was a farm road where there used to be a barn, but those are all different. These are opposite directions, and the parallels with Blake Pursley's case and also Daniel Ewan's are astounding. Both have three different options for how both kids could have run, and that was provided by CEDU. All the information that we have, for the most part, about these disappearances comes from CEDU itself. And even within the documents, the depositions, all the stuff that in the civil suit that the Ewans had against CEDU, it states repeatedly, just it's hammered over and over and over that all of these are lies. That they just lied completely. CEDU staff to the Ewan family, to their lawyers. They lied in the depositions. This is not me saying that. That's what the Ewans are saying, and it's so incomprehensible. It's very difficult to untangle what is true in all of this, in all of these cases for the most part. I mean, not to kind of digress too much, but for example, like John Inman, the first kid that went missing, when the few months that Detective Alicia Rosa had revived these cases, she went back to Inman's and Pursley's, and she re-interviewed a kid that reportedly ran after John Inman to Highway 18 when he was running away. Not only did this now adult have no memory of John Inman, he didn't remember speaking to police about this. So all of it just seemed complete bullshit. And the assumption then is that staff was actually feeding the story to the deputy, that the deputy that hadn't actually interviewed that kid. So that just seems to be a pattern.
That is really something. I mean, I know that from my experience in these schools, because I went to, as listeners to the show will probably know, I went to a school that was like a direct descendant of CEDU. Had many people who, the entire leadership had been graduates of CEDU, and many were related to people who were high up in CEDU before it got shut down. And I went also in the same year that 20 years ago. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
That Daniel Ewan disappeared. And I ran away. I ran away twice. And the first time I ran away, I did the classic method of also running in winter. I just took off down the road. I was perfectly fair. Outside. Rain. They sent people after me, some staff members, and there was only one road, unless you were running deep into the woods, away from any kind of civilization. There was no towns around. And they caught me, and I got taken back. But for these kids, I know it was basically the same SOP, right? Like they send out staff members to look for kids. They do this, and remember, like the staff members at these places are not generally, in my experience, the most professional individuals, and I mean professional in this sort of colloquial senses, and they're oftentimes damaged people.
Sometimes even graduates themselves.
Sometimes even
Yeah.
graduates.
Very
In the
often.
cases of CEDU, maybe even graduates of Synanon.
The whole notion of giving back, right? That was
Yeah.
that was embedded in the whole.
They're
whole
system
place.
people. They like being in
Right.
a system.
Yeah.
But and then afterwards, if you're gone for a certain amount of time, I'm sure it varies place to place, they end up calling the police. And in this case, they ended up calling. When did they call San Bernardino Sheriff's Department in Daniel's case?
For Daniel Ewan, it was February 8th. Yeah, I think it was like 11 o'clock-ish in the morning, something like that,
Yeah.
on a Sunday, which is also like the dumbest time to run. It's all implausible, but that's what's in the police report is not, CEDU view themselves as a law enforcement institution of its own, right? So like they had their own departure form, they had their own internal document, their runaway incident report, which for Daniel Ewan, they didn't share with the Twin Peaks Sheriff's Station or the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and they didn't either with John Inman. They refused to share that information. So the internal document, I don't have that, but I have parts of that. So does Josh through the legal docs that the Ewans had sent a while ago, and it's very different than what is in the official runaway report that a counselor gave. This one reporting party. They didn't really do any sort of search and rescue. The narrative was, at least in the official runaway report, that Daniel was going to get some cigarettes. He was going to go to the gas station, or maybe Arrow Bear, which is, a neighboring town or whatever, because a kid that's been there 13 days and has no idea where he's at could get to a neighboring town. Like I was there for 16 months. I couldn't tell you how to get to the 76 to Valero or whatever, I mean, that's in town, but I mean, it's just ridiculous. So that was the one version. Then there's another version that he was sweeping on the backside with another kid, and then somehow he magically disappeared, just sweeping a deck on the backside of the mountain. So that's the other one. Then there's another narrative about him, running really fast, and then he's restrained by another kid who's his dorm head. And that seemed it's very confusing in the depositions. It seems that they're indicating that he ran a different Sunday. Is that correct, Josh? Like, do you remember that? Mm-hmm. It was like they just concluded that it was 2 different Sundays that he was running. I always thought that to be a little suspicious. Then there's all these reports that maybe he was trying to grab a DVD player that he was going to sell, or he grabbed some skis, but there were no skis actually available on campus. It's all very, very confusing, these narratives. And the police report itself is very confusing.
So between both the official police report from San Bernardino and the incident report from CEDU, there's completely contradictory accounts from, testimony from people who worked there of what actually happened to Daniel. But these two places knew each other very intimately, still know each other very intimately, even though CEDU was shut down. Can you talk a little bit about the relationship between the San Bernardino Police Department and CEDU? Because they wouldn't have been surprised to get a phone call that a kid had been missing, right? They had received a lot of phone calls about missing kids, runaway kids, or even
Daily. Yeah, for
especially
sure.
violent or
Irascible.
yes, incidents at the CEDU campus over the years.
Yeah, I believe the call logs, which I have, are something like between 97 and 2005. There's 415 reports of runaways.
415.
Something like that. Yeah.
There were definitely it was in the hundreds, but and to be clear, we don't know. There could have been multiple calls about a single incident, but nonetheless, like the police were well aware. I mean, it raises the question of how can you have a program in your community that has that quantity of runaways and then not raise the alarm bells. At some point, you have to imagine as a law enforcement that you have a potential serious and we saw what happened, but you have a potential seriously dangerous place if that many kids are running from the program into the cold of winter. So we did the FOIA request, that we found out that there were that many incidents, and it seems to be the case that they would pick up a kid and bring them back to the program, if anything. I mean, that was sort of the best case scenario. And then CEDU also employed. Well, sorry, David can talk a little bit more about what that relationship though looked like.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say it. So in 8 years' time, the Sheriff's Department logged 341 reports of runaways, 67 AWOLs, 4 missing juveniles, and 3 missing persons. And these are all reports about the same thing. It's just all runaways. But within that 8-year stretch, and these are all, or the majority of them are all out-of-state kids, right? But the Sheriff's Department logged only 10 attempts to locate and 4 search and rescue missions out of that entire number. So they did not care. They were not looking for these kids. And the year that Daniel vanished, they had 0 search and rescues logged. But there were multiple, I think it was like 33 kids or something like that. I can't remember the number, but it was a number of kids that same year that Daniel vanished.
And part of that reason, it seems like why that was, is because San Bernardino seemed to basically take, like CEDU's word for it, like, oh, we've got our own, operation in-house, right? We have our own search and rescue team that's going to handle this, which is sort of what happened with the case of Daniel, right?
That's right. I mean, very quickly, the program, CEDU told Wayne and Lisa, they said, look, Daniel's run away, but we have an excellent private investigator who specializes in tracking down kids, and here's his number. They kind of washed their hands of having to then have any correspondence with Wayne and Lisa, because they said, here's this guy, Keith Raymond. He's the best of the best. He'll find Daniel, for the right price. And that's how Wayne and Lisa ended up hiring Keith Raymond
and his wife too.
And his wife, Cindy. to search
his then wife,
for their son. And he's the one, I mean, we can get into it, he's not very credible, but he is the one that ended up doing a more extensive search down the backside, he says, into the surrounding communities, and then eventually...
We don't know if that actually happened, that's just what he says.
Exactly.
Right. And he was also, both Keith and Cindy were, I mean, they're in the employee records for CEDU as escorts. So, and he's made a number of different statements that all contradict each other, but for the most part, it does seem like he was employed, as some sort of staffer at CEDU as well. So he's double dipping, which is not uncommon too.
I mean, it's a fascinating element about the entire industry. So, the so-called troubled teen industry, which some people have said is as big as, $1 billion. Aside from the programs themselves, there's all these adjacent people that also glom onto this opportunity to take advantage of desperate parents.
Yeah, cottage industries.
Absolutely. And so you can hire someone to escort your kid from the home to the program. You can hire them to chase after your kid when they run away. You can hire an educational consultant who will tell you which is the best, therapeutic boarding school to send your kid to. So it just speaks to how sort of massive this industry was and how many people were kind of dipping into the desperation of parents.
Yeah, I mean, I just a personal anecdote about the escorts. I mean, these are people, again, like all this stuff is I think there's sort of an assumption of professionalization or professionalism, maybe from people who are not super familiar with the industry. But as I'm sure, like, as I experienced firsthand, as I'm sure that Josh, you got to know by dealing with Keith, I mean, most of these people are complete freaks and psychos. I mean, the first two people I ever saw have sex were these two people who escorted me to Wilderness, where they did it on a motel bed in the same motel room as me. I mean, it's totally like it's sort of like a Wild West kind of very little, if any, regulation on any of these people. You know, and yeah, they I think, you know, with regards to parents, I think that parents also assume that there's professionalism here. I mean, you know, you mentioned talking about Daniel's parents, Wayne and Lisa, being fooled by these this sort of slick press kits coming out of CEDU. You know, I know that it was a very similar thing for my parents. You know, thinking that they were sending me to a completely different kind of program than the one I actually went to. And so I think that you know, it really sets the stage for a lot of parents to be taken advantage of in this way too, by essentially charlatans, and that's one of the things that's really so heartbreaking listening to podcasts you guys put together, Lost Kids, is how Keith sort of strung the UNs along and then continued to. The final episode in particular is so galling in kind of the bullshitting that he does. But you know, I want to sort of hone in on some of the Keith stuff for a second here. So he's hired by the UNs as a private investigator to search for Daniel after his disappearance. And does he turn up anything? Does he like in the aftermath? Does he go tracking in the woods and find footprints? I mean, what happens?
Right. So what he claims is that he did hire, you know, he did an extensive search of the backside, hired a helicopter, did a helicopter search. They, you know, searched the surrounding areas, but pretty quickly he says he gets a sighting in San Diego, it's a couple hours away, and very quickly.
Pretty far. I mean, kind of shocking to hear when, you know, you look at like Google Maps, you know, listeners, if you're doing this, especially if you're driving, pull out your Google Maps and search, you know, in San Bernardino, CEDU, I'm sure it still turns up, and see how far it is from San Diego. It seems patently absurd that a kid could
3500
walk.
Seymour Road. I've done this.
Right.
I've looked this up quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an absurd distance, but sorry, just want to add that.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Blake Pursley, they had similar things. It was San Bernardino first. I think Daniel Ewens was also maybe San Bernardino, and then he went to San Diego. Blake Pursley was like Victor Valley or somewhere else, and then Denver, because, you know, a kid who walks the limb can somehow get 1,000 miles.
Right.
You know, so it's, yeah, I mean, the reality here is that the deputy who took the report had a moment there to actually search, and there evidently wasn't any kind of search to the point where I'm trying to ask him directly, did you ever like look in the boys' dorms? Did you ever look in the lot? Like, where did you go? And he won't respond at all. But the truth is that there was a golden moment there to really thoroughly search before the Ewens hired the Raymonds.
Right, and which is, and in the absence of the police actually doing their job, is how someone like Keith Raymond can step in and say, you know, I'll take up the mantle here, I'll do the search, and he comes up with these sightings in San Diego. There was a few of them, and the Ewens really, you know, believed in their credibility, and they redirected their resources into San Diego. So the Ewens are from New Jersey. They would like fairly frequently start flying across the country. And, you know, they were standing outside grocery stores with Daniel's sister handing out missing persons flyers.
And also Daniel's friends.
And Daniel's friends as well.
Yeah.
Who we interviewed in the podcast, Nick Galeta, you know, was... So, I mean, one of the things that the Ewens realized was like, okay, if he's alive and not contacting us, then we are facing another problem, which is that he's not going to want to talk to us if we find him. Yeah. So they brought Daniel's friend Nick in the hopes that, you know, at least Nick could make that contact.
And Nick thought it was bullshit. I mean, I interviewed him too for the last piece, and he was very, very suspicious of the Raymonds, and he was very, I think in a sense he was kind of hurt by what Keith was claiming too, which was, you know, Nick was pushing back on some of this dubious stuff that Keith was saying. And Keith would kind of double down and say, Daniel just wants basically new friends, or, he's outgrown the
Right.
old ones. And that was very offensive to his best friend, who, in some ways, I see Nick sort of as a Sea-Doo resident who just never went to Sea-Doo because it was such a huge part of his life now, and such a trauma to watch his best friend go away for unknown reasons. And then the next call is really, can you go out with his mom? Fly, across the country to start looking in San Diego, and his instinct was to go to Sea-Doo and look at Sea-Doo and kind of get a sense of where this place was that his best friend vanished from, which is a normal impulse, right? But he was, as he said, he's with his best friend's mom, who was clearly just trying to process it all. And what is he going to do? He's 16 years old.
I think what comes through in both of your reporting very much is that Keith's response after kind of what seems like, I mean, I'll say it if, no one else wants to say it, but it's what seems like, kind of a total, just like, I don't know, what's the turn of phrase? Rabbit chase?
He's just
like
it's
one
just
red
like a
herring
rabbit
after
hole.
another,
He's-
really.
Yeah, red herring.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a total, it just seems a bit of a farce of a kind of search in San Diego with these like poor leads and, I quote unquote eyewitnesses that completely break down like on immediate inspection by like anyone. But that then his response is, well, like you're saying, David, like his response is like, well, actually, Daniel just wanted to run away. Actually, Daniel just wanted a new life. Actually, Daniel just wanted new parents, which eerily mirrors the exact response of Sea-Doo, right? It is like almost like the literal exact same response and same attitude that Sea-Doo took to get everyone to stop paying attention to this missing kid.
Yeah,
and
I
stop
mean,
asking questions.
It seems like what he's doing is essentially like it's a cover up, and it's a cover up to parents that are really receptive in some way to the cover up, because the alternative means that their child is dead, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's either your kid is gone and doesn't want to come back, or your kid either died at Sea-Doo or died after running away from Sea-Doo somewhere in the San Bernardino Mountains. And those are, as your interviews with them show, like pretty unacceptable. I mean, there seems to be, especially more unacceptable to Daniel's father. And I totally understand that. I would want to believe that my kid was alive and hold any shred of hope that he was out there, but just, resented me. God, that's kind of a nightmarish, set of possibilities.
Right.
And the thing is, it reminds me so much, because when I did successfully run away on a home visit, and my parents hired a private investigator who did the same thing. They're like, oh, we've heard that. Yeah, afterwards, I never saw hide nor hair of the guy, but they said, my parents told me afterwards, like, he's like, yeah, the private investigator said he had heard reports of you on Hate Street and all these various places that like I never went to. He was just completely making all that shit up. I mean, it's so obvious, especially in that final episode. I mean, I think people should listen to it themselves, that like Keith is such a fucking liar. But it does seem like he has this weird thing where he's covering it up, and he even gets in contact with the UNs like years and years and years later on his fake deathbed.
Right.
That is such a bizarre twist.
It's
And this
so
sort of
bad.
contrite
We'll get
method.
to that. We'll get to that's a whole other part of this.
Well, I mean, but it is interesting how, like what you pointed out, is that he's clearly not truthful. I mean, clearly like, covering up stuff, lying stuff. I mean, I don't know what his motivations are. Was it just to make money? Is he covering up because he knows more information? But he's also clearly a terrible liar. I mean, some of the corners he backed himself into are bananas, and one of them was a claim. So he reappears in 2018. We don't know why, but suddenly saying, this was the case that always haunted me. I couldn't find Daniel, and I just I'm on my deathbed. Is my last dying wish to find Daniel, and kind of goes onto the news, claiming that he had restarted the investigation, and lo and behold, he had discovered that somebody at Hilltop Park in San Diego, the very same park, which is where one of the sightings happened, 14 years earlier, had seen Daniel again, and And for the Ewens, they obviously were really heartened to hear this, and that he was going to take up the case and started looking into it. But the claims that Keith starts to make are out of this world. I mean, one of them is that as he's searching, that he receives a voicemail message, and it's initially a voicemail message from someone saying, "I know you're looking for Daniel. He doesn't want to be found."
It was an anonymous.
Um,
Yeah, it was
an anonymous message.
Right.
Then
Well, that's
when
what he said. When you interviewed him, it was Daniel himself, right?
Exactly. So when I interviewed him, he said it was Daniel himself, and I knew it was Daniel because he had a Chinese accent. Daniel Ewan's parents are from China. Daniel, I mean, we told this to his best friend Nick Galeda, and Nick lost his mind because he's like, this kid is born in New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Right. But there's a supplemental police report that was added on, obviously, in 2018, 2019, and they interviewed Keith Raymond too, law enforcement, and he changed it a third time. It's now a psychic that sent. So we went from anonymous. We didn't have that document for the podcast. I got it later on, and I was like, so I was trying to press him when I was interviewing or whatever it was. We were trying to do for the last piece, and we're saying, okay, was it an anonymous person? Was it a psychic? Was it Daniel? Who? Can you please just stick to one story?
Wait, so he changed his story from he got this mysterious voicemail from Daniel Ewan himself, and then from an anonymous caller being like, give up your inquiries, they're useless. And then he told the police that a psychic, as in somebody who possesses psychic abilities such as reading the future and possibly telepathy, was the person that called him and told him that Daniel
I mean, I think I sent you guys the police report. I mean, it's in the supplemental. I think it's page 4 of it, and it's very, very strange. And we published that, for LA Mag, because it's just he's all over. Keith Raymond is all over the original Runaway Report because the deputy, he's now captain, but at the time Robert Warwick, basically what he's saying is the parents hired a private investigator, meaning we don't have to do much. And then 2018, 2019 supplemental police report all over Keith Raymond because he's being interviewed. There's follow-ups now. The law enforcement in San Diego, law enforcement in San Bernardino are actually trying to determine are these credible at all, and none of them are. So again, Daniel Ewan's story has been transformed by the Raymonds, and I did try to. Josh? Did you try to interview Cindy too? Right at the salon.
We did. Yeah.
And she just shut the door. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Same with me too. The one thing that she did state was, that she's divorced from Keith, and then also she claimed she didn't know, she couldn't remember anything about this case, but she knew exactly how long it's been since it occurred, roughly. Right. So she's part of this too.
Well, I think it's one thing for San Bernardino police. They're looking into, what Keith Raymond claims, and he changes his story to say it's a psychic. But that's not the story that the media and the family got, right? Because, from all of Keith Raymond's, either his sightings or whatever, it kind of kept this story alive as Daniel is still out there. His face on People magazine, leaflets, and on true crime, kind of missing persons, docu-day drama, soap. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's a kind of genre, television genre. Yeah,
Court
tabloid.
TV, right.
Yeah, Court TV, absolutely. And they never got that side of the story. They never heard that it was, actually maybe it was a psychic that called me. And so you have to sort of
they certainly got the bullshit though. They just chose not to. And that's the other part of this, is that, this tabloidy media that's obsessed with missing persons, and especially even the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they've really reinforced this narrative of the sightings, of being alive. They've completely ignored investigations. They've ignored the podcast. They've done so deliberately. I've spoken with Nick. I've spoken with the senior producer just as 3 weeks ago, saying, look, this anniversary is coming up. Please don't just exclusively interview the Ewens. Please, I'll give you any sort of information. What we're doing right now here, I wanted to do with Nick and with Angeline Hartman, who's the director of communications, because she was interviewed on Court TV in 2021. This is a year after the podcast came out, and she's leaning into Keith Raymond's claims. She's saying, maybe Daniel has a family now and he's in San Diego and whatever. And it's been such an insult to those of us who care about this story and really want justice for Daniel, because it's just not based on anything that we've seen. There's no evidence of this, and there's no other side to it. So 3 weeks ago, I'm on the call with the senior producer, and I'm saying, let's just please do this. Or if you do want to interview the Ewens, just let me send you some other relevant information. And the response back was, we're declining cooperation. And I just assume they're not going to do anything. And then I get a message from Wayne Ewan saying, by the way, I just was interviewed by NCMEC. And the questions were, if Daniel's listening, what would you like to say to him? And there's nothing about the fact that there's a homicide number attached to his son's case now. There's nothing about the police. There's nothing about what's really happened post Lost Kids, or Detective Rosa losing her cases, or anything that I've done in LA Mag. There's just none of it. So at a certain point, are we now just fighting? What's the point of this, really? If there's multiple narratives, and they're all sort of competing for attention.
So I think that's something I want to really drill down onto is the homicide angle of it, because as I think we talked about last year, but I really want to bring up here is that these cases, which were missing persons cases, had the letter H attached to them in 2023 and then backdated to 2022, meaning that they're now in homicide, which is very, very different. That's yet another narrative, actually. I mean, because you have the Daniel is missing and doesn't want to be found. You have that, that Daniel is possibly, dead somewhere out in the San Bernardino Mountains, and then you have homicide. And they are given, and they're looked into by this detective that you have some contact with, and then they're essentially like shunted into like cold care. The cases are shut down. Could you tell us a little bit about what the sort of the new aspects of that of your dealings with the San Bernardino Sheriff Department are?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just go back a little bit here. So late November of 2021, or let me go back even further. So for decades, all 3 CEDU missing kids, these cases were open but inactive. They were all in the Twin Peaks station, which is the patrol station in the San Bernardino Mountains. That's part of the Sheriff's Department, right? And these were just cases you just didn't want to touch. So they were never investigated properly. No one was looking into them. And then in November 2021, a newly promoted detective to that station, her name's Alicia Rosa. She comes on the scene. She's looking at missing persons cases in the region. And she stumbles on the fact that 3 kids vanished from the same location, which is rare. So she looks into CEDU. She sees my stuff as Medium Anonymous. She saw the Lost Kids too. She reaches out to me. She wants help navigating this world. So I come on to essentially I'm assisting her case, and what she's doing is she's looking at all 3 of them simultaneously. And she's mainly focusing on John Inman and Blake Pursley just because they're older, but also looking at Daniel Ewan too. And it's a very intense few months. And she realizes, wow, this, her instinct here is that there's maybe foul play involved. She wants to get cadaver dogs on the campus. She's, there's probable cause. She wants to go, get a search warrant, go to a judge, all these things. But she also wants to get even more professional help than whatever is available to her within the Twin Peaks station. So she reaches out to Team Adam, which is a service that's part of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It's just for law enforcement. And they have like investigative advice and search analysis and technical support and equipment and all the stuff you really want. So it's a 2-step process for approval. So the approval did come first from Team Adam. They had an investigator. Detective Rosa was clearing a workstation for them in the office. We were both trying to find places where they could lodge the idea I had was they could go rent out CEDU's property because it's a retreat center, and they thought it was a great idea. So you're going to sleep where you search. So that was late January 2022 when the approval for Team Adam arrived. In order, the next step was clearance from within the sheriff's department themselves. So in February of 2022, Detective Rosa presented these cases to detectives that are within I guess they were homicide cold case detectives. They're part of the Specialized Investigation Division. So detectives drove up the mountain. She presented these cases. Rosa's captain at the time, Don Lapierre, was there, I believe. And the assumption was, after she presents these cases, they give their clearance, and then Team Adam could fly out and do their thing. And that would have been incredible. But what ended up happening was Homicide Cold Case said, we want all 3 cases. We're going to take these cases. And essentially, Rosa was fired from her own cases. That was basically how she put it. And then the new lead, so all these cases were then taken off the mountain into San Bernardino City, and then nothing happened. So the new lead detective, he was a homicide cold case guy, his name was Eric Ogaz, and he was the lead investigator now. And in April of 2022, it still seemed like things weren't being worked. They weren't being prioritized at all. So I don't know why they were commandeered if they weren't doing anything, but they weren't. So Rosa tried to get her cases back, and Ogaz seemed to be receptive to that. He supported the idea of Rosa getting these cases back. And he also supported Rosa going on record and being interviewed about CEDU. He thought that might actually produce leads. That was denied. She was gagged, put under a sweeping overbroad gag order. It was denied getting these cases back. Nothing could happen. So then that was in April of 2022. In October 2022, I kind of blew the whistle a bit with the first LA Magazine piece about this. And then the following month, November 2022, Homicide Cold Case still wasn't working. So even though there was some public outrage, even though people were starting to catch on that maybe these investigations should be ongoing, maybe Rosa should have them back, they still were just kind of ignoring this and refusing to work it. And then things really changed starting I guess around November 2022, or around then, another detective, Edward Hernandez, took over from Eric Ogaz. And he's a different type of detective. He doesn't really respond to anything. He doesn't respond when people try to send him information about these cases. And then this is where things really get kind of messy. So in March of 2023, 3 things happened. The first is that I think Rosa was trying to get them back a second time, and it was there was some rumors that maybe her captain was going to be retiring, so that might be an opportunity to get her original cases back, implying that maybe he had a hand in making sure that they weren't being worked. The same month, another article was published in LA Mag that I wrote about Daniel Ewan. And later in the month, Rosa informed me that all of these cases now had a homicide number, the same number for all 3 cases. And what that did was completely prevent her from ever requesting them back, because what a homicide number does is it effectively acts as a barrier that prevents outside law enforcement divisions from assisting on cases. So it is now property of a homicide cold case in San Bernardino. And that's, the fact that it coincided with us spotlighting, the mishandled investigations just seems really concerning, because it was tacked on for 2022, but it was done in 2023. And that's a problem for us. And then in April, I co-wrote an open letter to Sheriff Dicus about this. My editor had helped with this too, hoping that at least if we kind of went big and went public, there would be some response to it. But Dicus ignored it. And then in May of 2023, I received an email, my editor did too, from Public Affairs, but on behalf of the entire department, stating that all communication was over about this. And then the following month, the legal director for the First Amendment Coalition sent another letter to. I mean, I wrote a letter, but he sent his own letter. The legal director of the First Amendment Coalition to Sheriff Dicus as well, just to talk about these sweeping, overbroad gag orders that aren't justified by any legitimate law enforcement concerns, like none whatsoever. So we thought maybe if we had like this organization helping, that would do something, but it didn't. He ignored, the whole department ignored it too. And then as of December 2023, County Council confirmed again that, all department members will not speak about CEDU at all. So there is, this massively influential institution, 50-year reign or whatever of this institution, and it's completely off limits for any outside scrutiny, which is very, very, very disturbing.
Yeah, I just want to hammer that home for anyone. We have some members of the media listening, and so I just want to hammer this home that since you put out the podcast, since you published 2 pieces, that the San Bernardino Police Department has completely stonewalled any sort of any questions, any insight into their relationship with CEDU, into their relationship with, what was handled in terms of these missing kids. It wasn't so much that they shut down when Keith Raymond was running about, saying that, oh, maybe he's in San Diego. Oh, maybe he's still alive. Oh, maybe, he just wants to be left alone. That's not when they shut down like any kind of, openness about these cases. It was when, people started asking questions and pointing to connections that the San Bernardino Police Department and the local government in San Bernardino had with this institution, CEDU. So I just kind of want to bring it back around before we have to wrap up, because I think it's really important to highlight that. What do we know about the kind of lattice work between this, the local government, the police department, and CEDU, more so than, we talked about at the beginning of the show?
I mean, one thing I can add is that, CEDU was a really important part of the local economy in Running Springs, and it employed, beyond just the staff that worked there, there were people that were catering and the medical staff and all kinds of stuff. It's not, Running Springs is not a big town, so there was an incentive to keep the place operational and the town happy that way. And I should say that also CEDU is not around anymore. It shut down. There was court cases that happened. The UNs were part of several court cases that CEDU faced. But those staff, in terms of accountability, many of those staff went off to work at other places. And this is the long history of the so-called troubled teen industry, is that there's a pattern of a place getting shut down and literally in its ashes, something else will come up, or multiple places will come up. So a lot of the staff that worked at CEDU went on to now hold very high positions inside the industry, and zero accountability there. But to your point, often it is the case that you are working within a community, and the community is happy to have you there, because for a number of these programs, especially when they're purposely set in fairly isolated and small places so that it's difficult for the residents to make it out of there, it becomes part of the economy, and it's a great...
We just fired the person that does that, but now you have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees.
Mel Wasserman, the founder of CEDU, did a great job of being a part of the community and making it known that he was a great citizen. And look at me, I'm helping out these troubled kids, and so the political connections are there, and then just to lift it up, even on a grander scale, these money-making endeavors are supported at the highest levels of both the Democratic and Republican parties. Mike Pence, Mitt Romney, these guys are invested in these programs. So in terms of the bigger political support for these kind of programs to operate, it is there, and it's very hard to dislodge them from their existence. There just is not good regulation that exists to make these programs both beneficial and safe.
Yeah, I mean, and going back just to Daniel's case, though, or all these cases, that this was an opportunity. Keith Raymond, Rosa was able to track him down. He was in Wyoming, and she considered him to be someone that really needed to be interviewed. Maybe under polygraph. This is someone who knew a great deal more than what he was saying, and here's this person who you finally get to a point where there is a law enforcement officer who does take this seriously and wants to solve this case and thinks that there are individuals that can provide information if pressed. And then she can't even do this because she doesn't have the cases anymore. So if they're just rotting away in San Bernardino City, this has been now for 2 years, right? This has been ongoing. And if Rosa had had these cases for 2 years, I firmly believe that she would have solved one of them by now. And I mean, honestly, I've spent the last couple of years living Lost Kids season 2 to the point where I feel like Josh's voice is narrating. I can hear it because it's just, this really happened in some ways as a result of the podcast. And they obviously these homicide cops are listening to true crime podcasts too, and they kind of want to be on it, some of them. And yet there's just no dialogue, and we're still left in some ways, we're 20 years of the same narrative. And at a certain point, something's going to have to change, or it's just going to be us doing our little podcasts, and then Nick Mick and the tabloid media saying he's alive in San Diego, and the parents have the biggest voice of all at this point, and they're just going to go wherever gives them hope. So it's really, do you want hope or do you want the truth? And that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's also, I don't want to. Obviously, I have no idea, but I think that there's also the possibility that in at least one of these kids' cases, it could have been a case of restraint gone wrong. I mean, that happens at these programs often, and so it could really be a literal homicide and not just shunted off to that as a sort of bureaucratic runaround to not look into it. We don't know because nobody's looking into it now. That I mean, I think it's worth pinpointing that when these cases started getting attention, when you guys did Lost Kids, when you wrote those articles, that is when this sort of other kind of cover-up happened. This brief, this one detective looking into it, and then that there's completely just being shunted away and essentially locked in a drawer. And not only that, but you said you had the county council emailing you being there's no, this stuff is not coming up anymore. I mean, that's pretty astounding for cold cases that are 20, 30 years old at this point.
Yeah, and when it's very hard to make sense of Keith's, word salads. He always throws a little bit of meat in them, but other than that, it's just incomprehensible. But he did, when I was trying to get him to divulge things, he did at one point say he did what he did to reopen these cases. And he, in his mind, he's a do-gooder. And I think there was, I think we talked about it a little bit before. There was a 14-year period or whatever. I think it was 2007 to late 2018, where there was nothing happening. The Ewans were not in communication with Keith Raymond. They weren't in communication. They were dissatisfied with missing persons organizations. They were dissatisfied with everything. That's why they ended up going to me. It was a last-ditch thing, was to talk to a survivor that maybe could do something. And then immediately, Keith Raymond reappears. I think it was the same month even, with this desire to find the kid. And then magically there are sightings, and then after that it's magically there's this voicemail. So the Ewans lost interest in me until a couple years later, until we were doing Lost Kids. So I mean, I think Josh could talk about this more, but Keith has his own beliefs about the local law enforcement and their role in all of this too. And some of his things he's saying are correct.
Totally. I mean, you're right. I don't think he has a lot of. He's very aware of the local law enforcement's failure to step in. I mean, it helps his case. It helps his brand to be I'm going to be the savior here and do what the police should be doing. But yeah, look, I mean, even his view, he seems to have hung out at CEDU a fair bunch and even attended some of the so-called therapeutic sessions, the profetes, and we talked for a while about them. Like on that side, he actually seemed quite sane and seemed to like echo the things that we were discovering about the weird CIA-like torture tactics that they were using in the program. You know, he was very sympathetic to why kids would be fleeing from the place. So he clearly has an awareness of what the program was about and of the failures of the police. It's just when he gets to his own work that things become pretty shady.
Well, he also sort of faked his own death while you were trying.
Well,
to
this is his go-to move when things. So like, I mean, when we talked, he said, you know, I promise you, I'm going to send you this voicemail message. Just email me. And you know, next day I email him and I said, great, like I'd love to hear that audio. And after pressing him a couple times, I get a message from his email account that said, hey, I see that you've been emailing with my brother. This is Steve, and my brother is about to die. Sorry, he can't answer. It's just like
you really, I mean, you guys are not kidding. He really does seem like one of the worst liars. This happened to me with Nicholas Rossi's wife. Messaged me and being like, "You're killing my husband" by asking him if he's
wife in quotation marks.
Wife. Well, no, she was really his wife, but I don't know if she.
I don't know if that was her emailing either.
I don't know if that
That's
was.
what I
her.
mean.
There was definitely him behind it, but yeah, it's a very similar kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the question that I had for years was why San Diego, and I finally got the answer from the Ewens. It was almost it was a very casual way. Did the Ewens ever tell you, Josh, that the Raymonds had relatives in San Diego?
No.
So they did. They told me because I never understood why San Diego. And then I think it was Wayne or Lisa pointed out that they had family in San Diego, and it was like, well, don't you find that kind of strange that this area that Daniel didn't know whatsoever, and now he's like reportedly there, and the source for that information is a person that can control a narrative about a certain region, and they didn't think that was anything weird at all.
Well, it's also it gives him a free place to stay when he's in town too, to save on the costs.
Right. Yeah.
Well, guys, we got to wrap up. Just a couple things. One is there anybody that are like, because you know we've talked about basically this decades-long cover-up of even trying to find out what actually happened. Not even necessarily covering up the truth, but covering up any ability to find out the truth in the first place. Is there anybody, like our listeners can email or call or annoy in some way that is related to this case?
I say annoy the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. Do what I've been doing. You know, call up the Specialized Investigations Division. Contact the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and ask why, you know, what are these cops doing, and why were these cases taken from Twin Peaks, and just annoy them. Public outrage is going to help, and at the same time, it's just, you know, as many eyes on this topic as you can get, and as people care about this and realize just how much bullshit there is, that, you know, that can help, you know, just kind of being investigative, and also pushing NCMEC and other tabloidy places, and pushing back against this narrative that doesn't make a lot of sense, or asking to see evidence. That can help, but really it's just going to take us, really. I think I said that a year ago. It's going to take people like us. It's going to take more podcasts, docuseries. You're going to have to fight institutions with institutions. And the more you can get, perhaps something remains solvable.
Yeah, I'd say too, you know, if you're a big time publication out there looking for a, you know, blockbuster story, this has it all. It's got missing kids, it's got, you know, a cold case, it's got weirdo Keith trying to, you know, fake his own death, it's got a literal sheriff's department called Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks. Well, that's already yeah.
Right there in the name.
Little on the nose there.
Little on the nose. And it's got a quite frankly, a multi-billion-dollar industry that makes a lot of fucking money, you know, on the abuse and possible killing of kids.
Well,
Perfect.
on that note,
You summed it up well.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. I mean, I went to one of these places when I was a kid, and I tried my best not to ever think about it until about 6 or 7 years ago. Actually, really until I went to rehab as an adult, which I did need to go to at that point. And a counselor there and I were talking, and I was just telling about my child. And this was like a regular kind of like program, and I mentioned that like I went to this thing that was like, I knew that it was from CEDU. I didn't know about Synanon. I was like, it was from this thing called CEDU, and then we sort of got talking about Synanon. He had gotten basically abducted by them when he was young, yeah, and like they'd give him a bunch of potassium. It was weird, but since then I started looking into it, and then like really kind of going back and I guess in the parlance of today, like unlocking some of the trauma that I experienced there. But listening to Lost Kids was the first time I'd ever like really heard in media like, oh my God, like this is like a description of what I went through. And then reading Running My Anger, David, your piece on CEDU was just like very revelatory to me because it's I mean a major part of my life. And yeah, I mean, I gotta say, just it's just such an infuriating case. A kid died at one of my programs, and at Sagewalk, which was, as Josh, you mentioned Romney, Sagewalk owned by a subsidiary of Bain Capital.
Right.
And there was a homicide that was investigated as a homicide, and I think probably could have been charged as a homicide. But another one of those things. It's like this is a boon for the local economy. It employs all these people. There's a lot of money behind it, and then it just got nothing, no follow up, and then the cop died, as I found out when I tried to call him. And so it's just this stuff is really. I mean, these are 3 missing, almost certainly deceased children, and. Dozens of adults that were supposed to be the people keeping them safe, from the people that had charged them at CEDU, to the sheriffs, to these private investigators. These are all people who are tasked with one of the number one goals of any of those people is making sure a child doesn't die. And they not only failed at that, they have spent decades in various ways making sure that they mislead the family, and that they can cover up their own guilt. So there's a lot of guilt here, and there's ironically for CEDU, nobody taking any accountability.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, right, totally.
So thank you guys for coming on. We will link to basically everything we mentioned on this in the show description, and appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
This is great. Thank you again.
Am I crazy? Do they call it San Berdue sometimes?
Never heard that in my life.
San Berdue. Am I
San Berdue?
fucking making that up?
That's new to me.
I feel like that was a 60s thing to call it San Berdue.
It could be, but never heard that.
Never really been there.
Yeah, I mean,
Have you been to Idlewild?
no.
It's not San Bernardino, but it's also.
Wait, Idlewild is up. Is that towards?
It's like I feel like it's a Joshua Tree style place.
But it's for mountain people.
But it's for mountain people.
Mountain/lake people.
For
Isn't that kind of like Lake Arrowhead, or is it on the way?
Stretching my topographical and geographical knowledge, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. I remember there was a store in Echo Park called Idlewild, and it sold T-shirts that said like, "Feminism is cool."
Feminism is. You know what? Check this out. Feminism's based.
That'll be the new one.
Are people still saying based?
I think people like Elon Musk. I feel like Elon Musk says beast a lot. Like I imagine him like fucking high as a kite, running around like these poor developers' desks, being like, based.
I thought of a new based feature.
Oh my god, that
add.
new the new update based.
You should be able to make calls on Twitter. It's or X. It's based. Yeah.
Oh, you should be able to trade crypto on X. Based.
I wish the internet was illegal so bad. There was like some fake news bullshit that like the Houthis were gonna cut this like fiber optic cable under the Red Sea that would destroy the internet. And like, I mean, obviously it's not gonna happen, but like, you know, you could just, isn't there just like a bunch of fiber optic cables you could?
Oh yeah, people have talked about that. You know, I will say people used to talk about that a lot more in the Ed Snowden days, because also kind of right after the Ed Snowden stuff, because part of the dossiers that got leaked, you know, they had these maps of where all those cables and shit are, but also the big NSA black. They're not black sites, but they're computer black sites. But the big NSA hubs for servers and shit that are, you know, I know where one is in LA, and there's a bunch all over the world.
It's
People
just
talk
like
about, you know,
physical
pipeline
infrastructure of the
action.
internet. Yeah, I would say make more pipelines. School to prison, oil, maybe fucking coke. You know, that would cut down a lot of the border stuff. But you were saying.
No, I think for fake news, like, I think it's okay to have a little fake news. I think everyone should be able to have a little fake news.
Yeah.
Like, just little, like, okay, that was my little fake news for the week.
The Houthis are going to cut the fiber optic cable
This is
in the
what they
Red
don't tell
Sea.
you about fake news. It's fun as hell.
It's really the only kind of news you want to tell anyone about.
It's the only kind of news that you want to read.
Yeah.
The fake news.
Yeah, true.
Here's what sucks, reading the real news. You know why?
Horrible.
Not great.
Not
but the fake
great.
news, kind of interesting.
Fake news is
Makes you think.
I view fake news as this, as it's sort of the icing on the real news cake. You know
That's
what I
why.
mean?
And you don't want to have too much, because then when you get too fat, you get sick, you get diabetes. So you just have a little fake news as a treat.
Yeah, true. So if you're listening to this, ladies and gentlemen, keep that Daily Mail subscription,
Yeah.
keep that New York Post subscription, and keep reading that fake news.
I'm Liz.
My name is Brace. We are, of course, joined by producer Young Chomsky. The podcast is called True
Anon. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Come in. Jeffrey Epstein.
Hell no. Hell no. Good morning, Jules.
You on the phone with mom?
Yeah, she called this morning.
I was like,
What?
well, no, I was just normally when you. I was like, oh, I don't think we're friends, and I was like, then you didn't even. Zooming. I was just up.
Was.
Yeah.
Jules. That was good, dude. That was so good.
Yeah, I know.
Did you see the one I sent you with its like
You are now my elite employee.
Oh, I don't find that one funny.
You don't like that one?
I keep getting it all over my fucking employee page.
It's
where I'm just
funny.
like, I don't think it's
I love that one. She's like, we had to. She's like,
I just
We
don't.
had to fire someone. You're now promoted. You are now my elite employee.
it's just so funny.
Did you do the bathroom? Or did you just I thought. That's the bathroom just gotta do. And if not, just send it. No. Okay. I talk. I hear doing the bathroom is out. That's a I'm disabled.
hard C sound, so it'd be like franc.
Francs. Yeah, it would be a
It's kind of like
franc.
trail.
Franc. I'm franc Zach. Franc Zach.
So fucking stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our stupid fucking
That was
cold
so
open. We gotta
dumb.
move
The
away
one that
from
we-
cold open.
There's no moving away. We just do whatever we want.
We need to figure out. And that they can cover their own guilt. So there's a lot of guilt here. There's ironically for Sea-Doo, nobody takes any account.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you guys for coming on. We will link to basically everything we mentioned on this in the show description. And yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
This is great. Thank you again.
Am I crazy? Do they call it San Berdue sometimes?
Never heard that.
San Berdue.
San Berdue.
Fucking making that up. I feel like it was a 60s thing called San Berdue.
It could be, but never heard that.
I've never really been there.
Yeah. me neither.
Have you ever been to Idlewild?
No.
It's not San Berdue.
Wait, Idlewild is up. Is that towards,
It's like I feel like it's a Joshua Tree style place.
But it's
you know
for
what I
mountain
mean?
people.
But it's for mountain people.
Mountain/lake people.
For
Isn't
lake.
that kind of like Lake Arrowhead, or is it on the way?
Stretching my topographical and geographical knowledge, but yeah, sure.
I remember there was a store in Echo Park called Idlewild, and it sold T-shirts that said like, "Feminism is cool."
Feminism is, you know what? Check this out. Feminism's based.
That'll be the new one.
Are people still saying based?
People like Elon Musk. I feel like Elon Musk says based a lot. Like I
think
imagine
it-
him,
yeah.
like fucking high as a kite, running around like these poor developers' desks, being like, "Oh, based."
I thought of a new based feature.
Oh my
to
god, that
add.
new, the new update based.
You should be able to make calls on Twitter. It's or X. It's based. Yeah.
Oh, you should be able to trade crypto on X. Based.
I wish the internet was illegal so bad. There was like some fake news bullshit that like the Houthis were gonna cut this like fiber optic cable under the Red Sea that would destroy the internet, and like I mean obviously it's not gonna happen, but like you know you could just isn't there just like a bunch of fiber optic cables you could?
Oh yeah, people talked about that. You know, I will say people used to talk about that a lot more in the Ed Snowden days, because also kind of right after the Ed Snowden stuff, because part of the dossiers that got leaked, you know, they have these maps of where all those cables and shit are. But also the big NSA black, they're not black sites, but they're computer black sites, but the big NSA hubs for servers and shit that are, you know, I know where one is in LA, and there's a bunch all over the world. People
Just
talk
like-
about,
There's a little
pipeline
infrastructure
action.
on the internet. Yeah, I would say make more pipelines. School to prison, oil, maybe coke. You know, that would cut down a lot of the border stuff. But you were saying.
No, I think for fake news, like, I think it's okay to have a little fake news. I think everyone should be able to have a little fake news.
Yeah.
Like, just little, like, okay, that was a little fake news for the week.
The Houthis are gonna cut
Because
the,
it's
the
fun.
fiber optic cable.
This
in
is
the
what
Red
they don't
Sea.
tell you about fake news. It's fun as hell.
It's really the only kind of news you want to tell anyone about.
It's the only kind of news that you want to read.
Yeah.
The fake news.
Yeah, true.
Here's what sucks, reading the real news. You know why?
Horrible.
Not great.
Not
but the fake news, kind of interesting.
Fake news is
Makes you think.
I view fake news as it's sort of the icing on the real news cake. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
And you don't want to have too much, because then when you get too fat, you get sick, you get diabetes. So you just have a little fake news as a treat.
Yeah, true. So if you're listening to this, ladies and gentlemen, keep that Daily Mail subscription.
Yeah.
Keep that New York Post subscription and keep reading that fake news.
I'm Liz.
My name is Brace. We are, of course, joined by producer Young Chomsky. The podcast is called True
Anon. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Come in. Jeffrey Epstein.
I got the proteins from the Cliff Bar, and let me know what you think.
Ooh. That's pretty solid.
Is that salami wrapping the cookie?
Bro, it's over. Valorant tweeted, I miss her. Oh my god, they're enabling this. The E-Daters won. Pack your bags, boys. Our bus is here and it ain't looking good for us.
Baba Booey.
WestJet. No intro today. Incredibly sad video. Now, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about Valorant on this channel, but, you know, like a chug jug, I gotta keep it 100 with y'all. Valorant. You know, I wasted thousands of hours of my life on this game, spent thousands of dollars on skins, and truly, if I could take it all back, I would. Valorant's been heading towards a degenerate future, and quite frankly, they're pandering to their weirdest part of their community, the E-Daters. Now, E-Dating isn't necessarily bad in nature. Maybe you live in
This is Valorant's top 5 Vandal skins, in my opinion. 5th goes to Araxis. This skin was one of my favorites when it came out, and frankly, nothing's changed. 4th goes to Reaver. This skin has aged like fine wine, and frankly, it's just a timeless classic. 3rd goes to Forsaken. I genuinely think this skin is severely underrated. It's so classy. I love it so much. 2nd goes to Kuronami. This skin impressed me so much. The design is so sleek, minimal, and beautiful, and the animations are just top tier. And 1st goes to Prelude to Chaos. This skin grew on me an insane amount. I genuinely used to think it was meh, now it's by far my favorite Vandal skin. This is Valorant's top 5 Vandal skins, in my opinion. 5th goes to Araxis. This skin was one of my favorites when it came out, and frankly, nothing's changed. 4th goes to Reaver. This skin has aged like fine wine, and frankly, it's just a timeless classic. 3rd goes to Forsaken. I genuinely think this skin is severely underrated. It's so classy. I love it so much. 2nd goes to Kuronami. This skin impressed me so much. The design is so sleek, minimal, and beautiful, and the animations are just top tier. And 1st goes to Prelude to Chaos.
April Valenzuela.
Heaven must be a lie. Emily. If angels can do whatever and remain in the sky, the rules are shades of gray when you don't do as you say, when you make the wretched suffer just to kill them again. If hell is
Ketamine, a hydrochloride tranquilizer used in veterinary practice. Ketamine, a hydrochloride tranquilizer used.
This is how different ranks act in VR chat.
We're from Scranton. Of course everybody says, oh my god, Scranton like The Office?
Do you regret what you did? Nah. Would you do it again? Sure, why not? This test is easy. Do you regret what you did?
You've got it twisted. I'm not the one who needs a new attitude. Maybe you missed it, but I'm that hashtag bitch, and I will do nothing less than what I please. Woo!
Hell is forever, whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it.
Gen Z is the first generation in America that has absolutely no purpose or meaning in life. This is why they have terms like doomers. You know, this is why you ask them, hey, go buy a house, get married, have kids. And they say, what's the point? Inflation is going to make it impossible to retire. My house won't be worth anything. I can never afford a house. My education was super overpriced. Every institution's corrupt. Everybody's lying to me. Everything's pre-decided. The globalists are controlling everything. I'm just going to be told how to live. Why should I strive and have any ambition when I've been basically reduced to a category and I've already determined that my category is pre-designed not to be successful? So there's a learned hopelessness inside Gen Z. And you know, all these old baby boomers, millennials, and Gen Zers, they're like, well, they just don't want to work hard. I mean, well, ask yourself this. If you honestly believe that no matter what you did, you were going to lose the game, would you want to play the game? Like, how much fun would it be to be part of a football game if you were basically told before you even took the field that you were going to lose the game? What's the point? You see this even in professional football. After, you know, a team knows they're going to lose, you know, how hard do they play in the fourth quarter? They put their second string in. They put their third string in. They just, you know, try to find another game to play because the primary game is lost. So if you know you're going to lose the economic game, you know that the system is rigged, why do you care? So good philosophies, they give you meaning and hope.
I'm trapped and it gets worse with every hour.
You're a loser, baby.
A loser,
but just maybe if we eat shit together, things will end up differently. It's time to lose yourself, loathe and excuse yourself, let hope in, baby. Play your card, be who you are, a loser, just like
Dois inúteis somos.
Inúteis nós supomos, mas se estarmos juntos não precisa ser um fim. Já largue mão da tristeza, aceite mais leveza, baby. Bota fé e me diz quem é inútil, igual.
Estás jodido, tío.
Jodido, pero si trae.
Hey guys, 5-4 pack. Contigo. Chispe, chispe, chapa, chapa, ruby, ruby, lava, lava, mágico, mi ruby, ruby, boom, boom, boom, boom, kippy, kippy.
Top 5 Hazbin Hotel songs. In our
This warm water tickles my butt so pleasantly.
Hey, Alastair, it's me.
Damn, Charlie, why do you have to scare me like that? Why are you here?
Listen, are you sure you don't want to stop being a demon? You can save your soul and become good. Isn't it wonderful to be a sinner? What do you think about this?
Everything you're saying right now makes me want to puke. I love being bad and will never become good. And you can't change that. Got it? Better swim with me, my sweetie.
Guys, you can't imagine how much strength and energy it took to get to this floor without using the stairs. I'm freaking tired and exhausted. I'm drenched in sweat, but the desire to find out what this potion is surpasses all these inconveniences. Very curious about this potion and what Alastor planned.
Everything's clear with you? Since you don't want to do it the nice way, then it'll be the hard way. And I'll make you a sinner by force. And you won't be able to stop me. I have that very potion again.
Wait, what? What potion?
The potion that will make you a normal person once and for all.
Foog, are you there? Oh my god. Guantanamo Bay was not a tropic excursion! What the fuck? So I don't like what this mysterious liquid they're giving me. It just tastes so awful, they keep saying it's lemonade, but I know it's not! Help!
Low, bro. I think they're not
What's up?
serving you lemonade. I don't think they're serving you tea. They seem to be serving you piss.
No, Foog. You're mistaken. They won't serve you. You're so Foog, are you there? Oh my god.
Unfortunately, the results came back positive. So either I pay $50 to get you that medicine, or I gotta get you pussy. I'm glad you found all this funny. You wipe that smirk off your face, because you know damn well I ain't paying shit. Unfortunately, the results...
Val? I think I accidentally switched Fox's language.
That today will be a happy day in hell.
Okay, but just don't sing to them.
That bitch is halfway down the street.
Is she?
Oh, she's dancing.
There's a warm, fuzzy feeling that wafts through the air. Every street that today will.
Wish we could turn back time.
Oh my god.
To the good old days when the back time to the good old days when the mama sang. You want my pronouns? I'm the man who don't respect.
Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wap. Dog, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no.
What the fuck I've been saying? If hell is forever, then heaven must be.
Ah, how was your day with Alistair, my minion?
That was awesome, boss. I went to this meeting, and there was a nice lady, an old guy, and a dinosaur.
That's nice.
And the nice lady killed an angel, and I was not supposed to talk about it.
Oh, I'm not so sure, and maybe you'll meet Martians tomorrow. But now it's time for sleep. Good night, Eggy. Ah, how was...
Because I like guys.
Wait, did you really just do a come out here at the dinner table?
Adam! First man, next to die.
Who the fuck are you?
Alistair! Pleasure to be meeting you. Quite a pleasure. I'm about to end your fucking life.
Alright, man, this is how you manipulate women.
My story's gonna end with me dead from your poison. Poison, I'm drowning in poison. I'm filling up my glass, but it's always hollow, full of poison. I'm sick of the poison. Wish I had something to live for tomorrow.
Kiss a boy? I would never do
Sorry, I fucked your husband.
Scopes trial of 1925. Schlatt, can you please stop raising up queso? You're not the Rizzler.
But Miss G, he phenotypes my grimace shake. I will level 10 Gaia.
Not down in Ohio, you don't. Stop trying to be Kaisenat and go back to skibbity toilets before you get mogged by iShow Scopes trial.
They thought taking you down was going to be easy. Smile to your face, plotting behind your back. That demon they bargained with made them feel invincible, distorted their reality. They had no idea who they were dealing with. Now, you're on top. And your victory is their greatest karmic defeat. Now they have to watch you walk into the sunset, happy.
You're a loser, baby, a loser, goddamn baby, you're a...
How many genders are there?
I don't know. I just got here.
Oh, I just learned. There's like 58.
I don't know.
One. Probably at least 1 million, I would think.
It's about time that I get my way. Steamrolling whatever I see. Despicable me.
No defying their fate, cause hell is forever, whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use, no defy.
Let the sky fall when it crumbles.
Hello?
Get your ass back here!
unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable. In all of my 20 years of teaching, I had never had the entire class get below.
Pass.
Adam! First man, next to die.
Who the fuck are you?
Alistair! Pleasure to meet.
I recently reviewed what it's like to live with someone who plays Counter-Strike in the dark all night talking to strangers.
I'm in bathroom. He's flashing me. It's long.
And with that video done, my boyfriend said his days of rushing B were finally behind us, to which I responded, "Sure, Jan." Then you guys just had to leave a bunch of comments like, "Play Valorant, Valorant when, Shelby's so pretty, do Valorant next," to which my boyfriend responded,
What the f is this piece of sh?
It's you and me.
His first impression of Riot Games' 5v5 tactical ripoff was, if Counter-Strike is the NBA, Valorant is Space Jam. Its cel-shaded art style, jazzy animations, and rackin' cast of smartasses beep beep are indeed pretty loony. But does being toony explain Valorant's noticeably larger demographic of screaming children?
I can't hear anything because you're yapping the entire time.
Well, all the colors tricked me into thinking it would be a more casual, less toxic version of Counter-Strike.
Quick, go down sight, Shelby.
What?
Move up and look up towards the window and stuff. To your right. Behind you.
What? Until I performed 3 times worse than the next worst player on our team and got called a f***ing stupid who should her back to the. So yes, I blame Valorant's kid-friendly appearance for gaslighting me, like,
This is an environment of welcoming, and you should just get the hell out of here.
after just a single match, I said, "That's all, folks," and slunked out.
So you didn't do shit, and you punked out. That's what happened, right?
On the other hand, my boyfriend, who got 25 kills from the free throw line with a stretchy arm, has not stopped playing Valorant because...
One enemy remains.
Let him ace.
30 seconds left.
Find that bitch.
Woo!
No way.
Camper bro, he's a camper rat, man. They call him Remy on the street.
What the f did you just f***ing say about him, you little b****? Apparently, Gen Alpha thinks they can tell grown men what to do. Like, low-key, don't play Raze if you're too old to know about satchel boosting.
Huh? You're weird. Why would a grown man know about that?
First of all, it's called a rocket jump. And grown men invented it when they were younger than you. On dial-up. In the snow. You can't just rename it purse pouncing and revoke my boyfriend's hard-earned license to Quake.
You have any idea where you're stealing from? You and your friends are dead!
Shiver me timbers, he's a grown man.
You're crazy for that. Don't do that again, though.
Yes, like every Valorant player, my boyfriend knows in his heart that he's better.
Damn, Cypher.
And therefore should insta-lock a duelist, which are every team's offensive leader, similar to a point guard in Space Jam. Unfortunately, even though he's not too old to play duelist, you little he is definitely too old to argue about playing duelist with a 7th grader.
Hello.
Oh.
You see, a happy team is a winning team. So try not to pick Jet, or the Jet mains will say,
Oh, good for you. Sake, man, you're amateur.
and don't ever, under any circumstances, pick Reyna. Because according to Valorant Tracker, 50% of the player base can't get a kill without her. So the Reyna mains will say,
No! This is not how this was supposed to go!
However, if you pick a controller agent such as Brimstone, who is more about getting assists than having any fun, the Brimstone mains will say, And that's why my boyfriend is a Brimstone main. The sweet sound of no one fighting over Brimstone, because the team's just glad somebody is playing Brimstone.
Molly!
And more importantly, it's somebody else.
If you guys weren't complimenting me so much, I would have won that round, okay?
So he's fine to stare at the wall and blow bubbles on his Pip-Boy, then sit in a corner by himself trying to remember that Molly lineup he saw on TikTok. And besides, he doesn't need bazookas, the Eye of Sauron, or whatever the is even that to be match MVP. He just needs a marshal and something to prove to those mean little boys who called him old.
They think I'm an old dog. That's the thing I'm sensitive about!
Now, I'm not saying my boyfriend is an old dog. I'm just saying he does wear a lot of splints and or braces for the stenosing tenosynovitis his dusty old joints are riddled with, and learning Valorant was pretty hard for him. To the point where he admitted, yeah, these kids are cracked. What are they on?
I'm on methylphenidate hydrochloride right now.
Plus, between the 22 agents with 4 unique abilities each, 13 maps with 9,000 callouts each, and 17 weapons with 1 made-up name each, he said Valorant felt like an entirely new language that anybody would need Ritalin to learn. Especially when the only word he knew before playing it was spike, which roughly translates to bomb in Counter-Strike, meaning for the first few days his teammates sounded like this.
Spike?
Thankfully, the good side of the community was there to help, because not every middle schooler who regularly stays up till 4 a.m. shooting cartoons is an emotionally unstable nutcase.
Shut up before I punch your mom in the titties, her, become your stepdad, and then ground your ass.
Oh, that guy? Totally nuts. But a few of these whippersnappers are some real good eggs.
You flank him and you spank him.
Reported, dude.
No, please.
Threats of physical violence.
Dude.
And despite their years, are able and willing to teach adult strangers the best places to wallbang.
Wow.
And how to be a masturbator.
Sounded like a sky flash, dude. Thought there was an eagle coming.
Oh, God.
Yeah, if it weren't for the wisdom of a young man named LMD then KYS, my boyfriend wouldn't be half the Valorant pro he is today. Sadly, after one magical night of top fragging together, LMD then KYS was never heard from again. I'm being serious when I say he died. Or winter break ended for K through 12 and he doesn't have as much free time. Whatever the case for his eternal logging off, I believe they will meet again. And my boyfriend can finally tell LMD then KYS.
I never said thank you.
And you'll never have to.
And if you want to be the Batman of protecting your family from Valorant weirdos on the internet, you should check out our sponsor NordVPN. I love working with...
That's good.
To the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation.
I don't think I've played Yoru since they changed him like 3 times.
Hmm. I think you can, yeah. I think you can drop the clones and shit in there.
his teleport recharges on kill.
Toxins going up.
Oh.
Teleport. Toxin screen down. Right there. Not recharged. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Healing over here.
I think there's one back there. Oh, oh my lord.
You're hit hard.
Reloading. Good work, team. I appreciate y'all for real.
Allies blinded 3 enemies blinded 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I got double blinded by Seth, double blinded by Jared. I was like, ow.
Allies blinded 4, allies blinded 3. Well, I got blinded, so I blinded. Oh, you blinded me, Seth, and then I blinded
You threw out 2 blinds, Jared, so one of them was not.
So the first one, I was throwing my bird, and then somebody blinded me, so I just panicked with the blind button.
Toxins going.
And then the second one.
Skill.
Big mid.
I think they're the tube actually.
Screen down.
Spike planted.
Alright guys, I know how to fire these blinds off now.
Enemy spotted A. Poison orb emitting.
They shot it?
Oh, ran out of bullets.
That one wasn't my fault, they shot it. Shot that one too.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Healing over here.
Go get him, buddy.
Why are you defusing like you used to be defusing?
Returning to post. Healer. Reloading.
Oh my god. Smart.
Enemies blinded 1, allies blinded 4.
Enemies blinded 1.
The rookie numbers.
Time to jump.
Yep.
Toxins going up. Here.
I'll handle this.
Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
That bird was retarded. Back to me.
What? He killed me blind.
Healing over here. Healing over here.
Last player standing.
You need to blind us.
Literally didn't even manage to heal me, Jared.
I followed the wrong teammate.
I got mine.
I got mine.
No, you didn't.
What do you mean?
Even if yours was John, you didn't get him.
You didn't kill me.
I think I blinded somebody.
Enemies blinded 2, enemies blinded 2.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Hey, Justin.
Character is very expensive.
What?
A decision on this one.
What's the decision?
I'm gonna walk like my clone.
Okay, okay. What, did they even see the clone the last time you did?
They did, they just didn't even shoot it. Ran a blind.
Okay, okay.
Well, I don't want to be over there. It's hard to kill people who die.
I've successfully infiltrated. Jared. Animal. would you do that?
Emoji Pro. Emoji Pro.
Spike down B.
I was not close enough to you guys yet.
Why would you blind? I was behind them all.
I blinded them. Didn't it help you?
You blinded me. I don't even know if you blinded them. Go look.
3 enemies blinded. I blinded 5 enemies.
Dizzy's up top.
So,
That was a bad play. I'll just say that.
Damn.
Target spotted B.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Make the right choice of profession.
I don't know how to control the bird.
You hold the button and then aim with your mouse.
A or B, B.
Yeah, how do you know they're B when you're an A?
They're going to be.
Just blinded today, so.
Maybe not, my bad.
You're lying.
Oops.
Oh my god, Justin. Justin just.
You were not even. You don't even have a gun, bro.
Sabbath 2 or.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, I wanna blind these guys.
Blinded. Hawk out.
Get in there, get in there.
Healing over here.
The hunt begins.
Healing over here.
Last player standing.
Sleep tight. They think themselves are equals. They are mistaken.
I got mine.
Me too.
I keep going to the wrong teammates. The ones I go to, just let you die. If I'm gonna take you, no, this can't go wrong.
Toxins going up.
Oh, they're all A.
Heal up, squad.
They did shoot me, didn't hit me.
Hawk out. Pull them to their grave.
Good blind.
Nothing
That
there.
was exactly
Well,
what I needed.
it goes off after a certain amount of time automatically. I can't control that.
I'll handle this.
Oh, they're all here.
I'm coming to help
You
you.
will not kill my allies.
What?
Spike down mid.
Oh, John needs to be healed. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Toxins
I saw
going
that.
up.
Good job.
Where are you on the map?
Toxin screen down. Spike spotted mid. Rain is gone.
Justin just saved your life.
I'm coming. Oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Well, I got 2 there. I should have gotten 0. Did not deserve those, but
Still there, Justin.
Toxins going up.
Last player standing.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate.
He might be AFK where I killed him.
10 seconds left.
Screen down.
Left, like, oh.
only thought that was close.
Yeah, you only thought that was close.
What the
Nice shot.
fuck
Nice.
was that?
That was kind of dark.
That was a tactical Yoru entry, is what that was. Dude, the fake clone thing has worked a couple times, but there I was worried about turning around, so I just teleported back.
I only blinded one ally.
Let's choke them.
Bird doesn't fly as far as I thought it would.
I know where it would be.
It's here.
What does a dog do? Do I have to push a button?
Thank you, appreciate that.
Spike
Anything?
planted.
Okay, I hit everybody a lot.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
3 down.
It's in the corner. Ah. 88, 154, 126, 26. Nice, just.
Annoying fly. No need for this.
Their death demands our attention.
So broke every round.
How did I run out of healing, but I only did 99 healing?
I think it's. Is it 100?
Yeah. It said I ran out of healing. So it should be 100 healing.
Rounding there.
Enemies blinded 4, enemies blinded 3. Oh my god. I'm multi-pro.
4 and 1.
Nobody acted off my blinds. My blinds are getting better.
Spike down B.
I did the fake thing. They shot around me, then they stopped. Then I come on.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
Yo, nice job, team.
The hunt begins.
Toxins going up.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Good job.
Hawk net.
You're welcome.
Toxin screen
Thank you,
down.
bro. Support.
Here. Don't get in my way.
Nice job. They're planting.
Spike planted.
Wow.
Spray through smoke. Yikes.
Well, they saw where your thingy came out of. Shoot it, shoot it.
Letting me die like that?
Last player standing.
102 jet.
What? Are they just like sitting in their spawn? More kills than you, apparently.
I'm
Trying to KDA.
No, I just don't think they're very good.
No, but
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out?
Bring your best.
Damn, 88.
Yeah, that was the worst wall I've ever seen.
Spike planted.
Wasn't
needs healing.
Feel like a healing challenge?
No, why?
Oh.
I'm MLG Pro support for my teammates.
He is healing challenge.
Here's something.
I'm gonna... Hey, go, go, go!
Yeah, you didn't blind the right one, unfortunately.
Right, me and our teammate got this. We were watching both exits.
No.
Player standing.
Oh no, little bro.
What happened to him?
Dude, I cannot believe this close.
What happened to him? Enemies blinded too.
That's the reason.
What?
They said I hate this map.
Yeah, this map is not good. Right.
I'm just trying to get my fucking ult.
I suggest you move.
Kidding me?
Okay, guys, ready? They on site?
Spike down B.
You will not kill my allies.
Last player standing.
I don't know that Jared has much of a leg to stand on.
Targets.
For what?
Spike planted.
Just like shot your gun into the floor.
I was trying to finish the blind. It wouldn't go off.
Do you know how to aim the bird?
Slightly. I blinded 4 of them.
I got mine.
Man, I hit.
I got mine.
Only because Sova apparently pushed with,
They're just like playing KDA. Get it?
Var försiktig. The battlefield changes with every play.
I just need a pocket heal. Let's do like 10 rounds to get my ult, and we didn't even take advantage of it.
They're all here, by the way.
They are trolling me. Like, what?
I have guessed right every single time.
I've never once guessed right.
Spike planted.
Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
Dantes! 74 days!
I could have killed her, but I left it for John.
John left it for Justin.
Yep.
Thank you.
Rash is ready. Is it off?
Like designated air.
I had
Last
140.
round in the half.
Top of the board. Now they're back at B, by the way. Dude, I've been freaking light shields this whole dude. Just I need it. Thank you.
I did 83 healing. Are they mid?
What the heck did I hit? I don't know.
Reyna was A.
Toxin screen down.
I'm guessing they're rotating.
The hunt begins.
Yep.
Yeah, they're here.
Oh shit, they're behind. They're in our spawn. What the fuck?
100 Jet, 84 Reyna.
Behind us. They finally go up the
Last
ropes.
player standing.
No one's been.
Spike planted.
Spend less time delving a ready fuel. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Send your diffuser in.
Mosh pit.
He's like, oh yeah, I can do that.
My buddy's defusing.
God.
They shot my wingman.
One more on.
He actually wanted to. This is the saddest part.
Switching sides.
You're all more important than words on a brief. Look out for each other.
That was. You know, when I play Duelist, I just have to get into the mentality, you know.
Kill them.
Hunt. Target spotted. Aim. Blinded.
Toxin screen down.
Sage was ropes, by the way.
Right there.
God, he doubled his kills.
No sweat. Right there.
Heal up, squad.
He's gonna carry it, and I'm gonna heal the shit out of him.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna sit here for the next 45
What
seconds.
is going on? This Reyna just insta headshots me when I turn a corner, and then
Right there.
this guy
Heal
is
up,
like,
squad.
Last player
oh,
standing.
My
Spike
God.
down A.
you know what? This
30
reality
seconds
is-
left.
This is,
I don't. What am I watching? Just all around, what am I watching? Get me out.
How does that last?
10 seconds left.
Ended.
How does it last? And how'd the Reyna run across the map? What is happening?
Just run up ropes, I'm guessing. Or he went through doors.
I got mine.
Don't let me down now.
I don't know. Mind everybody? Oh my god.
110 Reyna.
Spike down mid.
these two left again.
Don't worry, guys. We win.
Last player standing.
Now we don't win this.
He's gonna drop on your head.
Yeah.
No. Maybe they
What'd they do to him? You said, was it all really necessary?
No one will remember them.
Let's get a team. I'm just on the site. And then we win.
See you on the other side.
Yep, and then you heal him.
Yeah, if you guys stop.
Forgot the
dying,
healing part, bro.
I could heal you. Damn it. Oh my god, I've been trolled.
Let's go through this. It doesn't. Oh.
Somebody's there. Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Just one at a time, walking into
Into his crosshair. Oh my god. He missed him though.
Right there.
Bro, I believe in you.
Whoever bottom back top right.
2 seconds. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
That's true. Good advice.
Toggling.
I mean, to be fair, it's not hard to not be bot frag this round.
Every once in a while it happens. I haven't played one actually. That's why I've like strangely forgotten what move made. Sorry.
It's so nice you guys were shit about earlier.
You guys were bullying him. I told him not. Yeah, bro, we're tight. We don't worry. We're friends.
It was mostly me. It was mostly me. Trying to get back in this thing.
Scaling over here. Heal up, squad. Over here.
Yeah, I never played Sky before, so I'm just trying to practice.
Heal up, squad.
I think they're yours or behind.
Oh shit, I didn't realize you had an op.
Yeah, mid.
Oh, you're back already? Did you?
Told you, Justin.
One enemy remaining.
Nice job. I did not realize Sage has an op. Walked just right into that.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Yeah, I was trying to heal you, but there was no healing that.
I'm just trying to get LOS so I can get like Wingman on site, but didn't realize that she hadn't been off and just walked into it.
I want to see you crawl. Toxins going up.
I checked
Found
the
3
whole
of them.
site.
My ultimate is ready.
Reyna's here, Jet's here.
Healing over here.
Toxin screen down. Not recharged yet. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike.
They should have a mercy.
You just rack up like assists like crazy playing Sky, because if you heal someone and they get a kill, you get an assist.
I do have 15 assists.
No, I'm aware. Like, I think the highest record is like 100 in a single game.
Sage will be.
Target spotted. Defender spawn.
I don't think I'm getting 100 this game.
Toxins going up.
Are they still stacked A? 'Cause my brain almost says we could just leave.
Leave us.
Yeah, Viper's making a play. Let's go.
Toxin screen down. Not enough fuel. Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen down. Wingman's gonna play spike.
I'm feeling.
Spike planted.
Am I blind him? I'm gonna blind him.
Yep.
$110 maybe?
Team Ace.
Nice. I was like, I was just gonna hold and molly it if she came close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got one. This guy, the green one.
You guys got awfully quiet since we started catching up.
Like, I've been playing for a while, but I'm just out of practice.
Get out of my way!
Toxins going up.
I just Viper was diamond one season.
Yeah, my peak is only silver.
Spike down B.
I suggest you move.
Blind in the middle.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
No.
I got this ace right here.
I don't want to waste my ult here. Because I don't think I can get them both.
You're good. I believe in you.
Jesus Christ, you scared the crap out of me.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer.
I mean, if we want to try to fast take site, just chase my ult in. But
Okay, good idea.
My
yeah,
ult's
like,
ready.
I mean, here's the thing, like, Gecko ult is good, but you have to, like, fucking chase it, because it goes so fast. I'm gonna just run it, like, into that little cubby in A. Like, I'm gonna try to see what if I can get it,
Do
like,
my
to
flashes
clear.
blind your
Yeah,
ult?
pull. I don't know. Oh, you wanna go first? Okay.
Toxins going up.
Time to hunt.
Oop, that's not what it was.
Alright, I go.
Toxin screen down.
Left John. They're stunned.
I didn't get him, but we know where he is.
Coming through mid, behind you, behind you.
Spike planted. Don't get in my way. One left.
Nice. I was like, I heard someone on rope. Worst case scenario, ping. Okay, just yeah.
Mosh pit.
Last player
Where's the
standing.
plan? What?
Oh, I'm so dead here.
Oh, I trust that one.
Someone's there.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Let's go. I'll get that up for you guys.
Oh, you did you want it.
I cannot aim.
Oh my god. Maybe the Vipers shouldn't have the op.
Someone else should always take off. I have like hit me one crispy shot in the entirety of playing, and it was not, and that was not even that good. So I don't think I should have it like at all. If you want to stay there, though, I can take Spike. Oh, they walled it.
Every time.
Well, I came far.
Line of one.
Yeah, they just
I
shot.
don't know.
It's okay. Spike's still there.
Okay, fine. No, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Up here.
Toxin screen down. Toxins going up.
Jet was mid.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I hit him 40.
I suggest you move.
That's it.
No,
That's
you
over.
didn't. It went through the wall?
Yeah.
I didn't know it did that.
Oh, you
And
did.
you
That
got
Black
him?
Ult is so cool.
Oh, he's not gonna die, by the way. Go
Oh,
stay.
you got him? What happened?
Wait, what? I thought you got him.
That's
The wall grabbed him. Wouldn't let him through.
Yeah.
I was like, I can see the icon that's like this grab.
I noticed that the circle goes further the last time I did it, but I didn't realize it wouldn't kill him. I just sat there. I didn't expect him to go through the wall.
Guys, I might be 8 and 12, but I went to 19 assists. So I
mean, that's very important too.
Dude, I teleported from up ropes all the way over to there.
The hunt begins.
If I get LOS, I'll get Wingman on there.
Wingman's planting.
Mid.
There he goes.
2 mid.
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man. Right there.
I got one behind.
Another one mid. No? Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, I think there's. Yeah, I think they're all there.
Last player standing.
80?
One enemy
Brandon's
remaining.
saying here.
Yeah, Brandon's over there. 80.
That's my time.
Nice try.
What was it?
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
I missed every fucking bullet. Don't worry. I'm gonna buy my operator. Justin should have gave me.
Decoy.
Here, I got the guys. We can try to push in with them.
Cutting through.
Someone's got to chase this thing though.
Toxins going up.
Target spotted. Defender spawn.
Didn't you blind me like 10 times, please?
Toxin screen down. Time to hunt.
Go there.
Oh my god, that scared me.
Down A.
Both there, both there.
I go to Spike.
They're both on A. Just real quick.
Last player standing.
Yeah, just go.
Time to jump. I'm back.
Anybody
Any one of my creatures, it's a good thing, right?
Maybe
I'll
file.
figure out what they do eventually. On my mark.
Oh, I got mine. What?
Yeah.
Do they usually go mid?
No. Sage stays over here though. Like she's usually in the puppy thing.
Sit down.
Making a choice.
Toxins going up.
Site. 65.
Toxin screen down.
The doors.
One enemy remaining.
Toxins going up.
She's top.
Toxin screen down.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Nice.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Nice.
That was their best. Pathetic.
Nice job. I probably shouldn't have peeked that.
Read
Sudden
defense.
death.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Customs are mine. What? What? You say to me?
Over there.
Let's maybe be quiet, because if they wall it, it's gonna take so long to get through.
Don't keep them ground.
I nearsighted, slowed her, blinded her, blinded her. She must have been so bad.
Oh, she's insta walled it.
Harbor and Silver over here.
Toxins going up.
Where's my heels?
Where are you?
Toxin screen down.
Save.
Brave is gone.
Do some for who?
Lights clear.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Toxins going up.
Where the heck did they go?
Spike planted. Thanks.
They're all B.
No, Harbor and Silver were over here at first.
Harbor rotated towards B. 108.
Yeah, I baited them all over there.
Enemy spotted B.
Okay, so they lose.
From there. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Thrash is ready. Enemy spotted A.
Attackers win.
Much love, team.
GG team. Let's see, look at me beer.
Dawn MVP.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
You know how I felt like such an MVP that game for sure. That was my feeling. Very MVP.
Don was cracked on offense. I did much better on defense for some reason.
I mean, look at my assists. I carried us.
It's one way to view.
I'm in Slayer King LVP.
How come my assists don't count anything?
4 kills on offense. Hold on.
How do you see that? Oh, the timeline thing?
Yeah.
Scrape? Oh, fuck. You.
Guys, this may come as a bit of a shocker, but I have a bit of a controversial statement to make. I think Valorant skins are a little bit overpriced. This is a very, like, sudden and random video, but honestly, I want to talk about this because this is low-key, like, starting to piss me off. And I hate to point fingers, but it's also kind of your fault. This week has been pretty annoying when it comes to Valorant skins because 2 bundles have been announced. This week, everyone's been talking about the Zero Fang bundle and the new E-Dater bundle that's just been released. And quite frankly, the shrinkflation goes crazy. When it was leaked that the next bundle is just going to be a Vandal, a Ghost, and a Knife, I feel like everyone's first thoughts was, oh, okay, a pretty small bundle. What is it going to be? $40? Nope.
Highlight Dig is one of those that might be willing to throw out some picks to try to move themselves up in the standings. We have our first Smolder lock-in, and we actually will not know where it's going until later because, like I said, NACL was on this patch yesterday, and we saw this champion in both the mid and the bot lane.
Yeah, and I will say Tomo is the biggest Smolder appreciator.
True.
So even when he was not available in the last week's games, he was still playing the pick, so I feel like he's the most studied up on the champion. So even if it is a decent flex pick, I fully expect it to go over to Tomo.
I kind of think if Castle's not careful with his pick, it's going to be.
Oh!
Rich, Quinn, Smolder, what's the difference? They're both 80 carries, right?
Rich's eyes are wide open.
Let's go. All right, so for IMT, we have the Zeri lock-in. We also, I do want to call out the Ivern for Armeo. That's one of his stronger champions. We've seen him have success on that against C9.
And also Tactical with Zeri, even though he's on a 3-14, leads the LCS in kills. You can see Tomo 4th place in kills as well. So this is one of the reasons I think the bottom of the standing seems so exciting is these teams that haven't necessarily won all the games are actually leading the league in kills, which is super not normal.
Yeah, and I think it made sense to everybody going in from the off season, because at least for IMT's sake, like they had a clear identity that they wanted to play through mid and wanted to play through bot lane, and it makes sense. Ole is a trigger-happy support. If he gets a hand on Thresh, Nautilus, or anything like that, he's going to be calling for help in the bot side of the map, and we know how lane-focused Tactical is as a player, so it makes a lot of sense, and I feel like their wins have come off the back of it.
This is a really exciting draft so far, actually. I just love the fact that we're seeing the buffed up Zeri. It has hyper carry potential because of Armeo's Ivern. And we have this Smolder mystery. Not only is it going to be the first Smolder in the LCS, we still don't know where it's going to go. You can't. Okay, Smolder into Aatrox would be trash, I think.
Smolder what?
Into Aatrox would be garbage.
Yeah, I don't think
to be
garbage.
Okay, it's Tomo.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be bottom.
Yeah, it's Tomo.
What is the, so talk to us a little bit about the Zeri Smolder matchup.
So the Zeri Smolder matchup is, I think it's favored to Zeri like past level 6. I think like pre-6, like Smolder just has full advantage. Smolder can just keep pushing the wave and poking Zeri down. But I think at level 6, Zeri can just look for all-in timers.
And a question that I have is like, what support do you usually want to pair up with a Smolder in general?
That's actually a tricky question. I've seen teams play enchanters and hard supports or hard engaged supports.
Yeah.
I feel like the Milio might actually be a good pairing with the Smolder just to increase the range.
That makes sense to me. I think he's going to have a tough time dealing with Ivern just in general, having to dip in and out of his bushes. So that's a question that I would have.
But you could just get like a hard engaged support too. Ooh. I guess like the Rakan and just set up the ulti, you know?
Yeah, if they lock this in, Rel would flex to jungle. We know their lane And that also gives Ole the counter pick potential, but yeah, Ole's just gonna play Maokai, man.
He can't, because Dig banned it out.
Oh, they banned it,
yeah,
right,
Dig got rid of both the Nautilus and I assume the, well, not I assume, we know the Maokai ban is going up against Ole and not Armeo, who's already locked in Ivern.
Way support or mid.
Hey, Hwei support is not the win rate king, let me tell you. So we'll see.
Hey,
if Ole
I saw Beryl do really well in one series.
I don't know what Ole would pick here. Knowing Ole though, he might just pick like Bard or something.
Way locked in.
Yeah,
I mean, it
Bard
could
might
be Ole on Hwei support, but we'll obviously know what this last pick.
Yeah. I think any form of engage here would be nice.
Yeah.
Leona was something that was coming up to
There
mind
we
just
go.
because you're going
Yeah.
up against the Rakan. So pretty clear cut way of engaging into Dignitas' comp.
I just feel like Leon is not a very good champion right now.
Why's that?
We'll see though. I just feel like she dies very easily. When she goes in, she's just committed. It's kind of easy to just beat up.
A lot of engage on the side of Dig.
Let's see what they end up locking here.
This is super interesting.
I mean, I'm gonna hold
again,
to say
we
this is
still
still a
don't know.
flex, but it's
Actually could be Yone top lane into the Aatrox if they want to end up going. So this is a really dynamic comp from Dignitas. Actually, this is really exciting. Rel's gonna probably be their, I guess they have Rakan,
Yeah,
but
it's the jungler.
Yeah.
sole form of engage. So I'm really loving the comp that we have here. And Jat, I want you to ask the question one more time.
what's the question, Raz?
Is IMT good?
Are they?
Because even though we're talking about the draft and that has been the focus, for me it's been the play. It's something different about IMT that we've been seeing in their recent games and especially in their wins. And for me, mistakes like these that we see from Mask, where he ends up making a misplay when they go up against Cloud9, usually costs them the game. Because you make one mistake, Barons are going to be an issue, and in this play, actually, IMT not only recognized they're going to be a man down, they're sticking around just so they can dissuade from a C9 going for Baron here, but they realize one thing, and one thing clearly. C9 is dissipating, Udyr is going towards the mid lane wave, so they're actually separated. So Bard just sends the ulti, they find a 4v5 play, being able to pick off Jojo Pion, and they end up winning a fight. And IMTs in the past usually play extremely scared. Don't look for plays like that. But this is a different IMT to me, where they make a mistake initially, stick around a little bit for Baron, and they capitalize on a misplay coming in from C9, and I think they can do the same versus Dignitas.
Raz is a big Castle fan. Castle on Aatrox once again. Let's send it to the Castle. Let's get us in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's Immortals versus Dignitas, and it's time for two simultaneous debuts. Not only the first Smolder played in the LCS, as he just now became playable
any
this
major
weekend.
region, too.
Yep. It's the first Hwei in the LCS as well. They're on opposite sides of the rift. One starts out with a 100% win rate. The other one's got a big fat donut.
Yeah, and Smolder, of course, it actually was picked in Challengers, but this is the first pick for Smolder in any Tier 1 region. So I'm very excited for this champ. I want to see if we're going to get the Spear of Sojin start for him, because that has really been gaining popularity. You get so much ability haste that item is the premier source of ability haste now that they've started removing it from a lot of other sources.
Yeah.
And you are able to stack so insanely quickly.
I'm really interested in this game, specifically in this game against Zeri. I was talking to Shogo, who's a multi-region challenger player, won CLOL a couple of times, asking him about it because he was posting a lot of screenshots about, winning with it in Challenger, here's how you play it.
Yep.
And he was talking about how it feels like it has a similar role to a Zeri or a Sivir, where it might not command powerful early lane prio, but if you get out of lane without being behind, you're going to outpace your opponent. You're going to have so much AoE damage, so much scaling potential. And considering he's up against the pentakill Pikachu that inspired nightmares in players for multiple months, I really want to see how this head-to-head shakes out.
Pentakill Pikachu with a fresh, shiny buff flowers.
Yes, sir.
Base AD up on Zeri, ultimate as well here. Tactical was one of our original Zeri players too. If you remember, he had a viral clip, but Rich is surrounded.
Yeah, he immediately flashes away the root collar. If that would have hit him there, he could have been in some serious trouble.
Dude, this is such a sick draft from both squads. This game is so fun. There's so many things to talk about because Ivern is one of my favorite pairings for any jungle plus AD carry. Obviously, the one on camera now, Hwei, first LCS pick, has been pretty popular in the LEC, honestly. But Smolder here hiding from us. Flowers, who's that Pokemon? Who was behind that brush?
Who could it be?
Who could possibly be in there?
So I do have to, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to come clean about something right now before the minions spawn.
Yeah, honesty is the best policy, Flowers.
I have no idea what this dude's abilities are. Not even the beginning of a comprehension.
You're talking about Hui, right? Because I know you know Smolder.
I know Smolder's ability name.
Say him now. Say him, and you're going to like it.
Super Scorcher Breath. Achu. Flap, flap, flap.
And?
Mom.
There you go.
There. We've got all of them.
My favorite part is my favorite part is the little wiggle when he screams "Mom" and calls down the dragon. It's so funny to watch. That ultimate, by the way, since it starts behind you, sometimes for lane phase, you know, people will cast it backwards so you can get the quicker down on them. But we'll see. There's so many tips and tricks to go over. Right now in lane, though, Mask being our first LCS Hui. This is a champion that I have a lot of confidence in the team fighting of. Sometimes it can get a little dicey towards the early stages, you know, when people are ganking you, and never mind.
Hold on. Isles.
A little spicy down here.
Really low, yeah.
Can get a little dicey early on in some skirmishes and ganking, but the champ scales so well because you have just massive AoE and really strong range.
So speaking of scaling up, I do want to go ahead and just talk really quickly about a couple of Smolder points, because I know a lot of people either haven't played them, maybe they don't play AD carries, they didn't bother reading the tooltips. The break points you got to look at for his stacks, and you get a stack for last hitting with Q or damaging an enemy with any spell. 25 gets you your first AoE. Your farming is really slow until you hit 25. Then 125 gets you the ones that bounce behind, and 225 is your I'm OP now, level 16 Kale type of moment, where you're spewing true damage onto everybody with a dot. It's very, very strong, but that's what we're going to keep track of, is how fast he can hit that 225 breakpoint.
Yeah, and you can all keep track at home. Look at this nice little nifty passive tracker that they have over Smolder in the bottom right there, currently at 13. Now, generally, the aim is to get it by around, you know, mid-game, 20 minutes, kind of average. There have been some crazy ones. I was talking with, you know, the guys on the dive about it. Azale was like, he got to 225 at like 17 minutes.
That's really fast.
There are some early ones. Of course, you know, if you get some really nice bounces, you can throw your snot ball through 2 teams at once.
Man, you gotta call it. Hold on. Rich is trying to get away from a gank here in the top lane. Armeo shows up. Castle should have enough damage to bring him down here. It's first blood over to the Ivern. The burn from Red takes him out.
Yeah,
Immortals
fiery snot ball, though.
are on the.
Is that wrong?
Man, it's a tree. He don't have snot. The snot is in the pot.
Oh, the dragon.
Oh, I thought you were saying Armeo hit him with a snot ball.
No.
I was like, haven't you played Ivern?
No, the dragon is the one with the snot ball that tries to stack up with it.
You gotta stack your snot balls if you want to succeed on Smolder.
It's called a chew, and the big fiery ball comes out. Anyways, Armeo is on the invade here and did catch him on those raptors. So they got visual confirmation that he's on the top side.
Nice quick trading there coming out from Mask, as Rich again has to be careful. He's got the ward there in the pixel brush that lets him know that Armeo is hanging around. Yes, X
there it is.
Also nearby.
Got a stack.
We got another stack. He only needs 2 more, and then he has the AoE on the Q, which, like I said, is going to make it much easier to really accelerate the pacing of those stacks. You get all the ranged minions low, hit one of them with a Q, it blows up all 3. Nothing to it. Very fast farming, as he has cleared the threshold now. 26 stacks, 5 minutes into the game, he gets the first evolution.
All right, Smolder scaling nicely on bottom side. Meanwhile, pushing mid lane with Hui, pretty effortless there. Mask making good use of the mana return auto attacks, shoving in Dove, taking out so much of his HP. Half of the turret plate himself, and does get his first back.
Castle dodging away from the Q3 there from Rich means that they will not have the CC to lock him down long enough for XU to make an entrance. Even with Crash down, Castle can just get away from it, so XU has to walk it off.
Now, we can actually talk about some of the regular champions here, since there are so many things to discuss, as XU will be able to clean up all of the Krugs, because Rel is one of the best grub taker on the Rift. But Immortals, if we're examining their draft, then one of the things that goes under the radar with all of these new picks is Castle's Aatrox. And if we bring up their previous games here, Never mind, we might have too much action.
Now Tomo just face checking into the brush there. Ole immediately hitting him with the shield of Daybreak, forcing out the cleanse, the flash to follow it. Ole's getting the money, and Tomo's down.
Nice. Ole, killer instinct here in the brush. Leona flashing on him, has the ignite. Death to the dragon at #1. But there's the Castle Aatrox stats. Very good for Immortals. Last week was very good to them, and he had a couple of those ones drop. So feels very confident on the champion, I know. And Immortals here also have some really good late game options. Not just the lanes, but the Ivern plus the Zeri for later on. Hwei, really big AoE damage for a lot of these clumped up melee champions that Dignitas have drafted. That ultimate that's on display for you now is going to be one of those big tools that Mask has to counter these grouped up melee champs, as Dignitas, all but the dragon, should provide pretty good damage soaks here for Mask to be able to dump his spells into.
And as Mask continues putting points in the abilities as he levels up and really maxing out that subject disaster, the Q for all the damage, can clear out those waves incredibly quickly with that pseudo rumble ulti that he can cast through the Molten Fissure, as Isles and Tomo just absorbing some pressure here as Armeo makes his appearance known in the bottom side. Mask could get ganked by XU as he'll approach from the control warded brush.
And remember, last time around, when these two teams did play, Dignitas got the win. Mask does get hit.
Mask getting hit as the immediate follow-up with a flash from XU. They need a little bit more damage, and they'll find it. Dignitas gets their first kill of the game, and they get it on Dove.
Yeah, that's the worst of the outcomes possible for Mask, to flash afterwards. Yeah. He does not flash the chain, and once Dove hits the chain, beautiful follow-up from XQ, flashes in with the Rel, full combo, and then with Mask also flashing after that and still dying. Very, very big possible momentum here, starter for Dignitas. A Sylas getting early kills is always so nice.
Ole not afraid to just immediately jump in and fight against the Rakan. Leona being one of those picks that whenever the meta is Xayah Rakan defined in the bottom lane, Leona will eventually show up if enough time passes without nerfs because of how excellent she can play into Rakan as a champion. But Mask, yeah, the Hwei, I mean, he's got range, he's got power, he's got CC, but he has no whatsoever.
Style, he's got grace.
He can throw a puddle on the ground and walk a little faster through it, but now topside, it's Castle under pressure, and he's not going to get very far. XU takes him down. Dignitas ties the game.
XU, the highlight here for Dignitas. The first one was set up for him really easily in mid lane by Dove hitting a nice chain, but there, goes back topside, gets another gank off, takes down Castle. Is going to be a dragon in compensation here for Immortals since the enemy jungler shows topside, but that is some nice money into Rich on a Rich style top lane takeover champion. Yone, truly the possibilities of the 1v9. Trying to get that combo, the dream scenario into the back line where he could annihilate the Zeri and the Hwei, those really strong late game carries. So we'll see what Rich can do, because in the last year with Dignitas, most of the stories that we were telling were about Rich champions and stuff he was picking in the top side and his counter picks for top lane and the possibilities of running over the game there. So XU doing a good job setting up both his solo lanes so far.
Mask would be in trouble. XU staying right on the very edge of vision. Mask still stepping back up. XU's just going to try to steal away this chicken camp. You can see that it's primed with the Grove from the Ivern.
That always feels so good.
Oh yeah, just be like, oh, you wanted to come pick these up, huh? No.
You put some work into this? You spend some health and some mana to channel on this?
Damn shame.
Yoink, I'll cast Q, and they're mine.
Well, Dignitas still trying to get enough stacks here on Tomo. That's exactly what I was talking about right there. You get either all three melees or all three ranged low and then execute them with one Super Scorcher Breath together. He's up to 65 stacks. Remember, again, the next breakpoint, 125, is going to get the smaller bouncing projectiles after the first one that can help you clear entire waves at once.
And because Ivern is support-style jungler, gets to build support items pretty cheap and got the early Moonstone there with the classic Dark Seal.
Uh-oh. Mask getting jumped on here. The abscond, the abduct, the immediate crash down to follow it up. But Immortals are keeping their mid laner alive. A massive amount of AoE. The spiraling despair has found multiple targets. Dove dies first. Mask stays alive. Rich misses the target and he barely finds the kill in the back end. But now, Castle's made his rotation into the fight here too. Armeo with a root caller and Rich is about to drop. Immortals outplay him and slay him, baby. They underestimated Hwei and they do not live to tell the tale.
The Ivern with the Moonstone completed empowered shields, keeping them alive. And Armeo flashes for the Root Caller to make sure they get 2 of them. Let's take another look at just how much he's able to shield here. So as he's getting charged in on, big double one comes in, then he gets out the Daisy as well. And even though they get charms up, look at this, massive AoE, mass kiting back. He's able to put out so much. Another shield comes up from Armeo. They're able to save him long enough that they get the 2 kills. And by the time Rich comes in here with the flash ultimates, he's got no team left, and Armeo's able to flash follow him, Root Caller, to allow the rest of the team to pick it up, and the grubs will go their way.
And Hui's passive is designed for fights like that, being able to trigger the ability explosions on multiple clumped up enemy champions. That situation ended up great for Immortals. They're up 1,000 gold and a Drake so far.
Yeah, really, really exactly the type of fight that Immortals want, where Mass gets to tank it up with multiple Ivern shields, giant AoE damage coming through, giving them one of the neutral objectives as well afterwards. And now they're taking over jungle here.
There went the ulti. I have to say the name out loud because it wasn't really used for anything cool. It hit the ground.
We're not going to overdo it.
We'll
Wait
for that for later.
I'm just waiting for your big moment.
I gotta pick my moment, man. I gotta pick my moment. That was not the moment. Immortals just continuing push up here. There's that Molten Fissure I was talking about. Like once you have all the levels in the queue, once you have a little bit of AP, you just kind of blast the wave and go look for something else to do.
Yeah, it's one of the big difficulties for this Dignitas comp as the jungle's already been taken over. XU gets pushed out, but he got his Gromp.
All right.
Now huddle behind the tower as that turret plate.
Stay safe.
You know Tactical wants this turret plate so bad.
Yeah.
He's so close to it. He will get it before the 14-minute mark for sure, as they get to push in afterwards here. But it does start to get really hard for Dig because one of the things they're lacking with this team comp is the wave clear. Like we highlighted earlier on, they're fairly short range except for Tomo, except for the Dragon. Everybody is melee there. And so you're going to be... You got to come from different angles and try not to give this Hui too many nice setups here.
Yeah.
You have a big problem if AoE comes down from Ole. He sets it up. Ivern slows come down from the shields popping off of him as well, and your melees get massively AoE down. But the Dragon is a scaling. Tomo at 90 now at 13 and a half minutes into the game, so he's on pace.
Well, he's going to have to make sure he does not lose that pace. Essence Reaver completed at his first item too. I know you were thinking about builds, so going to go with that one that guarantees not only do you get the Sheen proc on your Qs, but now they're refunding more mana than they cost.
Yeah, and if you do go for the Essence Reaver start, then you're going to need to go for the Navori Quick Blades to follow that one up.
Armeo getting caught here in a 3v2. The burst from Dove is enough, and the shutdown goes to the Dignitas mid laner. Nice pickup.
That brush right there. The banana brush by the Herald / Grub / Baron pit, the Void pit.
There's a lot of people living in this one apartment now.
It's a really crowded pit now. Honestly, though, getting control wards into that brush early on into the game almost always pays dividends. Rich?
Okay, the 1v1. Castle trying to flash it out, play him, and he doesn't. Rich does not have the power of God and anime on his side. Castle is too strong.
Even with the Blade of the Ruin King finish there, loses the all-in. Castle Aatrox, you said it, brings it home again. And since they did get 3 of the grubs, he has a little bit of extra pushing power with the damage over time. We'll get a huge reward here. Solo outer tower in addition to the solo kill.
Feels good, man. 1-1 and 2 here on this guy. Up 500 gold over his opponent. Took out the turret. Should be able to go back to base and acquire that completed Profane Hydra. Massive power spike.
My favorite. That thing is so juicy. Big burst damage, but here's a look at it. And I think the big part is going to be the Q3. So there's Q1. Castle, nice flash over. God, he hits all of them.
Yeah.
Good he got the passive auto before the ult too, and then Q3's backwards right on top of him because he knows where Yone's gonna land. That ultimate's coming through, and the Q3 is coming down on your head.
Very well read there by Castle, knowing how to play against those high mobility champions, and you could see the frustration on Rich's face. He's like, damn.
Yeah.
He got me.
Completely outplayed. Topside overloaded here with Dig. Nice rotation from them. They bring over the jungle support from mid lane to allow Dove to get his outer tower as well. Get some more money into this Sylas, who, by the way, Rod of Ages got some nice buffs on the patch as well.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of extra HP and mana on that one for him.
Okay, still a very close game here. Both games so far today have not had these runaway early games for either side, as we'll see Immortals pick up another Drake for themselves. Dignitas are not doing super great in the neutral objective contest here so far, but remember, they did get the Herald off the back of their previous pick on Armeo. We're still yet to see what they can accomplish with that.
This is so fun. We're gonna get to test Zeri scaling with an Ivern on her team, by the way, to buff her up, versus the Omega Dragon scaling, and 1640 into the game, 128 now here.
Okay.
So again, we're still looking. Every scaling point is nice, but you know
225.
You know the big
It's
one.
225.
You know 225 is what everybody's looking at here.
Yeah.
And especially once you get your quick blades too, don't underestimate reducing the cooldown on your flap, the kiting ability of of the Smolder.
Sounds so
is huge for later, because the synergy's there when you're able to reduce the cooldown and keep it going as we get the charges keep on going here.
Yeah, there it goes. Big old charge down the bottom lane with a bunch of Void Mites popping out. Castle's ready to defend, though. They'll lose about half HP on that tier 2. Mask is going to take the tier 1 of Dignitas on the opposite side of the map at the same time, just letting that turret finish off as many of the minions as possible while he hits the wave. So there you go, game still just so close between these two squads. We're 2.5 minutes away from Baron spawning on the Rift. And we've got Smolder still stacking up. It was 5 minutes for Evolution 1, 16:45, you said it, for Evolution 2, and most players want to try to get this in the low 20s for the 225. You really need that true damage burn to feel like you're living your best life as a little baby Drake.
Definitely agree there. Honestly, this game, I just feel like Ivern is going to do so much work, Flowers. So much potential here with Redemption finished second. This is one of the preferred builds with giant melee clumps. If you get a Redemption, huge value from healing up not only your team and your front line here, trying to hold the line, where you're throwing shields into Castle, you're throwing the Redemption down to keep him going, make sure that squishy or lethality Aatrox stays upright, but you're going to get huge value over all these Dignitas members too. It just feels like the team fight of Immortals has so much potential to be able to destroy them, that Dignitas got to continue to look for some of these aggressive angles, and the vision, these wards are going to be a problem for them. They've been scouted, they've been seen, and Immortals here moving in.
Yeah, but they didn't have the damage dealers close enough immediately. It was Armeo and Ole far up while Mask and Tactical were trying to catch up, so Dignitas had enough time to disengage. And yeah, worth pointing out, even if we take the smallest values possible from the Redemption, it's 200 health restored to allied champions, 10% max HP true damage to enemies. If you got all 10 dudes in the circle, that's a 2,000 HP swing between the damage being done and the health being healed with minimum values. Intense stuff. We'll see how much value we can get out of that.
You what?
Feeling like the hair's a miss.
2 minutes until the
Let me
next
see it
rift
back.
is taken. It's another
Fine.
massive rift, and it's a 2-0 lead for Immortals there. Do you think Dig tries to stop him from getting Soul Point?
The
Or
hair
do you
is
say, no, we
not
gotta
the
wait on Smolder
problem.
225, fight him for Soul?
Honestly,
I
really want that Smolder 225.
That's the whole point, because you wanted to.
That is the win con here for Dignitas. It does so much. When you get that extra burn, you have the execute as well. And Dignitas, like, they will have a massive engage, you know. It's going to be explosive. They're either going to win in a big way or they're going to lose in a big way. And I have had a lot of faith here in XU's engages already on the Rel, so maybe they do find the angle. Maybe they do get that Dream Yone follow-up, you know, Rel plus Yone combinations.
And Rakan.
Yeah, Isles has definitely been performing so far this year in the LCS, and him with Flash is always deadly.
Ole wants to keep trying to fight these guys, contest for the vision in the topside river. Baron is live on the Rift now, 20 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Another 45 or so to go until that Drake spawns. As we can see, a couple of resets coming out as everybody wants to go back, get their vision, complete their items. If you know a team fight's coming up, you got to be ready ahead of time. Recall now for Tomo. I assume he's probably got the money for the Nabori Quick Blades. He goes back, and yep, there it is. Okay, 2-item power spike for him, 2-item power spike for the Sylas. We already talked about 2 items for Ivern, but he buys cheap stuff. Like, that doesn't really count the same way. 2 items for the Aatrox here as well.
Hey, two item discounts, still 2 items when they're this impactful. It was kind of nice in the off season. They gave some little buffs to a lot of the support items, so Ivern got to benefit from that as well as Ole here with the shields trying to fight that vision fight. Armeo just spamming them.
Castle not afraid to jump over the wall. Ole throws out the Eclipse there, ready to make sure that he can tank up if the fight breaks out, but Dignitas does not want to full commit to anything here just yet. Tactical will try to find whatever poke he can with the zap as Mask wants to push out the mid lane, but Tomo's happy to answer. 200 stacks
Flowers. They're gonna fight
on the Dragon. 200 stacks. If Immortals can force a fight before he hits 225, it could really change the landscape of things here as XU's behind enemy lines. A TP coming in from Dig to reinforce, but the whole crew is there from Immortals chasing after XU. Root Caller thrown out at the very last second, but XU can get away in time. Dignitas grouping back up together here in the bot side river now.
I gotta say, it didn't look like much, but that is really big. Immortals, Castle specifically, going to try and mark him and getting that Rel flash blown, finding him on the side. Good awareness from Immortals.
Yeah.
They know they're just looking out for these flanks for the all-in for Dig, that explosive engage. And Castle goes to mark the critical component of that. Now with no flash on XU, it's going to be much more difficult for them to actually make the huge play.
211 stacks on the Smolder. Dignitas is trying to buy enough time to get there, but Immortals are tired of letting him do it. Ole takes some poke from the Dragon Snot Bubble. Here comes the Mom! Immortals trying to stand tall in the river now as Ole's in the middle of 2. Massive AoE wombo combo coming over the top as Dove tries to dive in and Maz grabs the kill back with Isles. XU is shut down. The Dragon damage is pouring in. 232 stacks ready to go as Castle tries to fight. Dove, not enough HP to keep this one going. It's 2 dead on both sides. A 3v3 in the bot side river, but health bars favor Dignitas.
Okay, we got Rich still here with his Blade of the Ruin King. He can melt through these mountain dragons. Tomo's there poking around. They want to wait for it though. No jungle smite for them. And they're too scared of an Armeo steal. They back off after the leash. Flowers, he got the stacks now after the team fight. He is working through it. Now we're going to see Smolder really shine. Here's another look at the engage though. So they got the nice slow with the Snot Bubble like you called out. Mom came to follow it up. And then on the top side, Dove is working his way through Castle while Ole went in for the counter engage, and Rich just over the top finishes it off. So they get this big explosion. Tactical and Armeo got chunked out and had to run away super early on.
But we aren't done. We're ready to go. Tomo and the rest of Dignitas starting up the Dragon. Tomo just gonna keep spitting those fireballs, trying to poke however he can. The Drake down to about 5,000 HP. The Mom comes in over the top as it only hits Ole. Not a lot of value coming out from that one. Dragon still at 4K. Dignitas trying to keep the health bars high, but Immortals are doing the same thing. Rich versus Castle here in the bot side river as Castle takes the burst, but Rich disengages back over the wall. Ole ready to follow up here with the engage. XU locked down, but Immortals have to back away. Isles explodes! Way paints a masterpiece, and it's written in the blood of Dignitas. Rich tries to stay alive as Dove wants to escape back over the wall. He won't be sniped down, but it ain't gonna matter. Tomo and Dove still alive. There's a one-man advantage for Immortals. Dove still trying to get away as Mask wants to chase him. Not quite enough range to get that done here yet. Wanted to see about a snipe again. Dove getting that wave shoved up. The Drake now finally going to be finished off by Immortals. I feel like this was a 4-minute Drake sequence, man.
It was. That was part 2. This was a sequel here from the Dignitas Immortals banger Flowers. I love live patch. We have so much to go over in this. Look at that engage. The Root Caller actually delayed Dove's follow-up, so it could have been even bigger for Dig, but Quay damage explodes on Dignitas as they're grouped up after it, even with the giant engage, and then Castle gets to run through them, chasing them off. So much fun here. Trying to keep up with all of the extra explosions, and in the middle of it all too, well, there you go. 5.4K, the Quay explosions. That's what we kept warning about. The massive AoE potential of this Immortals lineup that they've drafted here in these mid and late game team fights.
He's so scary if everybody just wants to have a meatball wrestling match. Yeah. It's not going to work out so great if you're against him. Isles getting locked down by Ole here on the front. Again, A little bit of damage that Prey's looking for. Not going to connect in time on the back end of things. Remember that spell will do bonus
What's up,
damage
buddy?
if you are immobilized or isolated. And the bonus damage is a bunch. It's like a rocket.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get hit by that thing.
A lot of people too, pretty popular in solo queue, is going for the Horizon focus. Never mind though, as XU is flanked around, they're going to teleport and go for the collapse.
Dignitas trying to find their
What are you talking about?
coming in for the follow-up. Immortal trying to get everybody away, but Tactical.
Oh no, I didn't.
He's gone, he's down. Mom comes in over the wall, but she ain't even needed just yet. Castle trying to fight in the middle of 4. He needs the Q3 to come down for the healing, but he's going to be shut down by Tomo before it happens. Dignitas just killed 2, and one of them's the AD carry. Now, they have the health bars a little bit dicey here for Isles and Dove, but they're heading back over to Baron.
What a call from Dig there. The game on the edge, and they're going to be able to make the critical pick. Tactical and Castle both down. Isles here, very low, doesn't have ult, but they're going to teleport Rich right back in.
They want to bring Dove back into this fight. He had to go back and heal, but the Unleashed TP is ready to go. Immortals do not want to lose their remaining 3 players. Dove steals away a cloned Daisy, and Baron goes to Dignitas.
Dignitas, they may be down Dragons, but they're up in gold, they're up Baron now, and they should be able to get more afterwards. Dove here trying to push with Daisy.
Matt's going to have to be careful. You got to respect the Daisy knockups. Finally going to kill that one off. Pier 1 turret still being just chipped down by this cannon minion. Blessed by Dove. One more. Oh, no, he got distracted.
Yeah, the stolen away AP Daisy gives her some extra oomph there.
Okay.
And Dove will be able to keep
You what?
I think this is a
pressure here. Take down out
You're fine.
number 1.
Bye, buddy. Let me know if you need anything.
Because the rest of the team has gotten their full reset and their purchases. Tomos went for the rapid fire cannon. This, by the way, since your Q range on Smolder is the same for your auto attack, then it increases your Q range for the rapid fire, and you can get some nice long range fireball poke going for Tomo, especially now that he's got the upgrades, the extra true damage.
This dragon is scary, man. 307 stacks. Let me look at what that says then. So every Q, which is on a 2.2 second cooldown if you don't hit something with Nabori cooldown reduction, 6.5% max HP true damage over 3 seconds. If you drop below 9, boom, you're dead. You add those two together, it's 15%. If he hits you and you are at 15% HP, it'll take you a couple seconds, but you're dead. That's almost Elder.
Move over, Zeri. We've got a new late game.
Yeah, this guy is going to be trouble for Immortals the further this game goes. But right now, it's Immortals that are having to respond to Dig. Dignitas are driving the car, and they're headed straight for the IMT structures.
All right.
A couple more hits.
Yeah,
okay.
Bottom lane too is worked up here. Rich on the level 16 Yone bottom, putting pressure on Castle with these Baroned up minions, whittling away at bottom tower while the mid lane tower was slowly being whittled down, but they know they have to get ready. They have to get reset and ready for this dragon, because while they are now up almost 5,000 gold for Dig, they're still facing multiple dragon souls that they're going to have to deal with in this game. Even if they defend this first one, they constantly have to be worried about this objective coming up. So Dig get their reset off in order to prepare for dragon.
All right, let's see it, man. 20 seconds. Dignitas want to keep this control going. The Baron is going to last just long enough for the Drake to first spawn. Tomo is happy to just be left on his own to farm up all these waves, get all those free stacks.
That's the thing too. Late game Smolder with a mobility with your cooldown reduction from your quick blades on your flap, just feels like he's able to kite so well.
Yeah.
And with all the melee protection here, they do have a lot of peel.
Ole, gonna take a lot of burst here from the front line. He's not tanky enough. Leona's already dead. Rich went in to create space to guarantee the kill. Then he can use the Soul Unbound to reset his position and get right back out. Now Castle immediately losing half HP there to the Smolder, has to retreat. And Dignitas, I would have to think, they've all but secured their Drake here as Mask has to flash out. The Mom damage over the top. Again, not gonna find any huge payoff, but Immortals have already been forced back.
Yep, that's going to be Dragon defense number 1, complete for Dignitas. Secured here. Dragon poke in middle, Ole down, easy Drake pickup, and they retain pressure in both mid and bottom. Immortals trying to farm up their Zeri. Tactical here, doing his best with the new static Shiv. This game, you know, still possibilities of trying to have a Zeri moment later on into the game.
Yeah.
Once you get a couple more you know, items coming through here. He's already on 3, has his own quick blades. Armeo went with the Staff of Flowing Water for the extra AP and move speed buff here, which is very good to put on Mask as well, for the positioning for the Hui, for the amplification too. So we'll see. Immortals, their hopes still alive in this game. They do have the advantage in wave clear, of course. They are the ones with the Hui. They've got some nice bits of range here. They've got the electricity on their side as well. So they're trying to stall it out. They're trying to continue to farm it up here. But it's just ominous when you're across the rift from a Smolder, and now it's a 4-item completed Smolder with the armor penetration from Lord Doms coming in. It's Tomo's time to shine, baby.
Yeah, he's set to carry, man, and I agree. I think that Immortals, yeah, you can still win, but everything's got to be set up perfectly. Hui needs massive AoE. Zeri needs to have that Zeri moment as the mid lane tier 2 turret falls. Dignitas keep their push going.
Also, I want to keep a magnifying glass on Dove. Take a moment to talk about him from Dignitas, because he has not really been in the spotlight. There were a couple games where, like, he got that Azir Quadra, and they were trying to come back, but then they didn't get the comeback, so didn't get a lot of the credit there. But his Sylas is actually almost about to complete a death cap. He's got 2 of the needlessly large rods. He's up to 17 now. He's got the extra amplification here. The Lichbane as well has been doing work, and a lot of this burst coming through. So we'll see. Currently, they're splitting up into the 1-3-1 for Dignitas. Both Dove and Rich with their teleports ready. And looks like Dove himself up to the tower with that Lichbane. Nice little chunk here.
I mean, when you look at the 11 kills of Dignitas, Rakan's been there for 9 of them, Sylas for 10 of them, Rel for all 11. The setup here has been pretty fantastic for these guys in the fights, all working together for these efforts, but they still have to crack the enemy base. There's 13 seconds until Baron spawns again. Tomo trying to make sure he does not get caught. XU speeding him up, just making sure they can both walk away from this one. All right, we're cool, we're chilling.
Okay, look at all these wards that you could teleport flank on too, though. Push out. Yeah, they need to collapse back into their own territory here. Nice move from Immortals. They know it's getting a little dangerous on the other half of the map. It's been in Dignitas control for so long. It's littered with wards.
All right, Dignitas control over the top side river, control over the Baron pit. A TP coming in. They want to make sure that everybody's ready to join in for this one. Dove has the stolen Hui ulti, that spiraling despair, that incredibly effective clumped up team fighting tool. Dignitas are not going to start the Baron just yet. They're going to wait for Immortals to approach and hope to punish. Castle wants to walk up here from this angle, but he's got to be careful. Tomo, again, they're going to put some damage into Ole. Castle could be caught as Rich and XU both go in, but they ain't going to find the mark. Smolder ulti goes wide. Immortals regroup. They're going to be healed and shielded by Armeo's Ivern, but now Rich wants to drive in. It's Ole right in the middle of everybody, but Tomo's ready to counterattack. Castle wants the Smolder, but he ain't going to find it. Tomo's trying to kill off too. And now Immortals, where can you even go? Triple kill back to Smolder. Dignitas are ready to march it down mid for the Nexus.
Yeah, I think Immortal's gonna have to go back to the gray screen. Dignitas knocking on the front door.
Rich keeping the dive alive as Tactical has to flash out just to survive it. Dignitas with a 5-man push, keeping things going. 419 stacks on the Smolder, level 18 now. They should just brute force this down. 10 seconds on Ole, 25 on the 2 solo laners of Immortals, as Tactical will not live through it. Isles and the rest of Dignitas will get this done. They will tie Immortals in the standings and take them out in 34 minutes.
Dignitas. Another victory over Immortals. The first one.
Oh. Phoenix. One enemy remains.
Hey, Garage. One more Garage. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
You should run. Planted. One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision.
Nice.
Out of charge. Spike. One enemy remaining.
Bro, malis siya talaga. You're done.
One enemy remaining.
Resource. They're not.
One enemy.
Right now. They're gonna come out.
Spike down. A. One.
I'm going inside. I'm going inside.
One enemy remaining.
Blinded, bro.
Player standing.
CT out.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Winnable.
Ooh.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting their vision.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
One mid.
One enemy remaining.
Side. Hell.
Nice.
One elbow. One elbow.
Done.
One enemy remaining.
CT.
Blind rank these Phantom skins in Valorant. The first Phantom for your list is the Spectrum Phantom.
I'm gonna put Spectrum Phantom at 2 just because it's an S tier Phantom.
That's fair, that's very fair. Your second option is the Ruination Phantom.
The Ruination Phantom can be cool, but it's really not all that, so I might just put it at 4.
Okay, that's valid. Your third Phantom is the Smite Phantom.
I think Smite Phantom has to be on 3. It's better than Ruination.
That's a wild take. Your fourth Phantom is the Recon Phantom.
Recon Phantom easily going number 1 is the best Phantom in the game.
I have to agree. I have to agree. Which means your final Phantom, which is being placed in 5th, is the Oni Phantom.
What? No, bruh.
You threw. Blind rank these Phantom skins in Valorant. The
Spike.
Away with you. My ult is ready. Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, just die. Bro, what the fuck is our Reyna doing? Oh, so good.
I put the new 4Gs on the G. I tap into the bloody bottoms is underneath.
So what do you plan on doing about the jet problem in our community?
How about the settlement problem? Another settlement needs our help. I'll mark it on your map.
So what do you plan on doing about the jet problem in our community?
How about the settlement problem? Another settlement needs our help. I'll mark it on your map.
So what do you plan on doing about the
When you want somebody gone and you don't want to wait too long, call the immediate murder professionals. And grenade or cyanide will make it look like suicide. The immediate murder professionals.
And you think that makes you...
Dear High Commissioner, this will be my last official communication to you as Director of the New York Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights.
And just know this, when I get fully mentally well, oh, it's curtains for you bitches. But until then, and
What are the best life hacks for poor people? 1.
hey, just double checking, you cleared your calendar for dinner tomorrow night, right? I'm dying to go to that new place. Like,
Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no...
We can do this, we can build it. Best hotel that you've ever seen. Fill your destiny. Lights across the marquee with a little sunshine. And we're doing it with a smile. We can do this, we can build it. Best hotel that you've ever seen. Fill your destiny.
At last, the iron fist of Arcus, and it's all mine! Now
Paying with pennies at the
Our billionaire.
Paying with pennies at the world's rudest restaurant.
Why are you here by yourself? You ain't got no friends?
No.
That makes sense.
I'm the only customer in the entire restaurant.
Ugly and stupid, ain't it?
Yeah, it's really hard. You're my best friend.
That's really sad.
I came here to eat. Now I'm being tied up.
We're breaking free.
I put sand down my pants so my crabs feel at home.
Might as well have extra napkins. You're a grown-ass woman. Do not use your hands. Put your hand back on.
You're the nicest person I ever met.
That's really sad.
And my bestie having lunch. Choo choo. Choo choo, here comes the train. Our billionaire class is genuinely so much more shit than the Gilded Era billionaires. The only thing that they're doing somewhat similarly well is throwing ridiculous parties that make us want to Marie Antoinette them. Like, that's the only similarity. These are our current day Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, and their industry is mostly music and entertainment, which is fine. But where is the like massive philanthropic lasting legacy?
Officially the biggest RC footprint.
Когда видишь меня, подрываю твои убеждения. Больше твой день своим блеклым лицом не волнуют твои возмущения.
Oh, I'm having a great convention. Oh, this is... The fuck are you?
I'm sorry, it was spray bottle.
Who are you?
I transform.
Who is this? Some fucker is at my table and they want me to talk to them? What's your name?
I don't know, Sage.
Say, you would be a sage.
I would be a sage.
Right, what's this one?
Okay, next room. Why is it so well drawn though? Why is it so well drawn? Who drew that? Who drew that? Why is that so well? Right, you're going on a watch list, mate. Right.
because it's not turning on, and it's actually really cool how it opens up, because it opens up like this, like a cool book, right? And
I'm not a bubble up to cash in.
Evening, mate. Just checking in on.
Alright guys, so someone gifted me this book called The Gospel by Gen Z, and apparently it's a TikTok version of the Bible. So let's read.
Sorry, I don't fully understand.
Winners, are they sinners? Cause it's cut and dry. Fair is fair, and eye for an eye. Yeah. When all said and winners are.
This is my pet duck Adam going for his first swim.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Ooh, drama. Well, we could improv this shit, baby cakes. Rawr.
Whoops. I'm not about to put on some show for these fucking chumps.
Oh, I will. I love to suck.
I swear to fuck if you say dick.
Popsicles, you sicko. Get your mind out of the gutter.
You're
I got an appetite for gambling.
I got an appetite for sampling.
Okay?
Right.
So it's
Right.
quite reasonable for us to have settings.
By the way, I want to talk about.
Right, I'll tell you what, you fat little cunt. You're boring. You don't sound Nigerian at all. So go and fuck yourself. Go and fucking crawl in a dirty, dank little hole where you.
Looking for. She said I want something that I want. 'Cause I know you. Well, the rest of house piss.
Trying to hit the Benjamin silently 10 times for 10,000.
Adam! First man, next to die.
Who the fuck are you?
Alistair.
We have a patron right now who is making incredible progress.
Who?
Angel Dust.
Oh yeah, the porn demon.
Adam!
What about you being built like a bus driver? What about you being built like the bus? What about you being built like a bus?
Show me your pass, it says. No. Show me your vape. The kids got to get a pass to go to the bathroom. Well, I wonder if they got a pass for vaping.
Genders are like the Twin Towers. There used to be 2 of them, but now it's kind of a sensitive subject.
You know what else there used to be 2 of? Freddy Fazbear.
I'm gonna pull this on the count of 3. 1, 2.
Whoa! Ah! It came back and hit me in the face! God darn it!
Google, stop showing me sex ads. I know there are desperate sluts in the area. I have a mirror. Google.
What gives you the ick? What gives
Well, let me get this straight. You said you're a Sigma? I wish. I tried to resent this with the API, but let's just say that didn't end well. She said I had a negative temperature and negative raise. So I've been mewing ever since. See, this reminds
Okay, real talk. None of these words are in the English language.
Oh. Oh my god.
Now have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees. Oh, don't cry.
I went to check with my mouse if he was.
Man, why is you acting like that? I don't care about that. You got that from your daddy, boy. Okay? I don't care about that. You can't even bite me to hurt me. So why I care about you fussing at me? I don't care. I don't care. Okay? Nobody care about that. Oh, you already give me 5 like your daddy be doing? You just take after your daddy in every way. Because he got an attitude problem, too. He be fussing at me, too. And you just like him. Everybody else trying to sleep. And you over here fussing. Why you fussing? You done now? Oh, now you want to whine. You want to be a crybaby. You just want to get out. I know it. I'm not finna let you out tonight, okay? Because you always be being bad. Leave him alone while he's trying to sleep.
He a trip, y'all. He really, truly is. He is.
Can I talk about this for a second? Bro, what the f is going on with grocery stores? I'm gonna be honest, if you're working a minimum wage job, how the f are you still alive? I went to the grocery store yesterday, an avocado was $10! 10! A pack of meat's like 20! And then you go to McDonald's and you can get a Big Mac fry Coke Trio for $5.99! The f is going on? Can I?
So it's a deal then.
No shaking, no deals.
Do we have a deal?
Deal.
Hey there. This is your very important reminder
G'day friends. In today's episode, we're going to be fixing some problems in New Dimesburg, and then we're going to be
I want what's best for you. Okay? I want what's best for you. Like at the top of the hour, what's best for you is to be a subscriber. So you can subscribe for $5 or for free. And no longer see the top of the hour ad break. My work friends love when I try to explain internet stuff to them. It's always wild. Yeah, but there's a difference. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Bro really says, so what if my debate daddy is a pedo? At least he knows about JDAMs? Yeah, dude, exactly. So, I know that it is self-interested of me to ask you to pull out of this venture, right?
Alexa, turn on the light.
Well, you're ontologically evil, Hassan, and that's why you want me to stop with this. But I promise you, it's actually beneficial for you as well. Okay? That's it. I'm definitely not the enemy you think I am, that I have been presented as. If you're in here thinking that I am, that you're in here to be like super toxic, to be like, oh dude, I'm actually doing accountability by like posting JDAM in the chat or something. Like, you're not doing that at all. And I do hope that you get better. I do. And while it obviously is beneficial for me, it is definitely more beneficial for you. Okay? The moment you find yourself in someone else's chat, okay? The moment that you find yourself in someone else's chat that you've been following, okay, since 2019, like this guy, and then unfollowing, okay, because you're a 2014 account that you created and a fan of Destiny, and you come back and follow since March 7th once again, specifically to come in here and again defend Destiny. The problem is you're always talking about you being knowledgeable about the topics you talk about, but you never demonstrate more than a surface level understanding of the things you talk about. That's a direct talking point that you just copy pasted basically from the subreddit. Okay? If you're doing that, that's not healthy for you. That's not healthy for you. Because it's also not true. Not only is it not true, and I assume that you don't really care about whether I'm knowledgeable on the issues I speak on. Okay? But beyond that, you have not demonstrated you're not waging like a real valuable war. We only have a finite amount of time on this planet. Going forward, I suggest every single time you have that inkling where you're like, I'm going to go with my Discord server and brigade this streamer's space, okay? And I'm going to say he's stupid. Or I'm going to repeat whatever the fuck people are saying. Okay? I promise you, a much more valuable use of your time would be to go, you know what? I'm going to go to the fucking gym right now. I'm going to go to the gym. Is that what you're going to talk about today, dog? No. I was surprised at how much knowledge you have on the things you talk about. I started watching you as a conservative and you changed my mind totally. Yeah, if you're also wondering like the veracity of my claims or anything like that, I would highly recommend you watch the YouTube videos of the things that I talk about, specifically because those YouTube videos will also, like, I'm pulling data from the top of my mind when I'm talking about shit. I've been covering this kind of stuff for, you know, almost 10 years now, more than 10 years. So I'm pulling data from the top of my dome. Sometimes that data might not be like completely 100% correct as well, like the numbers itself. However, the if you want to test the veracity of the claims or whether the data that I'm sourcing is correct or not, my YouTube page will always have the data points. Okay? That's it. And yes, I do actively discourage my fans from doing hate watcher shit to my enemies constantly for the same reasons I'm telling you guys, this is correct, the same reasons I'm telling you guys not to do it. If you're a hater in here, okay? I tell my fans all the time, don't do like hate watcher shit. Don't tap the glass. It's not good for your brain. It's not good for your mental space. It's not good for your mental health. It's not good in general. Okay? I mean, you literally say word for word what scholars are saying, which nobody here, after hearing what you can, go themselves and research what you said. I know. But it's much easier, I think, to just simply say, Hassan, you're bad, or you're stupid. And look, I've made you mad by calling you bad and stupid, instead of like actually trying to address any of those fucking claims at all. That's it. Okay? I want everyone to be healthy. I want you to have a better life. I want you to be a better you than you were yesterday. Okay? This is how I live my life, and I hope that you can too. One of the funnier moments is when people go, dude, you read Twitter threads like that's all you do. It's like, no, you're repeating something that you heard from someone else. It's very obvious. Because the Twitter threads are not just like Twitter threads. They're Twitter threads that are journalists breaking their own stories. Journalists that I trust. Journalists that have consistently proven reliability. Journalists that are summarizing their own stories that they're either in the process of breaking or actually have broken. That's it. Anyway. Yeah, Twitter is a news aggregator for me, and it's a good jump off point. What I gather from this current drama is that American leftists will never collaborate with each other because they constantly look down on each other for a quick view. Yeah, I think that is silly to say about someone as myself, because that's part of the reason why I don't engage with these other guys. And I collaborate with leftists all the time. I have academics, scholars, I have journalists, I have political commentators. I have people on this broadcast all the fucking time. I'm going to have Chapo Trap House on in a little bit. Okay, they're my friends. They have a podcast. They are also political commentators. I'm going to literally have them on. We're going to have some shawarma, and we're going to have some fun. Okay? Okay, at least I appreciate this dude's honesty. He said, no, I'm going to keep hate watching. Respect. I'm going to unban this guy. Fuck it. Yeah, man, you're totally right. All those clips saying you didn't donate enough to charity were totally wrong. You really are the good human being you tell us you are. Wait, what? 2/6/2023? Oh my God. Is this guy coming in? Did this guy come in literally while we were raising money for the fucking victims of the Turkish earthquake? And that was his takeaway? It's like, come on, brother. That's so unhealthy, dog. I promise you, your life will be happier. It's not good for you, man. Look, you've been doing this for years. You've been doing this for years. I'd watch more gaming. I think you're cool, but the politics is kind of toxic sometimes. You get me? In your ideology, stealing doesn't exist. Backpedal. Oh, God. Anyway. Beef shawarma, not chicken, is the best. Okay. You raise money for Ukraine too? Yeah, but that kind of makes their point look worse. Yeah, hate watching me is like going to a restaurant you don't like. You're absolutely right on this. It's like going to a restaurant you don't like to eat at and yell at everyone that you don't like the food. And then telling every single person around you that is like at the restaurant that they're wrong for enjoying the food too. Because that's the extent that people go to as well. That's the length that they go to. They're gonna be here. Okay, Waleed is here. Anyway, but yeah, Kevil said, I'm disappointed in H3 Productions. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people kill themselves. Now you're using out of context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. Do better, Ethan. Hey, you didn't... Who the fuck are these people writing, pun intended, for pornographic drawings of a horse fucking a child? Am I losing my mind? Hey, you didn't address anything I said. I'm not pro Lolicon, and if I thought Vosh was, I wouldn't defend him. Can you please have a discussion about this instead of putting me on blast for 2 million Instagram followers and pedo-jacketing me? It's gross. Ethan, I know you're going to see this, even though you won't respond. I defended you a while. You were having a meltdown over the stuff with Hassan. People give me shit for it. All I'm asking for you is to show some shared ability to those who showed it to you. I'm not your enemy. Dude, these people... Like, what are they doing? They literally think it's like a tit for tat. They're like, hey, man, I defended you, actually. And you know, you're the big content creator that I defended. And why aren't you defending me right now as I'm saying unhinged things in defense of a person who was exposed to have like a bunch of lolly horse porn in their fucking porn folder? Like, you're demonstrating what your framework is. It's just quid pro Joe. Right? Exactly like Donald Trump. You're right. Quid pro Joe. What is happening? And also, it's always like, you know how TikTok makes motherfuckers use words like unalive and shit? Okay. Hold on. Okay, unlocking. I feel like being in the debate sphere and in the debate space basically breaks your brain or rewires it in a way where you start talking in a very specific fashion. You start saying, buddy. All right, buddy? All right, Waleed is here. You start saying, you start having this like very weird style of speaking where you're like, excuse me, why don't you address any of the points that I made in defense of my friend's like horse porn folder leaking? Like, no, man. Sometimes normal people go, hey, I'm gonna stay out of this. Okay.
At this point, they don't fucking give a shit why it's fine.
My dude, why don't you become an honest interlocutor and debate me in good faith about horse porn? It's like, okay. Like, what is this? Sometimes it's fine to just not fucking do that, to not engage in this kind of thing. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got on this issue. Hold on, I'm going to go grab Waleed real quick.
You fucking shitting me?
Listen, you debate long enough on the internet, and debating is the only type of content that you put out. On a long enough timeline, you're going to be a white guy that defends saying the N-word for one reason or another, and you're going to debate the ethics of child porn. Okay? As a Hasanabi certification, as a Hasanabi certified guarantee. Okay? I slurred for good, not evil, baby. A big one. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I just have to walk on to the other side of my master house. Yeah. What? That's tactical N-word deployment? Yeah. Can I debate the ethics of donating my wife's state house raised with you? No. I don't consider myself a hate watcher, but I get why. I understand why people have skepticism of you. What is this? What is the skepticism? Stop gish galloping. You are going to turn on Bosch? What? What is happening? This guy just keeps saying gish
We just
galloping.
fired the person that does that, but now you have been promoted.
Oh, I get it. Galloping like a horse. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
Fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, close.
You're dumb as fuck, chatter. I hope you know that. I mean, Jesus Christ. He was so proud of that. He just kept fucking repeating it. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Lost to ADHD.
And after today, now that we got this out of my system for a little bit, the long silence. Okay? Sometimes it's okay not to want to, like, debate the minutia and the ethics of all this kind of stuff, okay? Problem is, certain leftists aren't really about the movement and will punch left for clout instead of pushing back against the right wing wolves in sheep's clothing. Yes, that's why I spend all of my fucking waking moments shitting on the Democratic Party if they're doing reactionary shit, and most of the time, exclusively the Republican Party. Okay? That's it. You will never catch me fucking sitting around and agreeing to Ben Shapiro. If I was given the opportunity to debate him, I would fucking debate him. Okay? I would not sit there and have not even a fraction of the smoke that I have for like some random trans person on Twitter that frustrated me. Dudes will literally write entire fucking manifestos and have more energy and more smoke for like random accounts on Twitter than they do for motherfucking Ben Shapiro. Okay? That's crazy. And if you value yourself as supposedly like a liberal guy or a progressive guy on the right side of history, I'm sorry, you're not. This is a very low IQ take, not gonna lie. Yes, you need to, I'm sorry, you need to have a super high IQ to understand that, like, you should probably develop a better relationship with someone like Ben Shapiro, who has infinitely more power than a random trans person on Twitter, who also supposedly believes the opposite of everything that you believe if you are a progressive. There's not a single person that considers himself to be a fucking leftist or progressive or even a Democrat, really, run-of-the-mill Democrat, that can turn around and be like, yeah, actually, you know what? I do find myself agreeing with Ben Shapiro a lot on everything except for the fact that, like, I guess Biden is more less controversial than Trump. Like, no shit. It's good. Dude, I'm so excited. Wait, Fiona, be nice. Those are our guests. What is this? CNN did not tweet a story about the Kharkiv Kid Finder. Locals have started calling him the Kharkiv Kid Finder. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah. I do have some fun content on the docket for the Chavo Boys. It's not Chavo in the building yet. No, it's just Waleed is here. And he's whipping up. It's actually not even Waleed. It's Shawarma Machine. This person is here. This. Does anyone have a good react for us to you know, chomp on a little bit while we wait, or no?
You believe in the Big Bang Theory or Pangria?
What the fuck is Pangria? Like, that sounds like some World of Warcraft thing.
It's where islands, they were like the whole world was an island and it got split into continents.
The whole world or our planet?
Our planet. The world is the planet.
Well, one theory doesn't affect the other. They're both part of the same thing.
I know. But what I'm saying is, you know how like there's continents, there's
Yes, they got they got broken apart. Yes.
They got broken apart. So that's what that is.
He knows.
So I'm saying, which one do you believe in?
No, I believe in the Big Bang makes all the planets and shit, and the planet is in a certain state or shape, or not shape, but has certain continent. It's made a certain way, and then meteor happens and it splits up, right? And then we have
Fucking brilliant. Oh, this was the when 200 IQ suspect outsmarts cops. Dude, this is so long. Someone finally called you out. You won't believe what they said.
You know what? I'm about
racism in gaming? What the fuck is this? I don't know what this is. This is 58 minutes long. What's happening here? Got my boy FD Signifier in here though. That's pretty chill. This guy makes great videos, doesn't call you out. Oh, I've been meaning to watch this, bro. 6 Taylor Swift fans versus 1 secret hater. Oh, that one is good. That one is I feel like this is really, really good. Yeah, we got the 200 IQ. When a 200 IQ suspect outsmarts corrupt cops. There's a bunch of really good new bad cop / lawyer, bad judge videos that are short to long length if you need that content. Yeah, I always love that kind of stuff. But, no, I don't want to watch the autism debate. Can we talk about OTK Will Nev with the Chavo Boys? No. Oh, Alperen Şengün. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, Turkish, for sure. I don't understand what the people are saying, I'm here right now. I don't even understand Turkish rap.
Is that your favorite genre?
Yeah, I like in here Eminem. I'm a little old school. 50 Cent, I like. I mean, in
Eminem,
Turkey, in Istanbul,
50 Cent.
I can put top Istanbul anywhere. But in America, there's so many places you can go out. LA, Miami, New York.
Istanbul's the best in the world, you think?
For me, yeah. They closed so lately, you can hang out with your friends. Like,
Yeah, bro, because Istanbul's an actual city. In America, the only place that compares to it, I guess, is like Miami or New York or Chicago as far as nightlife. LA nightlife ends at 1:30, last call, because you have to drive everywhere. And in most cities in America, you have to drive everywhere. So it greatly limits, I guess Las Vegas too, it greatly limits your fun opportunities, I guess.
Like 5 a.m. food for sure. Turkey. That's another question. I'll be honest with you. I can get over here. So I'm not missing right now. I was missing my first year, but right now I have Turkish chef. She's like top level. I'm so lucky. In Houston, we have like some Turkish breakfast place. It's really good. I don't know. Turkey. There's a
Bro, this guy said everything is turkey.
Oh my gosh. I would say in women maybe can be like balls because Turkish girls is like really care about what they wearing or like all that pedicure and stuff. Better woman, America for sure.
Yo, that's so good. He's right, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, no Turkish man is ever gonna say Turkish girls over American girls. Let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you, there's a lot of memes. Like, less hair? No, it has nothing to do with hair. What the fuck are you talking about? Gross. No, it literally is. The meta is that like Turkish girls are daddy's princesses. That's it. Like, it's just Türk kızlar equals Amerikan kızlar. They'll say that like Turkish guys will say that Turkish girls are like very high maintenance. You know what I mean? İstemeden celibat take, not gonna lie. Ne?
Wow.
Bray's going on the macro dosing podcast. Wait, what? What did he say?
Put Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill.
Yeah.
What happened with
Oh,
that?
white people. Are we still doing it?
I thought they were still
I
doing
think
it, but they
white-
were like, it'll take
white
10
people,
years.
White people halted that shit.
Getting put on money is so sick.
It is sick, yeah.
It's kinda lit. God,
Dude, the fucking queen is on too much fucking
too
money.
fucking much money.
Dude,
and
on,
she's busted,
yeah,
dude.
dude,
They
she's
should
on-
make the queen way
Bro,
hotter if
she's
they're gonna
on-
put her on money.
She's on fucking like put her. She's young, like she's on Canadian money. She's on Australian money.
Because
She's
like,
on
I'm sorry,
fucking Indian
when
money too.
I see money, I want to jack off. I'm sorry, maybe it's a Jewish thing, but I want to jack off when I see money. And it's it's hard because first of all, in the U.S. it's all dudes, and I do it still because whatever. I'm open-minded. It's 2024, but I go to jolly old England, and I'm like, all right, time to jack off. Time to pound. And I look at it, and it's like this old ass lady, and it's like, dude, like Washington's.
That's so. He's brilliant, dude. He's great. Brace is out of control. We got Monopoly money in Canada, but at least we have a black woman on a $10 bill. You should go on the macro dosing pod. I think I have been on the macro dosing pod a long ass time ago. But yeah, I have been on the macro dosing pod. Oh my God, bro! Why is everyone sending me this over and over again?
Одну минуту маленькую историческую справку. Вы не против?
Please.
Bro, we watched this meme yesterday.
Oh my God.
It's not boring.
AM Glimpse video react. The woman who scammed 10 billion and disappeared. No fucking
How
way.
did Dr. Ruja Ignatova end up as the only woman on the FBI's 10 most...
Bro, criminally underrated channel AM Glimpse is back at it again. Okay. Don't understand why. This is a MHUD find. MHUD found this channel for us. Don't understand why they only have like 61,000 subs. Maybe it's because of the Aussie accent or something. But like, honestly, it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Okay. Like, look at this. This got 14,000 views in 2 weeks. It's so weird. Their videos are absolute fucking bangers. And I don't know why his channel doesn't have more followers in general. Unusual memes. Yeah, later. Let's do this. Let's do this. Woman who scammed Crypto Queen.
Wanted fugitives list. She was Oxford educated, spoke 5 languages, lived in a London penthouse, and had given birth to her daughter just 1 year before she disappeared. So what happened? Why did this accomplished entrepreneur go on the run? And where is she now? Ruja Ignatova was born in 1980 in Bulgaria, where her father was an engineer and her mother was a teacher. In 1990, Ruja and her family moved to Germany after the fall of the Iron Curtain. They moved into a small apartment above a butcher, and Ruja's father got a job working at a tire shop. At school...
Wait, what? At a tire shop? Why did he show a butcher?
Ruja excelled academically, but not so much socially. She didn't have many friends. Her habit of wearing high heels and bright red lipstick to school made her an outcast, but Ruja didn't care. She felt that she was destined for far greater things. At age 18, Ruja won a scholarship to the prestigious Konstanz University, referred to as the Harvard of Germany, and earned a doctorate in law in 2005. There she met fellow law student Bjorn Strel, and the two soon got married. Ruja went on to earn a master's degree in
most wanted for being a woman who stole money from men. Meanwhile, the most wanted men have committed unspeakable crimes. Wait, what? That's an insane way to approach the subject, and I fucking love it, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I think, honestly, if you steal $10 billion and disappear, it doesn't really matter if you're a woman or a man. You're gonna be on the most wanted list. Like, that's a lot of money. Okay? Unless you're being sarcastically, you're like, fellas, I thought it wasn't illegal to be a girl boss. Okay, turns out they don't want to see a queen thriving. Okay, these guys, they don't want to see a queen thrive, and it's fucked up.
Comparative European law from Oxford, while her husband practiced real estate law.
God
in 2008,
women
Dr.
have
Ruja
hobbies.
moved back to Bulgaria to work as a consultant at McKinsey.
Tackle unexpected terrain. The Subaru Forester with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Dog tested, dog approved.
With instant alerts on apartments.com, you'll never miss out on finding your perfect place.
We have a huge announcement.
We are
Yes!
pregnant. Cheers.
Yep, good job, everybody.
Apartments.com.
What even is this? Don't touch my things, gross. Janice, when you bundle your home or renters with your auto, Progressive provides 24/7 protection for almost everything you own. But do you really need my weighted hoop? It's for my snatched waist. It's my dog chaise lounger. Foot treadmill. That's my Tuesday chalice. Purse that says purse. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy chamber. I can't live without oxygen. Solid gold coffee machine. Lake making kit. Really? Can Progressive cover that too? Yes, but... Hi, it's Janice. I'll take 5. Is my voice on TV right now?
Burgeoning industry of digital currencies, but was eager to launch something of his own.
That's that classic ENTJ stare, dude. He's got one look. He looks the same in every photo.
In early 2014, Ruja and Sebastian launched OneCoin. They wanted to set their cryptocurrency apart from the rest. Their company, One Life, was focused on attracting as many investors as possible using multi-level marketing, or MLM. Ruja and Sebastian were the top level. They hired a small team of experienced MLM salespeople to sell.
This is so funny. Dude, I swear to God, every multi-level marketing guy has it's like cops. They all look the same. They have a very specific look. Also, MLM plus crypto, pick a fucking struggle. That is wild to me. They always look like scammers. I don't really understand. They have, I mean, I do understand they are scammers. It's just wild that they also look like scammers while they are scammers. You know what I mean? Oh shit. Oh shit, we got the Chabo Boys in the building, folks. 1 second, I gotta fucking bring in so many goddamn seats here real quick. Is this door open? Will, what's good?
Hello, Hassan Chat. How's it going, everybody? Bill Menaker Neff. Yeah, that's right. Always a pleasure to be here in the stream palace. Got Chris here. Got Felix coming through in a sec. Let's go. We got Catherine here. Yeah. Yeah. What's going on in the chat today? We got here. It's just going way too fast here. Yeah.
Look, I'm.
Says apparently only one mic is on. Is it my mic? Can you hear me? All right.
Is there?
Chat, I need some says Hassan, fix your mic. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you just sit down and start talking. This is what streaming is like. Just gotta keep on talking. So okay, Chad, who do you like in the Super Bowl tomorrow? Any Chiefs fans in the chat, sound off. Or if you like the 49ers, please let us know. Niners, okay. Got it. All right, we'll see.
Let's see if this is good. Okay, it should be good. You guys want to talk real quick? Let's test it out.
No.
Oops. Damn. Will is.
All right, I've already broken the studio. I've already broken.
Will is so fucking jacked. It's not even funny. He is, it seems, a leftist who works out.
Oh, that's right. That tweet was. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're doing that. You're so quick with it, Chris. You're like already whipping it together.
I was saying that the thing that I'm very excited to be invited over, but I'm very excited to see the setup.
Oh yeah, this is. I'm a bit of a nerd of this stuff. Unfortunately, that doesn't have a. It doesn't have like a thing, so it doesn't fully hold on, so you can't clamp onto it. Yeah. But I do have the wide shot camera. We could try to use that this time. Let's see.
All right, I got a question here for all these so-called leftists that are supposedly working out 4 to 5 times a week. How about or just working out at all? That's time that you could be reading theory, studying communism, doing praxis. So I think the gym is a very bourgeois institution. And I think like physical activity of any kind is actually quite bourgeois. And that's that on that. And I think we've settled that debate for today.
Okay, well we gotta. Well, I guess Felix, when he comes in, he's gonna have a different. He's gonna have a different approach to this. But hold on, let me.
The leftist activities you should be doing 4 to 5 times a week are watching TV, watching movies, watching TV and movies again, playing video games. Smoking weed, and then I don't know, like if you have pets or something, you can like just dedicate like a small amount of your day to pet or child care. But for the most part, like the leftist activities are watching TV and movies.
Okay. But here, you want to see? You guys want to see the wild shit that I have going on here?
Let's full capabilities tour.
Yeah, there it is.
Nice.
So this is I have like a lot of cameras in here. I don't really use many of them at this point. And we have a lot of mics in here. We used to originally use this room as like half of it was for podcasting, and then the other half was my like area. I've slowly, gradually moved my space a little bit more and more to the middle. Yeah. It's a little difficult with the way streaming works to try and have it be like as open and as like hospitable, I guess, to people coming on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But, I try to do my very best here. You might use your card for their dresses? Wait, what do you mean? Your house is slanted. Okay, shut the fuck up. I know.
It's because of the earthquake yesterday.
Yeah.
Everything tilted.
Oh yeah, you guys showed up to Los Angeles and earthquakes are happening. How do you
That's
feel
right.
about that? You don't know what that's like with your
Hey, I
pretty
was-
boy, city boy lifestyle in New York.
Hey,
okay?
I was in an earthquake out in Santa Monica when I was 3 years old. It was one of my like most vivid memories. One of my earliest and most vivid memories was it being in an earthquake in Santa Monica when I was but 3 years old. So I mean, like, yeah, I have earthquake-related trauma. That's fair enough.
Wow. But yeah, as far as working out goes, I think it's good.
No, I think it's bad.
I think it's
Let's
good,
get this
and you
debate
should
going.
do it. I think. Oh yeah, we love debates here. Okay, listen. Listen. I spent like the last 2 hours or so talking about how Tacoma wept. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think we got enough of that out of our system. So
Tacoma's like has slight tears today. Just maybe a sniffle.
no, maybe Tacoma is no longer. They're weeping tears of joy now.
Yeah.
They're weeping tears of joy for finally being out and about with their collection.
They're finally free.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in any case, for those of you who don't know, these are the Chavo Boys. Some of the Chavo Boys are here. What are you guys doing in LA? Is it like some super secret Hollywood shit? That's right.
No, I mean, it was like I'm back out here in LA. I mean, everyone else lives here full time now, but Catherine and I came out here because it's been a while. It's been about 5 months, and we just like no secret project to work on. We have some things we'd like to work on, do some writing together, but for the most part, I just wanted to come out and
couple Bryans in their pool parties, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, it's Hollywood.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. But no, like just to see my friends and of course see Matt and Amber. I was just coming back from seeing Matt's the charming and wonderful infant daughter, which I can report is extremely cute.
She is round as hell.
She looks like Winston Churchill, for anyone wondering.
Jesus. Okay, well, let me.
We got a Subaru Forester Wilderness to discover all the places that make us feel something more.
Awful for the most part.
Oh wait, Bethany Mendel's running for office of some kind?
Yeah, it seems. Felix is too busy not showing up here and fucking tweeting instead. He's like, sorry guys, I'm gonna be 3 hours late to the shawarma party because I'm tweeting about Bethany Mendel.
Oh, hello.
But yeah.
She's a big girl.
Yeah, she's a big lady. She's like still a baby. She's not even a year old.
Wow.
Yeah.
She gonna get even bigger?
You guys met, well, Chris, you didn't, but I don't think. But you guys met Kaya. I mean, not Kaya, Fish.
Oh,
back
yeah,
in
of
the
course.
day.
Yeah.
Wait, were you there as well? I think you might have been.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think I met a dog of yours at one point.
Yeah, my pit bull, which they all lie about like being anti-pit bull. It's like it's fake. They buckled.
Yeah.
Will buckled immediately. As soon as he saw Fish, he was like, "This dog's great," and he ate 0 babies in the entire duration.
We gotta stop these XL bullies, chat.
Yeah,
if you see an XL bully, initiate with extreme prejudice.
One thing that the fucking British did right. no more do they have those like mutated dogs.
I mean, they gotta stop with them with the giant heads. It doesn't look like they can breathe.
No, but dude, it's so fire when they when they have those like crossbreeding.
Oh no!
like,
when they
rap videos.
they release like a flyer, like it's a party or something. They're like,
yeah, it's my favorite like pit bull. Like breeder,
and like they're announcing a collab between like the one of their XLs and a bitch of some kind.
Yeah,
and
it's like that.
Yeah. Hercules X Athena. We're breeding the worst looking dog imaginable.
Honestly, it's like low key. It goes hard as fuck. As like
okay, wait, this dog here is Champion Homicide. Okay.
It goes hard.
It goes hard as problem
for a t-shirt. Like I would wear this on a t-shirt 100%.
Homicide.
I like that they show like the moods of the dog, right? Or you see the various modes that it's in.
Homicide doesn't have range.
No.
He just has homicide. That's one speed.
I love doing like it's not the dog, it's the owner thing while you're naming your dog Homicide.
I mean, I kind of agree that it's not the dog, it's the owner, because anyone that would own one of these monstrosities should be put down with their pet.
venom line.
Yeah.
Dude, listen. It's America, baby. You have
That's
a right
right.
to bear arms, and you have a right to have a mutated little freak that will absolutely eat your child.
I remember reading when he died. I remember reading about how DMX used to rob people. He used to rob drug dealers with dogs. He would use
a dog.
He would use like a pit bull or a Rottweiler to rob drug dealers, and his justification for it was a bullet only goes straight, whereas this motherfucker will zigzag. Like, this guy will chase you once I let it. You just would go up to a guy and be like, give me all your money or I let this dog off the leash right now. And as you can imagine, it was probably fairly successful.
Okay, asking XL Bully owners if their dog should be banned.
These dogs that are doing these attacks are not XL bullies.
Oh, she got this shirt! She got this shirt! Yo, that's the coolest grandma. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. She's got the fucking XL Bully breed shirt on. Fucking hell.
At the end of the day, there's bigger problems out there. There's monsters out there right now.
I love that.
Yeah. Oh, this is so good.
Yeah,
you're conflicted, I can tell, because it's like they are shitting on Rishi Sunak, and also simultaneously, this means you have to kind of defend England.
Yeah, I mean, no, like, and England as a country is a country, like, from their upper class on down, obsessed with breeding animals. It's a really weird sickness that they have. They love, they love watching ponies fuck each other. They love making weirder and weirder dogs. So I guess, like, you know, now that the people have a weird dog they can call their own.
No, that's why they
and
want
they
to
just happen
ban
to be
it.
champion homicide
No,
machines.
they want to ban the fucking bully breed specifically because they're like, only the royals get to do inbreeding. No incest for you. No eugenics for you, lads.
Yeah.
Not for the commoner.
No, I have a suspicion about people that are really into purebred dogs. Let's just say certain particles are being emitted from their general interests.
Well, these are definitely anything but purebred.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
There's
it's
rapists
awesome.
and murderers and everything else roaming the streets, and paedophiles, and nothing can be done.
This is what's going to happen.
But they're not wrong.
I mean, England does have a lot worse problems than the XL bully breed.
Yeah.
I will give them
This
that.
is like England's version of Chuck Schumer going on a killing spree for any kind of flavored tobacco. It's like these are the only things that you can fiddle around with anymore. We can't fund the NHS, but we can get rid of specific types of dogs we find distasteful.
Yeah, this is really gonna hurt. If only they actually did elections in England, like this would hurt Rishi Sunak's chances. But I don't think they do that anymore. They just dropped it. Like, they've decided that the lineage or just like a random person choosing out of a hat is like a better way to run the government.
And people are pointing out in the chat that these dogs have killed quite a lot of people in England. But I mean, the British Empire has killed a lot of people worldwide. So I mean, who are you to judge them killing English people?
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Is like you should be against the bully being banned.
I mean, I want the bully to be banned in good countries, but I want them to be mass proliferated in countries like England.
Exactly. It's like,
don't let them cross the English Channel or the Irish Sea, but let's keep the XL bullies fully contained within Buckingham Palace.
I'm gonna do 28 days later, but instead of the rage virus, it's XL bullies in England.
So I don't even know what happens like to these. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't say that any American bully is safe.
Fortunately, we're not willing.
Yes, I love it.
So hard.
Okay, one of the funniest things that we ever did with Chapo, or that off mic, was finding this woman on Twitter who had thousands of tweets conspiratorially speculating that Obama had done a secret Holocaust of pit bulls. And it was like basically a one-woman QAnon about how Obama had secretly murdered thousands of pit bulls. And we read this woman's feed for like an hour in one of our studios sometimes.
Dude, that's so much cooler than like being into QAnon. I feel like
it was,
but QAnon
really
is cool
beautiful 'cause
too.
It was like
QAnon is also very
let me be clear. I'm only killing them to eat them.
Yeah, it's his traditional. It's a traditional Kenyan practice, brother. That's what them Muslims like doing. They eat dogs. Them Chinese Muslims. Oh, Jesus.
Don't bully our breed, Hitler Sunak.
Yeah.
I mean, like I love that because, like, obviously Rishi Sunak should be compared to Adolf Hitler, but like over an issue like this is really funny. He's like, yeah, we're gonna be shooting any boat that approaches the coast of England, but It's our dogs. Don't go after people's dogs.
I do want to know what their takes are on that. I would love to hear what they have to say
like,
about that.
Thank you very much.
I mean, like among the, as I'm sure you're aware, among the alt-right, like the whole banning pit bulls thing has become like a proxy for them to like find a way, yes, to be racist, to talk about banning immigrants.
Yeah, they say like they're like, oh, pit bulls like are a substitute for like black people is what their energy is, I guess.
Protest by XL bully owners who are protesting the government's proposed ban on the dogs. It does feel like there's something missing though.
I don't know what it's been said. Brishy shit is getting dead. XL bullies are our friends. We stick by them till the end.
That's a genocidal statement, by the way.
What we stand?
Well, someone said banning pit bulls is a right-wing thing, but like I suppose it's like a right-wing thing if you're into being racist, but it's also just like if you have kids, like and they like to see them grow up.
Listen, all I'm saying is, people never ask what the vibes of the baby that is being eaten, and I think it's fucked up because like some babies have bad vibes. Like pit bulls sometimes have good vibes. Babies bad vibes.
So like I just saw someone in the chat asking how Matt's doing, and Chris and I were just at his house. I can say, you know, Matt's doing great. I haven't seen him since I was last out here in November, but we were hanging out with his daughter, and one of the things that Matt was saying is how much like when he sees his daughter, he just wants to like just take a bite.
Yes, we were talking about the phenomenon how babies do look delicious.
Yeah.
And how that I think is a evolutionary trait to make you put yourself in the mind of a predator who would, like, if I want to consume my own baby, then so many other things out there must want to consume it as well.
Right.
Okay, I feel like this is the reason why you guys don't like pit bulls is for a different reason now.
You're like baby eating desire. Like they do have a point.
You're like, I don't want the pit bull to eat the baby. I want to eat the baby myself. Oh my God, bro! Look at this
Oh
shit.
my God.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. This is why I had that big ass camera, the room cam. That is incredible. They can see it too.
Oh my goodness.
Boys are hungry.
Holy shit.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Let me help you. Okay, watch out. Get out of the way.
All right.
Jarvis, open mask. Fuck, Jarvis. Open mask.
Okay. Wait, wow. Oh my God.
There we go. Which I put it?
Oh, your mask moves?
Yeah, it does.
Bro, this is the nuttiest. Here, I'll take it off your hand.
That looks gorgeous. That is a beautiful.
I don't know if you guys use the word market.
No.
What the fuck is? You have a gun.
No, it's not.
And Waleed is his dream is making shawarmas.
It's no dream. If you will, it is no dream.
Yeah. This is Will of Chapo Trap House.
Nice to meet you once again.
Nice to meet you.
This is incredible. I'm very excited.
Jarvis, open mask.
Wait, why did it close on its own?
Huh?
Does it close on its own?
Yes, sometimes. Read my Uber Eats orders.
Oh my God.
Put it on the table. We'll bring some napkins.
Okay. All right. There we go. Oh. Okay. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna fucking make these and eat them? Are you fine eating on camera?
I mean, if you're fine with it.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Some people get grossed out or worried about it. I don't
I'm
care.
fine.
I eat on camera all the time, and you guys can have some too.
Yeah.
There's enough. You think?
Okay. Big boys.
I'm a big boy, but I'll eat less. Okay. All right. What are we doing? Are we sitting down to eat?
Yeah, go for it. Here, I got some people.
Okay. There's sodas in the fridge if you want some, Will. And everybody else, there's sodas in the fridge if you guys want some sodas. It's not just rain. Jesus, fucking racists, dude. I mean, I'm sure they're memeing. Just Rain is back, right? He's done.
He has a show.
Yeah, that is I guess lamb chop.
Yeah.
Lamb chop.
Yeah, pirzola. God damn, bro.
And then there's some chicken shawarma.
Delicious.
Good.
Oh, chef.
Oh my God, this is so fucking good. Oh, can you sit with that?
I don't know yet. the second time I put it on.
Is the meat on the shit's real? So, here's what happened. Do you guys remember that? Wait, here, let me close this really quick. Let's see how this looks like. Oh, there it is. It's better. Do you guys remember that there was like the Mr. Beast, like looking like an Arab sheik, that went viral? That was on a food truck. That was his.
Yep.
That was his food truck.
Mm-hmm. And he hasn't sued me yet.
Yeah. Wait, did he actually DM you?
No, he did it. That was fake.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he's seen it though.
Yeah, he tweeted at it.
Yeah,
He made
I'll-
the food good. So why not come and try it for
Let me see. Let's see. Let's see if we'll pick up. He might not. I'm gonna text him first.
Tell him we can make a shawarma wrap. Where you eating right? Right?
Yeah.
Oh man. There's some onions in there. You get some potatoes.
How you on, man? There's another.
You want to pull the back of the trigger?
What?
Huh? You want to pull the back of it?
The back of what trigger?
The pita cannon?
There's a pita cannon?
Yeah.
Where?
I forgot where the trigger is.
Where it is?
Yeah, go ahead. This is... No, that's the PSI. The other one.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh!
You just said you weren't armed.
Oh my god!
It's the pita cannon. But it's
Bro,
also-
it knocked my fucking. It knocked the fucking the pizzola out of my hand, bro. That shit was unsanctioned. Oh my god. We gotta ban those too after the bullies.
Yeah.
Okay. That was incredible. Hold on, let me see. Wally, tell us more about what's going on.
Next Saturday, we got a big wrap-up happening. I'll be in this outfit, of course. We got Yummy Eats. If you guys love the food, you guys like the food, right?
Of course, yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's really good.
So we're doing a little pop-up in LA next Saturday. Got the flyer on the ground. You can meet Shawarma Man yourself. We got 30 shots from the pita cannon. Mr. Beast might be there.
Hold on, I'm texting him right now. Let's see what he says. I'm saying you do social for H you Teddy Fresh.
What kind of dog is this big girl here? Does she have a breed, or is this just a?
She's a mix. She's a mutt. She's a bunch of different things. Tibetan Mastiff, Saint Bernard, Chow Chow,
Yeah.
horse. She's only here. I'm gonna send them this. Tell Mr. Beast that Ludwig will be there. Okay, I will. Do you like the shirt? Well, I mean,
the shirt is awesome.
Yeah, I'm waiting for. Hopefully Disney doesn't.
Wait, who? Disney?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know what they, look at this. Obviously, I'm making money off their likeness.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, so you're going for like more of a war machine,
Yeah,
sort of like a shawarma machine.
So we
Okay.
got the pita cannon in the back.
All right.
This is a kebab cart. I always dreamed of owning my own kebab cart, and I'm so thankful to make it happen this year. I know I make silly little cooking videos with friends, but now I can give you all a chance to come along for the ride. Thanks for always supporting me. This is it.
This is it, fully wrapped. It works. There's my muse.
I love this.
It works so well because it like you don't do cake.
So well, you can ask about it.
Yeah, you can ask about it.
This is his co-host for his podcast.
Yeah.
Zach. Waleed's entry point into white people. Zach is the stand-in for all white people.
Well, we'll say, coming to visit LA, the LA like food truck game is really off the charts.
You think so?
Oh yeah, there's so much good stuff out here.
How long are you here till?
I'm here for a couple weeks.
Oh fuck yeah, then pull up.
Yeah, I would love to.
Where is it gonna be? Location?
Eagle Rock.
Eagle Rock. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's 1770 Colorado Boulevard.
Hell yeah. Do you want to give some of them to the people?
Yeah, I'll bring it over.
Here, it's probably easier for us to do it. Is the shirt for sale? I don't know. Oh yeah, watch out. This is why leftists need to lift, Will.
I'll take it over.
Dude, this is incredible. I don't even like pirzola that much. This is the best I've ever had. I'm not even fucking.
Lamb is hard to cook.
Yes,
it's like
dude.
Texture, but a lot of people don't like lamb.
She's just fucking. Oh god damn, Kaya. Kaya is so fucking hungry off the lamb that she just drooled all over my leg.
She was licking the donut. This thing on the.
Oh, she was trying to lick the donut. Anyway, hold on. I'm gonna throw this out real quick. All right, are you gonna? You wanna change out of that, or you wanna stay in the?
I can stay in it if you want.
You're gonna stand up in that the whole time?
Here, I think it can fit on the chair.
Can you can sit down.
Yeah, grab one of the stools from your living room, maybe, like the bar chairs.
All right, Chad. I got a question for you. What are some good prop bets I can place on the Super Bowl tomorrow?
How much cover time is Taylor Swift for that?
Okay, like how many cutaways? Or just like how much minute? Like an over/under? Like I don't know.
Top right now is at 5.
5 minutes? 5 minutes of screen time in the Super Bowl? I would take the under on that.
No, I'm taking the over, buddy. Come on.
I don't know. Like people, 60 seconds is a lot of screen time.
They're saying that she should be on the new Madden.
That's true. I think she should. I think it should be her and Kelsey. Let's see. Will Taylor catch the final touchdown? Yeah, I think so. That'd be cool. Gatorade color. That's a classic one. Yeah. Commercials. You know, like I mean, what are going to be the big commercials this year? You know.
Oh, Doritos, of course.
Yeah. I mean, they can't do crypto anymore. I think Larry David should have to do another commercial where he apologizes for the crypto one he did last year.
With his own coin.
Yeah, and he got paid in crypto too. I mean, if that isn't a plot line on the new season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, he's really missing a beat. But Larry David, unfortunately, not as funny as he used to be thanks to the vaccine. And I'm quoting the great author Naomi Wolf. Hopefully we all saw that tweet yesterday. I'm good for now. I'm talking to the chat here. Yeah, we're doing some deals. We're gonna figure out what bets I should place tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I was just in Atlantic City last weekend, and I started sports gambling for the first time. And losing money on the Knicks, I was like, you know what? I should do this more often.
How much you lose?
I bet $100 on the Knicks, which is like, they're good this year. Let's see. The Knicks are back, baby. I suppose if I would bet tomorrow, I'd be on the Chiefs.
But 49ers?
Nah. Nah, I can't bet. I mean, I don't know how anyone would bet against Patrick Mahomes at this point. But hey, this is a leftist chat. This isn't a football chat. So, what else is going on in the world today? What are the controversies? I mean, have you been talking about how leftists should work out or shouldn't work out? What does the chat feel about that? Will, you're the GOAT. Will you review Pain and Gain on Movie Mindset? It's a good idea. Pain and Gain is a very good movie. It should be like, the Mark Wahlberg, The Rock. Yeah. Sort of an underrated Michael Bay movie. Talk about Tacoma, horsecock. I mean, I am not up on that. I'm not. Let's see, workout only for looking better. I agree, but if you already look good, there's no need to work out. So I stick to TV and movies, and eating delicious lamb from the cart, from the shawarma machine. Shawarma machine, yeah.
I hope Disney reaches out and does like a new variation of the Iron Man franchise.
Well, they need something.
Yeah,
they need something going. When will Shoppo become a Montreal-based podcast? Good question. We had a great time in Montreal. I've been thinking about it ever since I've been there. Which Star Trek is your least favorite? I mean, are we including the current run of Star Trek TV series on CBS? Because all of them. I mean, Star Trek Picard and Star Trek Discovery are pretty bleak. Pretty bleak, I must say.
Did you try sitting?
No, not yet. I might need that bar chair.
Bro, this is so fucking good.
Like, you're happy?
Oh my God.
Good,
You've
good.
upgraded. Like, last time when you made food, it was incredible.
It was
now
good.
it's even better.
That's right. I'm practicing.
You want a bar chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're sitting on, but you can ask for what's going on. What's your woman's name?
John.
John, can you bring one of those bar chairs for Wallet if we can try and...
Well, okay. Well, will your views go up or down if you start eating on camera?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I eat on camera at the same time every single day.
Well, I mean, you stream all day long.
Yeah.
You got to eat at some point.
Let's see if it works. Yeah, I have to, so I do that. What are some misconceptions that you have about streaming that I can clear up? Shout out to Dong Wizard on Twitter. They made Wallet's suit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Oh.
Yep.
You want to hold on?
Oh, there
you
we
need
go.
help?
Yeah, I got it.
You need help?
Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus.
You need help?
You got you. You got
I'm a
you.
man.
You cooking that thing? You cooking that, Rick?
You're not gonna cook in this, right?
Yeah.
No. I have a cook for the pop-up, but I'll be wearing this for the peeps.
Can we take the gas canister off?
No, I think I got it.
Okay.
It's gonna imagine fires again.
Well, let me ask you. When did you start cooking? Like, when did you did you cook for yourself like as a teenager or like younger than that?
So my dad had a bunch of kebab restaurants.
So yeah.
So I learned.
So you
from
grew
my
up
dad
around the
when I was
kitchen.
Like, yeah, 14, 15, and then all his restaurants kind of flopped.
Yeah.
And then as I got older, I kept cooking, making goofy little silly videos, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, let me have my own little place.
People are asking if the doner on your beef is the doner on your chest is the actual real beef or if it's just a prop. It's real beef.
Yeah. This is like a cauldron of hot oil back here. Yeah. See, we came on talking about should leftists work out 4 to 5 times a day. I would say the skill that should be cultivated, and I'm serious about this, is cooking. Is cooking for yourself, because
agreed.
Ordering food all the time is insane. It all sucks, and I just think, like, you know, regardless of what you're preparing, I think any meal cooked at home is more nutritious and just de facto better for you than anything you would order out.
And it's therapeutic.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, when I cook, I find cooking can be very stressful, but also kind of cathartic.
Because it takes a lot of time.
And, like, you know, it takes a lot of focus and attention, and, like, also, like, if people are trying to talk to me when I'm cooking, I'd lose it. We'll get Catherine here to talk about my kitchen behaviors.
I have I like watching stuff while I'm cooking. Like, I have the TV in the classic white American staple TV in the kitchen.
Oh yeah.
And I'll play. I've been watching Better Call Saul while I cook. You have a take on that? Do you like Better Call Saul?
Well,
no?
I mean, actually, I have yet to finish the series, but
really?
I did very much like Better Call Saul, so I don't know why I've been waiting so long to watch the final season.
Bro, these are fire. It got real slow.
What do you, Hassan? What do you like to cook? Do you have like any go-to meals that you like to do?
For me, what the hell?
Chicken.
Chicken?
I cook chicken and I make breakfast sandwiches.
Ooh.
But my whole thing is like, everything I cook is very specific, like macronutrients wise. So I'm trying to max out on the protein whenever I cook. Or whatever I weigh, whatever I make, it's like maximum protein, very little carbs, very little fat. So it's not exactly very, I mean, I think it tastes delicious, but it definitely could be better. Like, it could be better tasting.
Because you're just eating for nutrients. You're not eating for taste.
Yeah. No, that's a very boring answer. I'm sorry.
Recently I prepared some a corned beef hash where I made corned beef from scratch, and then I did sort of a corned beef hash, but with the potatoes cooked in duck fat, and it came out wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, so that's like that's a real thing. I don't do that. Like, I use frozen microwave rice. Like,
boo.
Yeah.
You gotta get yourself a rice cooker, man.
No, it's because it's like super fast. That's why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know. Sorry, I'm trying to sell food as quickly as possible so I can talk. Do you support local farmers or the agri-food, or is the agri-food system better?
Oh, the agri-food system is much better than local farmers or anything that's organic. I try to buy vegetables as big as possible from.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Bro.
I mean, I don't want anything grown by hand.
You want to know something crazy? Before I came to the United States of America, I literally did not know that cucumbers were ever that size.
Oh yeah, they're much smaller. The Persian style cucumbers.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is this?
No,
Like,
they're massive in America. They're huge.
and if you're American, you think like, oh no, the cucumbers that are like this large with like the seeds that are literally like
they're like fucking
like seeds that
they're like
actually are
like
seeds.
poker chips.
Yeah, like people think that that's normal. That's not normal, dude. That is like insane, hormoned out, whatever the fuck they have on there. However,
Yeah, basically, I want a tomato that's the size of my head and virtually tasteless.
People get confused because they think it's zucchini.
yeah, that's a whole different thing. And but I will say, like, I think like strawberries and stuff, I feel like they kind of get that right, depending on whatever the hormones are that they put in it. I don't know. I feel like some of them they get right, like chicken.
Yeah.
I love American chicken with the big ass titties, dude. That's my shit. I love that. I eat that shit every day, and it's been good for me, so I don't have a problem with it.
I had to lose a bunch of weight for this costume.
Really?
Yeah, like a marble roll.
You're on steroids.
Kumail Nanjiani shit.
Hey, and if the food truck goes bad, you'll be in therapy, like Kumail as well. If people don't like it, if people don't like the shawarma.
Okay.
If the truck goes bad, you're gonna see me in
You know,
LA wearing this.
it's funny because someone just pointed this out about the Eternal, because with Kumail's, like him struggling because no one liked Kingo. He was the only one that had to get in shape for that movie. They're like, well, everyone else in that movie was just looked normal, and like he was just like cut, like
ripped to the goddamn
He was
gills.
ripped to the shreds. I mean, like
No scene in that movie where he had to be that ripped either.
I just imagine
isn't he like a god? I didn't watch it.
Yeah,
but
no, I mean they're all gods. But like, I just imagine like you in Hollywood now, you just like walk into your agent's office like expecting to ask like, hey, what work do you have for me? And then like basically like a tranq dart just hits you in the neck, and you wake up in like the super soldier strapped to a bed, and Marvel's just like, we own you now. We'll be injecting you with all kinds of experimental steroids and drugs to get you to.
I mean, he looks great.
That's true.
Does he? I feel like he looks weird. Like he did too much. He should have kept it at like a minimum. I think. I feel like he did the what's his face, the one that was in Iron Claw.
Oh right, was it Zac Efron?
Zac Efron. No, not Jeremy. Jeremy Allen is a national treasure, and he's Jeremy Allen is like I think Jeremy Allen is white boy Taylor Swift right now. He's having a moment.
I agree.
I'm just sick of people saying I look like him.
They say that?
No.
They're all, dude. I was just.
People say I look like the kid from The Sixth Sense. That's the one I get most commonly. Yeah, Haley Joel Osment.
No, you don't look like him at all. You're way better looking, way more attractive, King. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. No, I mean, I'm not saying I'm fine with that comparison. Racist.
No, I think you look like Dev Patel.
Really?
Very hot.
But you know what? Dev Patel's a very good-looking guy, so I would just roll with it.
Well, no, when he did Slumdog Millionaire,
Yeah.
that look, he wasn't.
Well, I mean, he's grown up since then. Have you seen the trailer for his new movie? It looks sick.
Yeah, he looks.
The Monkey Man.
Oh yeah.
I will be seeing that when it comes out.
People keep asking me to watch that. Hold on.
The brown John Wick.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Wait, what do you mean trailer music? What the
That
fuck?
was just the trailer.
The Monkey Man.
Close your eyes, and you will find yourself.
When I was a boy, my mother used to tell me a story of a demon king and his army. They brought fire and terror
Wait,
to the...
is this Bollywood or Hollywood?
It's Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
It's like Jordan Peele's producing it.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Dev directed this, too.
Until they faced the protector of the people, the White Monkey.
You think RRR did this? Like, you think
I think
RRR played
RRR
a
really
role?
opened it up. I think it really opened things up.
It should.
Yeah, that movie was amazing.
It's not as gimmicky as. I'm not saying RR was gimmicky by any means.
Yeah, you better. This is a pro RR.
Well, wait. What was the gimmick in RRR?
When he's carrying the dude on his shoulder.
that was sick.
Dude, it was incredible.
Yeah.
It was great. The song popped off too.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Song of the summer, song of the year. Honestly, I don't even listen to music that much, but I would like play that in the gym.
That song?
Yeah, not to.
I would play the whole RRR soundtrack. I mean, like if I worked out, but
yeah. All right, let's keep going.
You are a beast.
Mr. Beast.
In this city, the rich don't see us as people. Give me the job no one wants to do. I'll do it.
Anyone who forgets their please.
Wait, Apashe made this? That's crazy. Did he make the soundtrack to the trailer, chat?
Every day, I've prayed for a way to protect the weak.
I've got an answer to every prayer.
Yeah.
I call her Nikki. Minaj, big bumper, nice headlights. Let's boogie.
You need to fight for your mother, for all of us.
Anger will not quiet your soul, my son. Don't call me son. Damn, that's so good. Just one small ember can burn down everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a fight? 1, 2, 3.
Wait, no, I thought keep playing it. Keep playing it.
The reason why we're talking about this is like this movie, it was made only because of RRR or anything, but RRR opened up distribution and access to like, because when you make a movie like this, I think this was in development for a while, right?
I don't know anything about the development, but like it's more just like how successful that movie was, featuring like like a cast that's like non-English speaking or not white, and just like 2 Indian leads, and the fact that it kicked so much ass. It's just like. Because I think people, I think they associate like Indian cinema with like musicals, which RRR was, but it was like had just hardcore ass kicking in it as well.
Yeah, it was sick.
You ever watch classic Bollywood movies?
I honestly, Bollywood is an area of which my film knowledge is severely lacking. But we should say that RRR was not a Bollywood movie though; it's a Tollywood movie.
Yeah.
It's from the southern India.
Yeah. My thing, I mean, this is not India at all, but The Raid, I think, is the greatest.
Oh, The Raid's like the best action. The Raid and The Raid 2 are like 2 of the best action movies ever made.
It's probably, and I watched it only recently. Will would always, my buddy Will, would always try to get me to watch it, and for years, like I heard about it and I never watched it, and then I finally did. I was like, oh my god, it's so incredible.
It's incredible. It's like it is how hard that movie is from like the first 5 minutes. There's like 2 minutes of that movie that isn't just absolute chaos.
Dev Patel wasn't getting an action role and wanted one, so he financed his own movie and directed when it was set to be a streaming movie. Jordan Peele bought the rights because he thought it deserved the theatrical release.
Sick.
I agree.
Oh.
I'm
That's
happy
sick.
to be compared to him.
Oh,
Says,
people
any
are
thoughts on
asking-
the Looney Tunes movie being destroyed? Yeah. I mean, I think this is. I mean, like, this is not the first time that this has happened, but like, this is probably the worst example because I don't know. Coyote vs. Acme sounds like a very funny movie. I mean, I would like to see that. And I think the thing now with these streamers where they have a movie in the can and then they just don't release it as a tax write-off. I mean, that's fine to do as a tax write-off, but I think once you claim that money or like take it back from what you'd be taxed on the release of it, I think it becomes public domain immediately. I think it should be seen at like every public library. They just get a copy of it. Anyone can rent it for free. It's just you can just watch it. It becomes public property. You cannot just like if you don't want to release it and take the tax write-off, all the way.
Brilliant.
And release it just like as public domain.
I also think public domain should be much shorter. As far as like
75 years is a long time.
No,
and then
fuck
like,
that.
and then there are that going in
Yeah, I
perpetuity thanks to the Walt Disney's lawyers.
I think public domain maximum, like, okay, if I'm being charitable, 10 years. Okay.
10 years?
No, 10 years. Public domain, after 10 years,
decade.
I get to use it. I get to watch it on stream. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah. I mean, like, there was a thing recently where was it Steamboat Willie entered the public domain, and people bring out all these Steamboat Willie things. And I know the whole thing is that the copyright law in this country is basically exists because of the Disney Corporation making sure Mickey Mouse never enters the public domain. What I want to know is what the fuck is the difference between Mickey Mouse and Steamboat Willie? Because they look basically the same to me. Does the Steamboat Willie just have a little hat or something? Why can I have now make a Steamboat Willie T-shirt and sell it, but not a Mickey Mouse one? Lloyd, chat, chime in.
Mickey is hotter. That's the difference. Okay, listen.
Sickos,
We
generous.
earlier we were talking about Vosh.
Coma's weeping right now.
Earlier we were talking about Vosh. There's a lot of people that are going to be here with unique tastes and approaches.
Why is everyone talking about Vosh again?
Oh, he was. Oh, come on, you didn't see it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you were just saying Tacoma's weeping just for.
I mean, I knew that. That's like a. It's this phrase I say all the time.
No, it literally, dude, it is stuck in my mind. And like when I first saw it, like 4 fucking years ago, I was like,
yeah,
it's pros.
Yeah, exactly.
All those like Instagram posts that are like, oh, fuck, makes me feel sad. Tacoma wept on the other hand is like perfect, but all I will say is the meta or the thing that happened is, you know, I guess he was maybe watching a I guess maybe he was watching a or talking about something on a stream, and then he accidentally.
Oh right. I mean, I saw that, but like I was aware of like the horse thing with him, but I thought this was just a joke, and I was like, I got the impression that he did that on purpose, kind of as like a little wink and a nod to the real ones, to the real fans out there. Although I will say, I mean, like,
Damn, you're a real head.
Well,
You're a real
I
head.
guess
You-
Way too much.
I guess with streaming and whatever, like, I guess this is like a fear of mine. If we're ever to stream, is just like what I have on my laptop.
Why do
Or
you
just
have things on your? This is what I don't understand. I don't get it. Like I have never like since I left Turkey, where porn is illegal, right? You can't like access it from the websites and whatnot. There's like a literal like physical firewall. I have not downloaded porn ever. It's so widely accessible. It's awesome. It's one of the greatest
Yeah,
things.
but you could still have a tab open.
Oh, you're talking about
I mean,
tabs.
like when sharing your screen.
Yeah, this guy fucking
And I'm
literally.
not just talking about weird pornography on my computer. I'm talking about everything on my computer. That's not for public consumption.
No, I agree. That's why you gotta have a regular like computer that you stream with. And then
Why
like,
would you watch porn while working? How horny are you? I work from home.
Jeffrey
so,
Toobin.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Toobin.
I'm tubing it up.
Okay, here a question for you, Jeffrey Toobin, OG Gooner, ahead of the genre.
Oh,
yes or no?
absolutely. Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
1000%.
Okay, good. I was thinking about that the other day. I think like there is not enough respect when talking about Jeffrey Toobin, because he basically was like, before people started talking about gooning, including Norm Finkelstein, right? Like before everybody started knowing what gooning was, like he was a meta definer.
Yeah.
When he was. Are you
I mean,
serious?
I only found out about this like a couple months ago.
You
I
know
just
what gooning
thought gooning was jacking off.
No, gooning is like, well, there's jacking off.
Well,
and
I mean,
there's
this is like,
gooning.
but it's jacking off for like 12 hours at a time and then not coming. Am I wrong about this?
Is gooning just harder?
Yes, I would say so.
No, that's edging. What you're talking about is edging. Gooning is like when you're basically a competitive masturbator. Where you like masturbate for like 14, 15 hours a day or some shit.
Whoa. Okay, that's wrong.
And they have like goon caves. Like they dedicate everything to like masturbating. They dedicate their whole lives to masturbating. Which, by the way, I don't understand because like masturbation is awesome because it's like short and sweet.
Yeah, get in, get out.
It's like, it's the most fun you can have on your own in the shortest period of time possible. Like it's just like, I don't know why people complicate it.
Yeah, no, it's like when I found out what gooning was, I was like, that was for the first time in my life, I felt that self-abuse is wrong, and like perhaps all of the scolds were correct if this is what it leads to.
Yeah, like what happened to shaming type shit. Here, but anyway, his folder was leaked because he had a porn folder on his computer next to his folder called taxes. Weird as
which is a great place to keep all of your pornography is in a folder on your computer labeled taxes.
So, but the wildest part is one of the folders was literally XXX gifs, as in like he's cranking it to gifs. I guess like I don't really understand that at all.
That's so short.
Yeah, how do you jerk off the gifs? I don't want to know. Okay, but it's weird. And then beyond that, it was also there was a lot of apparently all the 4chan freaks found out like immediately just off the thumbnail alone, like the quick snapshot.
Oh my god!
He's like commissioned like lolly art. There's like art of like a girl eating a horse's ass and the horse is like fucking another girl, like a threesome.
And he commissioned it?
No, I think that was AI art, which many in his community got mad at.
He's like the Medici family of weird pornography.
Yeah. His community got mad at the fact, not because there's lolly stuff there, but because there was some AI art. it's like a dude. I swear to God, it's like a joke top to bottom. It's awesome.
How does your chat feel about Vaush? I mean, I don't know much about him. I know he doesn't like us, so that's basically all I know about him.
Yeah.
And the horse thing.
He's not a big fan.
He's not a fan.
Of mine either. I mean, he's hot and cold on me. I think like he's defended me in the past, but like these last couple of years since the savior of the Christian race, Vladimir Putin, invaded Ukraine, and I said like he wouldn't do that because that's really fucking dumb.
Yeah, I got a lot of took a big L on that one as well.
Well, I mean, but also I was like still totally vindicated on the fact that it was really fucking dumb of him to invade Ukraine. But everyone has been like, "Oh, you love Vladimir Putin."
Right.
He's one of those guys. He's like loves NATO.
Okay, so he's a NATO head. Okay.
Oh, he's a big NATO head, but I don't really. I don't know.
This is why I stick to podcasting. You know, it's like
the
streaming and
leftists
and YouTube world. It just seems everyone's.
What the fuck is this?
Wait, let me see this.
Two times the left is Vosh versus Matt.
Donald Trump and other prominent members of his administration are announcing to us that they intend to commit the coup in the United States.
I wanted to talk about something today. I wanted to talk about what I heard from a friend.
This isn't a fancy, frivolous use of language. This is a capital C coup d'etat, a traditional seizure of government power by one group against the democratic wishes of the majority.
I heard from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another Trump is stealing the election. Down.
I can't. I'll die.
And it is
Derek Evans has entered the Capitol. I repeat, Derek. You know what I'm talking about?
Who's Derek Evans?
So Derek Evans was, I believe, a West Virginia House legislator.
Okay.
And he participated in January 6th, of course, as one does.
Yeah, but he could have just been going to his office. Oh, wait, no, his office is in West Virginia.
He's a state, yeah.
Okay,
He hadn't even, I believe he hadn't even been sworn in yet.
Okay.
But it was awesome because I remember, like, going through all of these different, like, personal snapshots, like POVs, and like, sifting through it. And then arriving at this beautiful moment as someone goes, Derek Evans has entered the Capitol, saying his full name, and and then finding out that it was the same Derek Evans that is a fucking state legislator.
Awesome.
And of course he got arrested, lost his position, all of that, but it was phenomenal.
I mean, not to contradict Vaush here, but you know, I agree with Brace Belden that January 6th was primarily about having fun with your friends.
Oh yeah.
You guys would go in there if the doors were open?
I would love to. I would love to. I mean, the problem is I wouldn't do it and then expect not to spend some time in federal prison. So I think my fear of that would probably keep me from entering any government buildings unannounced or
or maybe announced like Derek Evans.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you announce it, it's not illegal. It's not illegal.
He literally said that Derek Evans is in the Capitol Hill.
So he's referring to himself in the third person.
Yes, dude.
Oh, that's amazing.
No, I'm telling you, I watched this happen live
Oh my God,
and
that
Googled
rules.
it and found out
So
that he's a fucking legislator.
I thought it was just the official January 6th, like sort of Don Pardo. Derek Evans is now in the Capitol.
No, it was like straight up. He said it like openly.
They should make an escape room for January 6th. where people can relive the experience.
Well, now it's the escape room is called prison, which free our boys. Okay.
Yep. We gotta get them out.
Yeah, free our boys until
the great escape room.
Yeah. It's fucked up. I hate what the scary Brandon regime has done to our big, beautiful boys who are political prisoners.
And I can't believe it, and I can't conceive it, because we're under the gun and Trump's stealing the election.
After these memes are done, Wally, you can show us some of your favorite memes. He's a bit of a connoisseur.
Your meme head? What?
Oh, yeah. Well,
that is what is going to happen in 5 weeks. Things may actually end up being worse than I imagined them to be.
So it seems like people are kind of erotically enthralled with the idea of Trump having a coup in November. Am I wrong about this? Do they not speak with a virtual ball gag in their mouths? And perhaps a butt plug betwixt their cheeks?
I'm going to explain this to you, and I am going to be right.
Just like the fucking libs who are getting off on the prospect of Trump doing a coup because he predictably is not accepting that he lost, which everyone knew he would.
And this hits with the Chapo boys too, those smug doomer dipshits who have completely resigned any possibility of engaging in good political action.
This is
dude. Look, I'm
engaging in good political action right now.
As someone who said, like, listen, Joe Biden is better than Donald Trump leading up to the election, I feel like you are vindicated. I hang my hat in shame.
I mean, as I said in 2020, I said like on the show the other week, I'm not the vote police. I'm not your parents. Like, you can decide for yourself if you want to vote, who you want to vote for. So like, when I say I didn't vote for Joe Biden in 2020, and there's certainly no chance I'm doing it again. The thing I didn't do last time, I'm certainly not doing again this time. And people will accurately point out that like this isn't really much of a threat because I wasn't going to vote for him in the first place. But here's the thing: they misunderstand. I'm not saying it as a threat. I'm saying it as a brag. I'm just bragging at this point, because I can't, I cannot affect meaningful political change.
Also,
contra Vaush. I mean, I'm sorry.
He is demonstrated he doesn't give a fuck about your vote.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Over and over again. He's
and
like,
I also live in New York, so like, it's pointless anyway.
Yeah. So, I
was vindicated. I was totally vindicated.
M Hud says, we'll get ready to have the most annoying people on earth tweeting at you, and I don't mean your fans.
All right. All right. Let's
Fucking
go.
got him.
Another case of people jazzing themselves up on a fight that they want to keep having because they didn't get the orgasm they thought they were going to get out of Biden winning. They just got this kind of sad, seeping ejaculation.
God, January 6th was so sick. Only made better by the fact that liberals got like very upset about it, comparing it to 9/11. Which, obviously, if we're talking like which one is sicker, it's 9/11.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should get some angry tweets now.
I'm saying it was bad. I'm saying 9/11 it makes me sick.
Yeah, well, I mean, like thousands of people died on 9/11, and the only people who died on January 6th were like, people whose heart exploded because they walked up a staircase for the first time.
And political hero Ashley Babbitt.
That's true.
The martyr.
That is true. The martyr Ashley Babbitt.
She turned into a shaheed on that day. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'll say it.
Yeah.
People are afraid to say it. Ashley
Yeah.
Babbitt, hero for the cause. Okay.
The main issue for me is that there aren't really any like good pockets of the left, I feel, outside of like my community.
Oh, he
I
thinks-
agree. Oh, there
he
we go.
thinks- Dude, that's me on a stripper pole from one of the striptease.
Oh, hell yeah.
Add that to the cart. Low-key.
Dude, yeah, put that on there. Yeah, you put Mr. Beast on, but not me. I'm Mr. Fees, baby. You got this
You were
is.
too close to me. I didn't want to get sued.
I will agree with Vaush on in this regard, as I also agree that there are no good pockets of the left outside the people that I like.
Yeah.
Or who like me, rather.
What
Oh, there
is
we go.
this?
Yeah, there we go. Yes. No. Yeah.
Champagne socialist, cock hidden from the world. Shawarma
Yes,
facing the world,
yeah.
legs open, looking
Yep.
up in deference, leaning away in fear, cock shame.
Yep. Oh God, I'm. This is why I have fear coming on your stream.
Yeah, they clocked us.
Last time I came on, like, I had 10,000 15-year-olds calling me a CIA agent, and now I've been exposed. Now I've been exposed. But you know what? Like, this is no shame in this because
Okay, it wasn't my stream is the reason. You have your mentally ill guys too.
But this is I'm not shamed by this because of course I will lean away in fear and look up in deference to the shawarma machine. How could you not?
Yeah,
Look at this.
This thing could blow up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be honest. There's a lot more freaks since last time that like now have made it their lives mission to be like, they said, you said don't vote for Joe Biden. That's right.
No, I said I'm not voting for Joe Biden. I don't care what you do.
You told me earlier before. You said, "Hey, by the way."
Yeah.
Before the stream, you went right on to everyone and said,
Yeah.
"Don't vote Joe Biden."
Yeah, it was fucked up, but he did say that, and he should. It's
Community.
America.
It feels like every other big community of leftists has some like huge.
And like I start throwing a few pitches and it's and the crowd's going crazy. And then, I thought that would be cool.
No, sorry, Matt Christman and Trianon talk shit about you. No, I didn't. What, on Twitter or over their podcast or something like that?
Yeah, no, that Bausch guy. People want me to debate him, and I've looked. What's the debate? What would you want me to jangle keys in front of his face? Dumbest people I've ever encountered.
Jangle keys in front of his face.
I love this song, by the way.
This is like, I think, one of the worst aspects of like the debate culture stuff that people falsely smear me with and say I'm a
you
debate
debate
guy.
people?
Because like I've debated like Andrew Tate and stuff. Like I do it for, because I do it for like content. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know what it's for. The purpose is like be in front of a large audience and like humiliate ritualistically your interlocutor. It's not about like using the Socratic method to arrive at the truth or whatever the fuck these nerds believe. And the worst aspect of it is that like ultimately it leads you down a pathway of inevitably turning every aspect of your life into that same spectacle.
Right.
Which is this.
And also, like,
let me. Do you want to see?
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to see the update?
All right.
Because Ethan found out about the horse porn stuff, and he was blasting him on his show, and this was his retaliation.
One is like a threesome with two chicks and a guy, and in retrospect, looking at it,
the two chicks and a guy, the guy is a horse. It's
Okay.
a horse, and not even like
Secretariat.
It's no, literally, like it's not even a horse that's like
a famous horse. Yeah.
Like a furry or something.
yeah, it's not even like a humanistic horse. It's not an anthropogenic horse. It is a horse with a horse cock, and the horse is having its ass eat. I saw it. Okay, it is all over the replies of every single one of these fucking tweets. Yeah. It's not BoJack Horseman. No, it is literally just Secretariat would be adequate. Yes.
knowing now that that artist is a lolicon, yeah, I can see it. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed share.
Entertain him. Entertain him for a moment.
You know how goblins are drawn in porn.
Like goblins
don't
get
know that.
You'll have to entertain me for a moment
You'll
on
have to
this
entertain.
presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography.
It's not
but
shared
you know how they're
knowledge.
all like
This
thick
is
short
deeply
stacks, right?
esoteric knowledge. Okay, sorry.
Dude, fellas, come on. How many times have you commissioned goblin porn and then people go, "Oh, that's Lolly. Actually, that's like a little girl instead," and you're like, "Oh, I thought this was a
I just thought she
3,000-year-old
was
goblin."
small. I thought she was a mythical creature.
Yeah. You never. It's exactly. You never want to be defending this shit. This is a big L. You ignore and you move on. But when you're like in the thick of it, I think you just don't understand, and then you create phenomenal content.
Exactly. Like you need to litigate every aspect, and like you take anyone disagreeing with you or getting over on you, like something you need to like have a fucking like litigate out to hours. And I just think I don't know, like I guess like the broader thing with like political debate is like, I just don't see like the utility of it, and I think it's like actually a sign of weakness because it's like there are things that I just don't think are worthy of debate. Like I have no argument with you if you think otherwise. It's just sort of like
like the ethics of child
pornography,
which they debate all the time.
Just move on, like like I don't like. There's nothing to talk about here. Like it's okay to disagree. And then there are disagreements that are so profound about like how you see the world that like they're not going to be resolved by some sort of Socratic method.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't know what you do.
You can debate like sports. You know,
I think you take some time off. Like I like in a situation like this, like you have to you just have to take time off and just like maybe do a comeback like a year later or something, because like you can't. There's no way to address this.
It'll linger behind you for so long too.
Yeah.
And another thing I don't like about debate culture is that like the worst thing you can make is an ad hominem. But I think like. Or the person advancing an argument is the most important feature of whether that argument is credible or not.
Yeah, well, which is precisely why all of those guys that go ad hominem are like #1 experts at being like, excuse me, but methinks you bought a house in 2021, so that means your argument is invalid. And then it's like a different version of that cycled over and over again by some of the dumbest people I've ever encountered on the entire planet.
Well, because like it's just like there's never going to be like because these things that people are debating about are issues of like moral values and culture and like just like sort of the framework for how you understand the world, and like that these are I just don't think these are things that can be debated or there's anything useful to be had in making a spectacle of it. It's either like you have confidence in your beliefs and are willing to stand up for them, or like know how to defend yourself if challenged. But like, yeah, it's this instinct to make everything into that everything can be litigated or like can be resolved through debate or conversation.
Yeah, it's some things you can't resolve, especially Lolly. Like getting caught with Lolly is the worst thing. But apparently his fans are more upset about the AI porn part of it than anything else, really.
Yeah.
And we're gonna move on from this. You stop horsing around and wait till things are more stable. The naysayers will always be there.
Oh,
you
what's
just
up,
gotta
Michael?
get back on the saddle. Yeah, he's right. Very logical though. We will logic and reason out of this. There's an Iron Man sailing down behind you. You've noticed it all. Okay, so speaking of Iron Man, that's actually Shawar Machine.
Thank you.
A Shawar Machine.
Or Iron Man, I guess. But
It's also for like tacos. I've been getting that a lot lately.
Oh yeah, because it's carnitas, right?
Yeah, it's multicultural.
Yeah. Well, I always say, you guys are gray wolves. I'm a panturanist, which is also a gray wolf of a different variety. Or not carnitas, al pastor. And I always say Mexicans are Turks because of al pastor.
They're part of the Latino belt on the planet.
Yes, which Egypt is also a part of.
Yes. Well, actually, my friend Ev from Agent Napoleon pointed this out about the Egypt-Mexico thing. A lot of similarities between Egypt and Mexico. A dry, sort of desert-like climate. Pyramids in both countries. The only two countries in the world, basically, that have pyramids. I mean, there are others in South America.
But that doesn't matter.
But
no.
the big ones are in
For
Mexico.
the sake of this argument,
They're the big one. Like the most famous pyramids in the world are in Egypt and Mexico.
Well, in Punjab, farmers from Punjab, India would go to Mexico, have kids, and then come back with brown kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. More Mexico similarities. Do you know Peso Pluma is Lebanese? Yes, I know. Do you know who Peso Pluma is?
Who is that?
Yeah, Peso Pluma's name is Hassan, actually. Like, literally,
That's sick.
Who is Peso Pluma?
Peso Pluma is a what is it? It's do you know what narco corridos is?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like the cartel, like sort of real stories rendered, real stories of murder.
Yeah,
and horror rendered.
He's done like a bunch
upbeat
of
anthems. Yeah.
He's done some narco corridos, but like he's way bigger than that, obviously. But he does like praise El Chapo.
Oh, he's a fan of our show. Good.
Yeah, exactly. And he was like threatened with death by a rival drug cartel.
Oof.
Oh, this is the one. He's sick. I think his shit's awesome. Probably because his name is Hassan, though. I'm a little biased. I won't lie.
He's also very handsome.
Yeah, he is very handsome, but like in a weird, like, skinny guy kind of way. He's swagged out.
Burberry, all Burberry. I love it.
Yeah. This guy's also.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that.
Incredibly swagged out.
Yeah.
He has a very unique voice. You'll hear.
Siempre pendiente. El gobierno es muy inteligente. Yo voy al frente.
Okay, what I love about this genre of music and these videos is that, yeah, like they're swagged out for days. It looks like it could be a rap video, but the style of music that they're producing sounds like it could have been made 60 years ago.
No, that's why it's so sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It's
he's
just
Lebanese?
he's half Lebanese. He's from Chiapas. He's half Lebanese, half Mexican. His name is Hassan, like his real name, and he's the goat. I love him. He's awesome. He has like, and it's cool that he has a song about El Chapo, and then he has a fucking song about Lady Gaga, which is kind of like the El Chapo of music when you think about it. I will not elaborate further, but wait, what? The Big Bang Theory wanted to move Israel to Mexico? What? Okay,
Israel should be in Germany, not Mexico.
He's not from Chiapas. He's like Guadalajara. I don't know if that's in. I don't know.
Shout out Dan. Shout out Dan K.
I also love the look. They don't have. This
I love how
build.
different these two guys look too.
They don't have this build in like anywhere near like when you reach a certain level of fame in Hollywood. This build is eradicated entirely, which is why I love.
They're like,
seeing,
there's like the XL bully. Hollywood is exterminated.
Which is
this
why I love seeing this shit. Like, you know, this is a side character that like, what's his face? Jimmy Kimmel has on his show type shit. You know what I mean? This build you don't ever see in Hollywood, and I love seeing it. Like, representation matters.
I think it's a t-shirt. I think it's a t-shirt.
He looks so goofy.
It's like, I know what they're singing about. It's probably hard as hell if I could follow the lyrics.
But doesn't
if I
it look so
understand it.
goofy?
But like, just like the way they sing it and the way they look just sounds so like nice or just sort of quaint in a way. Even though I'm sure they're singing about real people being murdered.
Yeah, it feels like he's singing to you.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh shit, that scared the fuck out of me, bro. You're the real hero here, okay? You got fucking. Let's see what the lyrics are in this, okay? Let's see. What? Siempre pendientes. Okay, we gotta translate that though. Come on now, rap genius, give it to me. Okay, I don't know how to fucking.
Google Translate, copy and paste.
What? I don't want to do that. That's gonna be. Someone in the chat, I'm sure you have it.
Duolingo.
Always watchful.
Oppenheimer looking ass. Yeah, they filmed this in Los Alamos. He does kind of look like Oppenheimer.
Peso Pluma is king, man of triumphant success and victory for Mexico. Hearing this again made me think I was back to working in a kitchen. Right-click page and translate. Where is it? Translate to English. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
No, oh, here it is.
Always
Peso
pending.
Pluma.
The government is very intelligent.
Because the government's very intelligent, I'm going to the front, and behind me you can see a bunch of people. JGL, Joaquin Guzman Loera, El Chapo. I carry proudly the boss's rule. I take care of the area. No one gets involved here. In a Urus, I go out for a walk. 10 trucks look back. I take care of Mr. Guzman's plaza, and I bring P as a security ring.
Damn.
El P is an important general in the military of the Sinaloa cartel. Senor Guzman is El Chapo Guzman's leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Okay. He's dropping lore. This is like a good lore dump.
Yeah.
And pure Belicones corridos and throw it out Peso Pluma.
What is Follow the Orders of 09? What is that a reference to?
Translation: Follow the Orders of 09, or El Nini 09, head of security for Los Chapitos, El Chapo's children.
Ah, okay.
And he says, making green with the flag of Ivan. Here they come. We come and go with the flag of Ivan. Ivan is El Chapo's son. Ivan Archivaldos Guzman Salazar. Yeah. It's sick. I do like Narcos Corridos. I'm sure you've heard the story of that one guy who they like walk up to in a live performance and they hand him a note. And they
when
say,
they said, yeah,
like, you're gonna
yeah.
die. Like, you need to stop singing. You're gonna die tonight. And yeah, and it's like an incredible. I got goosebumps thinking about it. It's like a harrowing experience. But Chalino, is that his name? Have you, Waleed? Have you ever seen this? We're teaching you Mexican culture right now, Waleed.
I have no idea.
Chalino Death Note here. It's so sick. It's so.
Oh my god.
It's so crazy. This is a death note. Like the cartel guys are there and they say you're gonna die.
I've heard of bombing on stage, but this is. No, we just read it.
No, I think what was it like? Was his sister raped by like a cartel boss or something? What was the background? I think the background is like what? He's a Mexican singer-songwriter, posthumously called El Rey del Corrido. He's widely considered one of the most influential narco corrido singers. Posthumously called that. A pioneer in Mexican music, he began composing songs for inmates that had stories they wanted to preserve in ballads.
Damn.
Chalino also composed and sang romantic and radio-friendly songs. He was born in Sinaloa. But basically, I think... wait, there was a Coachella incident?
Yeah, he went in a headdress.
Yeah, back then, they didn't care about that thing.
Oh, wait, I have ice cream. Hold on.
What, you have ice
Yeah,
cream?
saffron ice cream. Here, give me up real quick.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, oh.
I'll bring it. Oh, thank you. I'll be right back.
God damn, dude.
I brought goodies.
That's so funny. Are you gonna be able to get out of there? Are you good? Yes. Yes, his sister got raped. So in a party, when he saw him, he was still a little boy, but he shot the guy point blank range. Yeah. All right, here, I'll show it to you one more time, though. This shit is like, it's crazy.
Tengo el alma enamorada, no más de pensar el corazón, de soñarme noche a noche, dueño de tu amor. Tengo el alma enamorada, muy enamorada, mi bien. Si me das toda tu vida, yo te la doy también.
It's wild.
I mean, that is like every anxiety dream I've had about a live performance condensed into, like, you know.
This guy fucking popping. This guy's popping the weapons again, dude. Okay, what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say like that video is like a condensed anxiety dream about like every anxiety I've ever had about
Dude,
a live
You're
performance.
doing a live performance.
Yeah, yeah.
And the cartel comes up and says, "This is your like. You gotta wrap it up. You have to say Joe Biden is my king."
Yeah. The Pod Johns hand me a note that says we have a sniper in the building.
And then it's your last performance, dude. You got to.
Well,
hit that.
I mean, credit for him for the show must go on. I mean, that's hard as fuck.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that like there's a vibe about it. You know what I mean? Like you watch it, knowing what you know about what happened afterwards, and you're like, fuck. I don't know. It's just something that you can't really recreate. I guess maybe it's the story in and of itself, but. Where the fuck is Felix? The real question. He said he was going to be here. But he's too, like I said, he's too busy tweeting about Bethany Mandel, who's now running for Montgomery County.
Guess that's in New York.
I don't know, but
what is she running for, though? Oh, Board of Education.
Board of Education.
Of course.
She's gonna make it so that like if anyone wears a mask, any child wears a mask.
That tweet of hers about like the disgusting like looked like a coffee stain in her mask at the end of the day, and she was like this was what was in my mask at the end of one day, and I was like, oh really?
She's running on killing. Doesn't she homeschool her kids?
Oh, she's running for the Board of Education. She homeschools her kids.
Oh my god.
That's like all these board of like all these Moms for Liberty people like who don't even have kids who are like showing up and running for school boards and stuff.
Yeah. It's just well, I mean, it's probably better that they don't have children, really, but it is still weird that they like
well, they're still really involved in the lives of kids.
Yeah. It is odd. It is odd having that level of interest in children when it's not even your own. It's odd.
No, I agree with the chat. Moms for Liberty is just a swingers group because there's been like they're all losing their elections, but there's been like a number of these scandals where like they've been like, and these are people that are trying to purge public libraries of like any reference to gay or lesbian or trans identities or history or anything like that, who have been more or less living openly in like a poly-throuple relationship for like quite some time.
Do you also, do you want to watch one of these like YouTube guys that I recently encountered?
All right, well, what is it?
His name is Tyler Oliveira. Okay, I just want to show you something real quick,
All right,
and I want you to go down this rabbit hole.
His thumbnails are really great.
Yeah. So his last video is I investigated New York City's illegal immigrant invasion.
Okay.
Okay, and look at the.
I'm living on the front lines of this.
Yeah. I investigated Mexico's deadly Coca-Cola addiction. I investigated the cancer capital of America. I
Oh my
investigated
God,
the
is that
city
just a guy covered in tumors?
Yeah, I investigated a city that banned police. And these are all bangers. I mean, they're getting like millions of fucking views, right?
Yeah.
I interviewed the most racist man in America. It was him in a mirror. That's right. He's like, that's me. I'm the most racist man in America.
I investigated the city where every drug is legal.
Yeah. Look at what this guy like used to do though. He would do like Mr. Beast ass videos about like he would be like, I drove around the country in a Minecraft pig. And then now it's like, I went to the fentanyl capital of the world.
I snuck onto Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Yeah, dude. And it's wild. I investigated the U.S. Mexico
It is crazy.
border.
Like YouTubers, like at the arms race for views is astonishing.
I investigated Hitler's death.
His death.
Yeah, dude. He went to Argentina.
Yep.
Actually, he's based. He's like Hitler is alive in Argentina.
No, I mean, like, I guess with like Mr. Beast out there, like, I mean, he's 1 or 2 videos away from like building and detonating his own nuclear weapon, which I think would be awesome. Did you see the video he just did where it was like they just built that town and then blew it up with fireworks and like
I don't know if
drove
it's
a
real or
train
not.
into a
I don't know.
train into a giant pit?
I think like he's doing. It has to be CGI, right? Like, I mean,
I look pretty real to me.
I don't understand. Oh, the pit one was real.
Yeah.
No, but did they actually drop a train in it? I don't think so. I think the train one was CGI. But like,
I don't know, but like either he's gonna like pay for the national healthcare system of America for like a video stunt, or build and detonate his own nuclear device.
Yeah,
and like that's what it's like for these YouTube guys, man. It's a hard grind.
Which is subsequently both
I
of my
hunted
politics.
near extinct species across Africa.
I investigated a country where every drug is legal. I investigated if George Bush did 9/11. It's like, how is this guy investigating anything? Like, anyway,
I investigated plane crash. It's like I crashed a plane. I was in a plane crash. I investigated a plane crash by being in one.
increasingly more wrestling content.
I mean, like that just seemed like that is like the way water flows. You know, if you get into this game.
I wanted to hear your take on it though. Like, look at the city that banned police.
It's Seattle, Washington.
Okay, potential overdose.
This guy's still following us, by the way.
Well, I mean, there's police right there. I thought they were banned.
Ma'am, are you okay? Home.
Yeah, you owned it. Why is
Seattle banned police?
But it's not. It seems. I wish they had. Wait, doesn't this video also immediately?
I guess he's referring to like Chaz, the Chaz thing or something.
It's so funny because they'll be like, look at how much crime there is, and then they show a cop right there, and it's like, well, it clearly hasn't solved the fucking problem. Like, what's your solution? Just to like murk every homeless person? Which I don't want to know.
I mean, yeah.
I can hear everything most likely.
Yeah, give like 15 more minutes.
Oh, you guys have
got a jet in a second.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean,
Sans.
Yeah, well, Felix does this to me all the time. It's fine.
Listen, this
Just understand that you guys are one paycheck away from being out here too.
racist.
Giving out free fentanyl.
Really?
It's a non-profit.
This is real?
Free fentanyl, line up. This is how you clean up the streets.
3 years ago, in June of 2020, Seattle protests emerged.
Free fentanyl. Oh, it's because fentanyl's cop kryptonite. I don't know if you know this.
Yes.
So they're setting up a protective
Oh,
barrier.
right. So it's like,
it's
okay.
like salting
It's like,
around your
yes,
body.
a circle of salt. Yeah.
Yeah. So you make sure that like the demons can't come near you. That's what it is.
Following the death of George Floyd and denouncing racial injustice and police brutality. These protests remember the heavy-handed police response using tear gas, glass balls, takedowns, and arrests as protests turned to riots and chaos and looting ensued. In an effort to placate protesters, the mayor surrendered 5 blocks of the Capitol Hill neighborhood. The police evacuated the zone completely, leading protesters to occupy the zone, banning police from entering, and declaring independence as the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, Chaz, later renamed CHOP, as protesters vowed to occupy the zone until Seattle's police budget was cut in half. But after a little over 3 weeks of chaos, Chaz had 4 shootings,
Police
rape,
budget was
robbery.
doubled.
Yeah, and also they realized shortly after that like maybe they were like, hey, we don't want the police because we want to be the ones who are fucking shooting black teenagers ourselves.
Yeah, that was a real
Really quick.
they really they did a speed run of society.
Yeah. Dude, that's what happens every time you talk to a fucking anarchist or a libertarian of any sort. Like you literally come to the conclusion we're at now, but they think like it'll work. And then until they're like, okay, maybe we should do the same things that we have.
Speaking of the illegal immigrant invasion in my hometown in New York, did you see the thing recently where that Curtis Sliwa just like roughed up that guy on Hannity?
Oh my god,
and
bro!
it was
yeah,
like,
it's a hate crime.
because it was like they said he was like a migrant. It was just some guy speaking Spanish, and they like they physically detained him on Hannity. I mean, this is all coming out of this incident that happened in Times Square, where the story that got proliferated was
New York Times is talking about it. I wonder if they side with Curtis Silva. not that
and these
my uncle
guardian
too much,
angel
but
bozos who've been around New York since I was a kid, and like basically I've just seen them loitering around subway stations in their stupid jackets and berets. But now it's like, you know, once again, it's like, I don't know. It's just like they're all like 60-plus-year-old guys who are, you know.
people need to have hobbies.
Yeah. Uniforms.
That's
When
what
we
it-
go out to do vigilantism in the
That's what the
streets,
problem is.
we need to have matching outfits.
Yeah, no, that's all. Historically, that's always been really good.
Well, I mean, like, the sort of inciting incident to all this was like an incident that happened in Times Square, where like the story that got proliferated was that like a group of undocumented men attacked like a group of NYPD cops and like beat the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Which is true, but basically subsequent videos revealed that the cops basically just initiated like they started shit with them, and they tried to arrest this dude's.
Crazy that you made an ice cream sandwich with a saffron and everything.
Oh my
That's
God.
wild.
Dude, this is so good.
Oh
yeah.
Damn, we shut us up real fucking quick.
We're real nice.
But oh god damn. Yeah. It's not that. Does anyone have the full video, chat? Do you guys have the full video, like of the immigrants that the cops come up with? No, there's not a. There's a body camera footage that came out, which, by the way, such a severe amount of journalistic malpractice. Like, we see a lot of it already, especially as it pertains to like Israel Palestine. But goddamn, bro, like doing this on like domestic affairs as well is so frustrating.
I mean, I remember
they ran it. They ran the story as like immigrants fucking beat the shit out of cops. Like, what is gonna happen in like New York's immigrant wave of crime or whatever? And then like a week later, they find out that like no, the cops actually singled them out and like were specifically physically bullying them. Anyway, this is the full video, but I want to know, there was a second angle.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing now with top stories and headlines of the day. On your screen right now, a live look out in New York City, Times Square to be specific. A group of 5 men have been arrested, accused of attacking a group of New York City police officers. Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez live in Times Square this morning with the latest on the charges these men
See,
now
like,
face.
I mean, there's
Lizette,
there's
good
sort of
morning
like
to
a
you.
hint here that the story was bullshit because.
Good morning to
I
you.
mean, you
It
basically have
was
to be
a
on angel
horrific
dust to
attack,
just
and
make
it
the
was-
choice to attack police officers. Yeah. And like doubling on top of that, where you know you're in the country undocumented, you're like, yeah, what's a fun thing to do on a Friday night? Oh, I don't know, just start a fight with a group of police officers.
It's phenomenally rare. Like, no, like statistically speaking, it is insanely rare that like random acts of violence against police officers happen. This doesn't mean that like people don't attack police officers, but like in most circumstances, it's like an altercation. Nobody just like walks up to a cop and is playing like the knockout game or whatever. Which is nobody's playing the knockout game.
That should be the new YouTube trend. I investigated attacking police officers on the street.
Yeah.
Social experiment.
But yeah, so they glazed it up like this. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. Oh, here. And then I'll show you what the full video looks like. Context
Ultimately put the surveillance video of that attack out to the public, as well as pictures of the suspects, which they believe led to additional arrests. Arrest after this video shows a group of men assaulting officers in Times Square. The incident taking place Saturday around 8:30 in the evening. According to police, officers tried to break up a disorderly group on West 42nd Street. When police...
I have 2 rules, bro. Israel and cops, whenever they say like the story is one way, I'm immediately like, nope, I don't believe it.
And they were trying to break up a group of individuals standing around West 42nd Street at 8:30 on a Saturday night. That just is Times Square. That's what people do there.
Yeah.
But they were speaking Spanish.
Yeah, they were standing around and looking scary, speaking in tongues that they
tried to
couldn't
take
understand.
the person dressed in yellow into custody. That's when things took a turn, and the group began attacking the officers. Several people repeatedly punched and kicked the officers in the head and body. Police initially arrested 4 people and then a 5th person on Monday. They face charges including assault on a police officer, gang assault, and disorderly conduct.
Finally, you want to pull up a normal
According to
chair
New
now?
York Post, those who were arrested and charged are migrants who were then released without...
And then they were released, and it subsequently created the hardest photo of all time. If you see the
guy
double
giving
bird, the double bird photo, where he's just like, "Yeah, fuck you guys." And of course, that made the fucking suburban small business tyrants way angrier. Way more fascist than they previously were.
I mean, I think it's just people's like repressed need to like, because nobody like, everyone like has such a deference to police, especially if you're white, because like, yeah, you know that they are there to protect you, but for the most part, average people are just terrified of the police. They want as little to do with them as possible, and usually like, you know, when you see the berries in your rearview mirror, you're sweating bullets. So I just think people like get so angry at it because like when they see someone punch a cop, you're like, he should get the death penalty, because I think like there's a certain part of themselves that like really wishes that they could have punched a cop at least one time in their life and gotten away with it.
Yeah. So here was the full story. You know, make of the situation what you will when you realize that like maybe it's a little bit different. The Bobby. You fucking see that, Bobby?
You having a laugh, mate?
This fucking bastard. I don't know why, he just has like a very constable look to him.
Oi.
Look. Oh, dude. That's sick, man. That's sick.
Why are you pressing like that?
Why did he grab him like that and separate him from like the baby stroller? I don't even know if there's a baby in there or not, but like regardless. Yeah, and then his homies come in and start fucking wailing, okay? And honestly, you got it. Son. That's it.
I mean, that's how I know that they weren't born in this country. Because like I like even my mother, I wouldn't dare try to attack a cop because I just assume they'll kill you.
I've said this before. Like at protests, you only see more civilized countries where at protests they like fight back against cops because it's like even. It's even. It's like at the end of the day, you're still a fucking human being. I think it's ridiculous. Like Germany gets a lot wrong, right? And I'm obviously not going to defend Germany for any particular reason other than this one fucking law where it is legal to escape prison.
You know what? I've thought about this so many times, and I feel like if you successfully break out of prison, I think like. Then it's like, I don't know, if you're able to successfully escape from prison and then evade capture for like 48 hours, I think it's like sets back to zero. Your felony is just wiped out. You're officially free. I feel the same way about high-speed pursuits or just even foot chases.
Yeah.
I feel like they can chase you for like 5 minutes, but then after that, because it's like, how can you make it legal when it's such a natural human instinct?
Yeah, no, that's literally that is the philosophical reason why. Technically, in Germany, if you are in prison for one reason or another and you escape prison, the only crime they charge you with, like the only additional crime they charge you with, is actually like
it's like some weird German law against cutting in line or something.
No, theft of state property because you're wearing clothes.
Wow, okay.
So if you escape prison naked, there's no additional charges if you get caught. You just have to carry out your sentence normally as you would,
just like Ende Dufresne.
Yeah, because ultimately they're saying like. Just like you mentioned, it's it's the most natural human instinct to not want to be in captivity.
Yeah. Or to evade captivity, you know?
Well, do you get charged for stealing the clothes?
Yeah, but that's only a misdemeanor. They won't send you back to prison for that. They'll just send you a bill.
Felix is here as well.
Oh,
back
Felix
to
is
back.
here?
Look
All
at that.
All right, well, this is good because I think I got to leave now.
Okay, well, yeah, we're
want me to go let him in?
Sure. Here, I just unlocked the door.
Cool.
I think. Yo, doors open. Doors open. Please look it up and show. There's a large list of things you can't do while getting out of jail. Oh, in Germany, there are things you can't do while doing it, though. Yeah, you probably can't fucking, like, kill someone. Like, that's not... They're not, like, it's legal to kill people, you know what I mean? Jesus Christ, Kaya. Going crazy. Is there any food left?
Yeah, there's hella.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there's hella food.
They didn't even eat all that much? No, that's all my new merch that hasn't been released yet. Yeah.
It's because there's bread.
But it's like all for photography and stuff, so I can't give them to you, unfortunately. No, I'm not gonna leak it, chat.
Leak it, yeah.
I have to look at it. I have to look at it and see if it's good or not. Whoa, Kaya, calm down. Technically, you get charged for theft for leaving the prison uniform, but it's not that much of a punishment. Yeah. I want to watch these cops get pieced up, though, because, like, honestly... Wait, what? Wait.
He said that to them?
Why is there no audio here? I think, like, maybe...
Because they're using copyrighted music was playing in the background.
Vamos, West 4-1. West 4-1. Go to West 4-1. Move, vamos. West 4-1, other side. Other side. West 4-1 Street. West 4-1. No.
Dude, what the fuck are they doing? They're like, are they corralling like random people that they're like, that are migrants or something? Like, what's happening? Also, how do you know who's a fucking tourist and who's like seeking asylum? It's New York.
You know, like those people who come up here on the streets, like trying to sell tickets to comedy shows, and they like you're in Times Square, and they're like, "Hey, do you like to laugh?" Never respond. They're all cops now. This is all undercover. If you say yes to comedy, they arrest you on the site.
Wait,
no, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh, dude, I believe it too. Goddamn. Dude, Chapo Trapos does fake news. That's
disinformation.
That's why this is the only good leftist broadcast out there, leftist community out there. The guy in the yellow calls a cop Ugly Betty right before he grabs him. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you can't. That's the one thing you can't do. Is just hurt a cop's feelings. Your death penalty. You know.
Ugly Betty.
West 4-1, other side. Other side.
What do you mean, vamos, motherfucker? What are you talking about, vamos a la playa? Like, what are we doing here? Why are they leaving? What? Yeah, there's the other thing. You don't know. The Latina Bell. The Latina Bell.
No, West 4-1. Mijo. West 4-1. West 4-1, mijo. West 4-1, mijo. Let's go. Move. West 4-1.
Why do they keep saying West 4-1?
Vamos.
Are they like selling something?
I don't know.
West 4-1.
I mean, it's like the other part of me, the boomer part of me is like, well, they are fucking annoying Zoomers. So like, they look like annoying Zoomers. So then immediately I'm like, maybe the cops should handle them.
Yeah.
It's you know, that's what happens when you get older, chat. That's when you're like, okay, being a Zoomer in public, immediate death penalty, arrest for you, go to jail. I don't know why he wants the cops to leave. Yo, what's good? Felix Biederman in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, it took me a while to get here.
Yeah. Felix, you know, have you met Wally before?
No, hey.
We just had some excellent shawarma prepared
Yeah,
by this
there's some more food as well if you wanna
plenty
warm
of
it
food.
up.
There's ice cream.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We're watching the New York the asylum seekers that were like getting bullied by the cops, and then like the cops tried to like apprehend them, and then they got pieced up, and then like everyone was like, we should kill every asylum seeker.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one of those things where, I mean, like, no one who... Oh, good catch. Very good catch. It was one of those things, I mean, like, the people that reacted to it initially, they don't care. They will just say this anyway, but, you know, generally a good reason why... just seeing any random video from one of those accounts is called like breaking 911.
Yeah.
You should wait like 2 days before you make any extrapolation.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, I was saying this earlier, but like, it's the IDF principle. It's just like if the IDF is the only account that has like firsthand information, and if it's the cops that are like giving firsthand information, I don't believe it until I get like second sources, third sources, like some kind of verification. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
All right, boys. They're gonna head home, but I'm gonna hang out with y'all for a little longer.
Oh hell
Take
yeah!
the car back.
Dude, Will's enjoying streaming so
Felix is
much.
in the house here?
You
Yeah.
enjoy
Yeah.
Twitching McShow so much that you're staying the extra.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I see how it is. I like that. Everyone in here does the do hard bro style. Where the booze at? Oh fuck. Mountain Dew is the nectar.
I have a medical condition. I can't drink.
Yeah.
All your viewers are like teenagers trying to get me to buy alcohol for them.
Yeah.
You want me to go to 7-Eleven?
No, that's like 2020. They were teenagers. I don't think a lot of my community is older now for sure. Like I think back when like Zoomers cared more about politics because Donald Trump was like so captivating of a figure. There was definitely a younger audience in here. Now they're all fucking watching Kai Cenat.
That's like our audience. When we started, they were 47, and now they're all in hospice.
Yeah.
You ever watch those auditor videos? You ever like those videos?
Oh, I love those videos, dude. Are you kidding me?
Trespassing.
Yes, First Amendment auditors are my favorite type of videos to watch. The new meta for me is wait, hold on. The new meta for me is watching. Where the fuck is it? I had it open earlier, like detectives, bad cops, like police, like, or I guess like police arresting people too. Like this lady had it coming, because those accounts are so funny. Because there's like one account that we were watching the other day, and the dude was like, this 87. He was making an argument that this 87-year-old grandma that was being like physically, violently arrested was actually a Karen who deserved it. And it's like, it's so distorted. Like, I look at it, I watch shit like that specifically because I want to make fun of. Oh, she was 87 years old. She was apparently complaining. Yeah. She was complaining. She was complaining about like a dude's like dog that we don't know. We don't know if it was a service dog or not, but he said it was a service dog.
And I don't live here and say it probably wasn't.
Yeah, no, that has fast become like the #1 thing people lie about. It used to be like some connection to 9/11. Oh, I had a step parent.
This is Emma. Emma sent this in and said, "Best vid. This is mine and Felix's son."
Cheers. Bye bye.
Oh, I know which one. We've watched this before. The one wearing the fucking OTF.
Oh yeah. No. This
Yeah,
is
let me see this one.
This is my illegitimate kid. He's the right age. This I conceived him in 2015 on a
Corporal
floor
Michael
mattress.
Fritch of the Little Egg Harbor Police Department in Ocean County, New Jersey, stopped his vehicle and approached a young man who was walking on the side.
Dude, look at how thumb-like he is too. God, just a perfect fucking thumb, dude. Look at this guy.
Side of the road after the man, who we will refer to as Mr. Walker, gave the finger to Corporal Pritch. The interaction was captured on Corporal Pritch's body-worn camera.
Corporal Pritch?
Why you giving me the finger? What? What's your problem? What? Why you giving me the finger? I'm walking away. Huh? Am I free to go? Why you giving me the finger? Am I free to go? No. For what reason? Why you giving me the finger? What's your problem? Am I free to go? No. What, do you have a problem? No. Do you have a problem? No. You don't have a problem, then I can leave. Why you giving me the finger when you
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bitch.
I love it.
Yeah.
That is so good.
He
Yeah,
said,
this
take
is-
your ass back to Cherry Hill, bitch. We don't do that fuck shit around these parts.
And I love like the Corporal Pritch is answering this kid's question, but in his own behavior.
Yeah. I don't. Well, he thinks he can reason with this child. He
Yeah.
thinks but this child is unreasonable. Okay, let's see where it goes.
What? Get over here. Is that a lawful order? Yeah. For what reason? Because you're giving me the finger. That's legal. No, it isn't.
Yeah, I
Says
reacted
who?
to his
Says it
before.
all. Pull up the law. Huh? Pull up the law. What's your name? What's the law? What's your name? The law? What's your name? How old are you?
Corporal Pritch claims that it is illegal to give him the finger, and therefore he can lawfully detain Mr. Walker for doing so. As we have discussed before on ATA, the Supreme Court held in the 1971 case of Cohen versus California that, quote, absent a more particularized and compelling reason for its actions, the state may not, consistently with the First and 14th Amendments, make the simple public display here involved this single four-letter expletive a criminal offense. Likewise, as the Supreme Court explained in the 1989...
Like dude, by the way, I feel like Texas is the first state to pass this as a law. Like it is a hate crime to fucking flip a cop off. Like, and deserves the death penalty.
In case of Texas versus Johnson, while, quote, the First Amendment literally forbids the abridgment only of speech, its protection does not end at the spoken or written word. Conduct may be sufficiently imbued with elements of communication to fall within the scope of the First and 14th Amendments. The court also stated that, quote, in deciding whether particular conduct possesses sufficient communicative elements to bring the First Amendment into play, we have asked whether an intent to convey a particularized message was present, and whether the likelihood was great that the message would be understood by those who viewed it. Although the Supreme Court has not ruled specifically as to whether raising a middle finger constitutes protected speech, the gesture nearly inarguably satisfies the test for expressive conduct outlined in Texas versus Johnson. And courts that have reviewed the issue
I
have
always wondered
generally
this
concluded
about
that
like
it is
these
protected
types
speech.
of videos. How much money are these guys spending on stock footage? I watch like a lot of videos where it's kind of like this, but it's like, you know, the 30 scariest crimes ever.
Yeah, but it's like,
and it's just like it's all like stuff like this, and
Yeah.
they'll be describing like a grisly family annihilation, but it'll be like people in a boardroom.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you? How are you paying for all this?
Stock footage of a Harridan wife with like a rolling pin.
You guys get the annual license, and then the investment pays off.
yeah. Also,
I
he's got
get it. But
he's
it's
got
just, like,
8.4
it's
million
so
views in this.
expensive.
Wait, okay, Felix, I know the video. You're gonna know the video I'm talking about. I don't know how to search it, but is there a way we can find the candy cop? The cop who's
Oh
eating
yeah,
a lollipop?
Officer Delicious.
Officer
Type in
Delicious,
Officer
yeah.
Delicious.
Wait,
This one-
Officer Delicious?
Yeah, this is the feel-good video of the year. It's very short.
Delicious?
Yeah, it should be on here. Yeah, first results. Yes, yes.
Oh,
yes, very
wait,
good
what
call.
the fuck?
We got my man Officer Delicious right here, man. Hey, he talking about my nickname Candy Man. We got my man Officer Delicious right here, man.
He's got a lollipop.
No, he got cooked.
He got cooked. You cannot be eating candy and
No.
an authority figure at the same
No.
time.
You can't like.
You can't eat a hot dog either. You gotta, or a corn cob or something. Like, you gotta eat it sideways.
Especially like when you're that young. He's like a brand new cop, and it's like you are way too young to eat candy on the job.
This is worse. That's worse than getting shot your first day on the job.
Yeah. No one. Yeah, they have to transfer him to like a new city now.
This shit can be crying.
Yeah, he can't be a figure of authority ever again. They owned him. They owned him too hard. Face your biggest fear to win $800,000. Here's that Dr. Insanity video. I don't think this is the Dr. Insanity video, dude. I think this is just Mr. Beast.
Is Mr. Beast just like killing his friends now? Is that what this video is?
We'll see.
Mac is about to experience the scariest moment of his life.
I'm just gonna let you know, I'm not afraid of anything.
We'll see.
You cannot scare me.
Seal him up! You have to survive 10 minutes with 1,000 spiders to move up.
Oh.
Release the spiders!
Oh, yeah.
Start the timer!
This is literally a fear factor thing.
The reason we're doing this is because Max said no matter how hard I tried, I can't scare him. Would you say you're scared now?
Getting there a little bit.
Yeah, he's kind of cooking.
And this is only one of many fears Mac will face in this video. And if he can successfully face all of the fears, he will win $800,000.
Burying him alive?
This was
Okay, but $800,000.
way more gnarly than I thought it would be. 3, 2, 1. Lift it up, lift it up.
I can't believe he ate that, bro. That's crazy.
First challenge! Let's go!
No, that's just the
Mac
first
has to
one.
finish all of these fears if he wants to.
Spiders, so.
Yeah, no, but like, you act like you're gonna fucking sit there. Yeah, dude, I'd tank it, dude. If it was me, I'd fucking tank that shit. Spiders are nothing.
Win that $800,000 prize.
See, I know you're blindfolded, but trust me, just walk up this ramp. With 1,000 spiders.
Raise us up!
A room with one mosquito in it.
You're taking a knee.
Really?
Stand up.
I'm exaggerating.
I thought you were.
I really do hate mosquitoes.
I thought you were gonna do that, like, statistically, mosquitoes carry way more disease.
I'm not scared of malaria. They just annoy me.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought you were doing.
Okay, you can hold on to it. That's cute.
Wait, what the fuck's he gonna do?
Okay.
Oh, dude, that
Take off your
sucks.
blindfold. Welcome to challenge number 2. The next fear is the fear of heights. You're gonna stand on the.
You think it's scarier, or is it less scary? You think?
I think it's kind of scary because you have no concept of when it's gonna end. Yeah. You know, you're just falling, and probably a second feels like hours.
Or like or even worse, you have no knowledge of like when you're gonna be dropped. So it could happen. At any moment. That would be terrifying.
Is it Mr. Beast Abu Ghraib? But like, you have to remember, he literally did Abu Ghraib torture to himself to become famous. This is something that people forget.
What is that?
You don't know what Abu Ghraib is?
No.
Damn, bro. God damn. It's like the famous American prison where they tortured all the fucking prisoners of war and shit, and like random civilians in it's in Iraq, right? It's not Afghanistan.
It was no. I mean, the people running it were the opposite. They were the opposite of the Illuminati. The
Yeah.
people running Camp X-Ray, it was like a fetal alcohol syndrome woman, and then she was in a love triangle with 2 like repulsive other soldiers, and they were all military police, which is just like, you know, they're like the prison guards. They're just like, you can't get any other job in the military if that's your job. Damn. Like, you are too stupid to like work artillery or anything else. So
Michael said, but enough Red Scare. Enough about Red Scare.
Lindy England was, you know, she was like one of those people where it's like, you know, the chromosomes are wrong. Yeah. I don't know if it's too much or too little, but like they didn't get it right. Yeah. And yeah, she was her superior. She actually got married to him. I think they got divorced after she went to prison. But anyway,
I did not know this deep lore that you were in.
I'm a Wikipedia warrior.
Felix is like, Abu Ghraib is really a story about relationships.
Yeah, I love that you.
Well, no, it kind of is.
Because like Charles Granger was like, he was surprise, a prison guard before he was in the military, and he was clearly the sadistic ringleader of this. But the real ringleader of the Bush administration, folks.
Yeah. For doing 9/11, not even Abu Ghraib, but 9/11 in general.
Famous. I don't think he's in the photos, but he was at Camp X-Ray. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. He was at that facility. The late head of ISIS.
You think they tortured him? They got a couple.
Probably.
They got a couple in them.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how. Well, and you know what else happened? ISIS. That's how Obama made ISIS.
Kind of. I like my favorite ISIS member is he's
Do I
like.
have to choose one? Do I have to choose one?
Out of so many.
Well, no. If you see this guy, you'll love him too.
Wait. Oh, is it Jihad Joe?
No. It's the guy who was like a pretty high up. He was like a general in the Republican Guard, and he just he's like a ginger.
The one that looks like Walter White.
Yeah.
The Walter White
Breaking
guy.
Buff,
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
Walid, you definitely know. You definitely know.
I thought it was just a meme.
No, this guy, bro.
I didn't know he was ISIS.
Yeah, the former Iraqi general is believed dead, but looks like Walter White, right? The Iraqi official said on Friday that former right-hand man of Saddam Hussein, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, had been killed while fighting for ISIS north of Baghdad. Yeah. That's so crazy.
Yeah, and he wasn't even like a lot of guys in ISIS.
This is the coolest thing that the government did, by the way. I'll stand on that. The deck of cards shit, yeah.
The playing card stuff was like something that like a character in like a Frank Miller comic would do.
Yeah.
You know, like if you to that end, like you shouldn't do any of this, but if you're going to do this, that's kind of cool. Like I don't agree with it.
I had a deck of the same playing cards, except it was all members of the Bush administration.
Wait,
Because
really?
that's how much I was against the war in Iraq. I actually did have one of those.
No, yeah, that was a big
It was a
lib
big
item.
lib.
dude,
I
I love
lived
that.
on ticket.
Yeah,
Dude,
we of course
from 04.
We of course had that in our house too.
Yeah, Bush era liberalism is my favorite.
It's got to come back. If there's
you
any
go,
hope for the
dude.
Democratic Party.
Oh yeah.
You don't realize how fun it was. It was like your mom's other lib friends. That's the first time I ever saw Alex Jones. Was when one of my mom's.
Oh, because he was
libs-
anti-Bush.
He was anti-Bush, and
Yeah.
one of my libs used to be so cool. One of my mom's friends sent us an Alex Jones video about how like the attack on the Pentagon was faked, and it was such a like good time.
Yeah, now like Blue Anon now is like way more boring. Well, so is
Yeah.
Alex Jones though. Like
Yeah.
Alex Jones is now talking about basically one step removed from advocating for like tort reform or some shit. Like he went from he went from like
I'm here to talk about our overly litigious losses,
Yeah.
system of law.
Yeah. Guys, today we're talking about school choice, okay? That's right. We need those voucher programs going immediately.
I just finished a section in the Conservative Media Project I'm working on
nice.
about this exact same thing. That like the closer Jones got to mainstream politics, like his life fell apart. The moment that happened, like all the consequences came tumbling down. But also like his show got way worse.
Yeah, but he also got like mass appeal probably. I assume like he's probably infinitely more moneyed up after like the Trump bump. You know what I mean?
He was doing pretty well before that though.
Yeah.
Why did they make the deck of cards?
It was to give to soldiers.
Yeah.
Because these are all the high value targets of people that they wanted to capture alive for
Yeah.
deep interrogation or whatever. So they wanted the average grunt to be able to recognize these guys by eyesight. So give them a deck of playing cards.
Oh my God, I didn't see
Holy
this one.
shit.
They're all like minting their cards and trading them and shit.
Yeah, the Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
This guy was awesome because he wasn't like he wasn't really into like the religious element of ISIS. Like he could take it
He
or
was just
leave
into
it.
the evil part of it.
Well, kind of. It was more like an ethnic thing. It was like, holy shit, like I'm, Sunnis are gonna get like flattened out if we don't like start making evil videos.
Yeah.
That was
No.
a lot of people in ISIS, though. At least the out of Iraqis that joined.
I love your yeah, you don't understand. There's nuances to this. A lot of Iraqis joined because they were like, it's fun to have with friends.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was more, not universally. Like, a lot of like the foreign volunteers, like people, like especially people who came from like the UK,
Oh, yeah.
that was religious, but
Yeah.
like, I don't know. There's no way to quantify it, but for a lot of people, it was ethnic.
Some people just wanted to lease a Dodge Challenger.
Yeah. Yeah. The people that definitely joined from like from Europe or from America, I guess, or mostly Europe, those are like all the revert zealots for the most part, which like I know I rarely ever talk about like Salafis in the UK or anything like that, but there is a lot of activity on that front. I feel like on Twitter, who like they'll like get mad about like Lebanon being like multicultural or whatever, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You live in London, like
Every time I see a tweet, every time I see a tweet in English that's like Shia worship by crawling on the ground like snakes. It's always like location London.
Yeah.
It's never anywhere else. It's always someone from fucking London.
Like, what the fuck happened? It needs to be studied. Like, the Londonistan memes are like, they came alive somehow. Like, I don't know. At first I thought it was like Katie Hopkins' like imagination. And then I do sometimes see some motherfuckers who are like way more right-wing than like the most like right-wing dude I know in Turkey, and I'm like, where did you come up with this?
Who's the guy? Like, it's the cleric for the, like, he's like London-based, obviously, and he's the guy who always does these videos where he's like, Drake is turning you gay, brother. Can you not see this?
Yeah. Oh, does there, dude? You guys gotta have that shit. You guys. So one of you in the chat knows what I'm talking about. It's not Muhammad Hijab, I don't think, but he's like. Muhammad Hijab is the one who's like also very aggro, but nowhere near as aggro as like the dudes that we're talking about.
Yeah. Like some of those guys, I feel like they're like MI5 assets for sure.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Ali Dawa? This guy?
Let me see.
Oh my god, he's 1.2 million. He has 1.2 million followers. Oh, Jesus Christ. The Wow Project. Okay, hold on. Kim Kardashian mocks Gaza's. Okay, everything's gonna be Israel. I want to see like something that's not.
Most popular.
Oh shit, that's a good one. Let's see. Ali Dawa confronts Britain first. Okay, well is it Ali Dawa, chat? Muhammad Hijab is no Salavi. He said it before. No, I know. Muhammad Hijab is not like that.
That video that's like
full and uncut is referring to cock.
Wait, hold on. Lindsay Lohan attacked for reading the Quran. It does go hard. It's no Sami Yusuf though. Okay, that goes a little too long.
Hate, full of hate. This is not the guy I'm thinking of.
Loki looks maxing my what? What are you fucking saying? You guys are such fucking weirdos. Why did I read that? Jesus Christ. Okay, we're moving on. I thought you were talking about the video. Someone tracked down the succulent Chinese meal guy? No. We're not gonna do that.
Speaking of the Yemeni propaganda movie videos have been dropping.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, those do go hard.
Amazing.
Dude, we're not allowed to talk about Yemen here. Everyone always. Well, we can. I'm just kidding. But everyone gets so fucking mad. Like all of like the horse porn defenders online have like antennas. They go, oh shit, dude. I can't believe he fucking interviewed that dude, Timothy Chalamet.
Okay. Yeah. That was a great scoop by you, Hassan.
Yeah, dude. I know. New York Times reached out to my manager to be like, can you pass us this information?
Fuck no.
And I was like, absolutely not. No, but like
he was super cool though. And I thought he was like very like he was like the way he dealt with like everyone sort of like thirsting over him. I thought it was he was very mature.
Yeah, and the dude's like, I'm not Houthi. I'm just Yemeni. Like I even directly asked him about whether or not like he hates Jewish people. I was like, do you like as in the kindest way I possibly can, not by being like, why do you hate Jewish people? Like I'm not gonna say that. It's fucking stupid. But I would literally was like, what do you think about people who are like pro Palestine? A lot of like Jewish people lead the protests here in America, and he was like, yeah, they're sick. It's great. Anyone who's like anyone who's like against Israel's genocide is for me.
Well, I don't want to rile up the chat. So let's go with like a less maybe politically controversial propaganda song. Cue up Serbian artillery is guided by God. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but there is that one guy, the what is it, the Maidain or whatever, the dude who proposed to his wife by using an Israeli artillery shell that did not explode near him. Did you see that? These dudes are like finding. He's a Lebanese guy, I think. And it's like they're finding new and fun ways to just like make make their lives more interesting with using the things that have been given to them.
Is this the guy?
This is not the guy.
I've seen this guy before. Yeah.
This guy's got 5 million subs, bro. He's
Hey.
mogging me.
No, yeah, like every like cleric is huge. Like the Saudi ones are like they're Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
You know, they have like 50 million.
Yeah. Oh,
And
also.
I like how they're trendy too. You know.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of them will have like Balenciaga shit.
What is this?
So
Are
you
you
have to
gay?
choose.
Patrick Bet David asked Graham Stephan point blank.
Which are the two things to put in school, and you have to have one of them. Which one will it be? You ready for this tech?
I love Patrick Bet
Wait,
David.
you gotta say, who is Patrick Bet-David? I'm not
Oh,
familiar.
yeah. Dude, he's the best. He's the best. Okay.
I know Tim Heidecker is basically is making fun of him on the new season of On Cinema,
Yeah.
but I don't know like the source material.
Okay.
He's sort of like a business success win kind of guy.
No. He's like a multi-level marketing guy.
Oh, even better. Well, yeah. As I repeat myself.
And basically, he's a multi-level marketing guy, and he basically fucking has his podcast where it's called Valuetainment. He's I think he's like Iranian.
Oh,
He's
Iranian?
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
Iranian.
But I was shocked when I found out this guy wasn't Israeli.
Yeah,
Like
no.
his name is
Is
Patrick
Ben David?
Bet
Yeah.
David.
He's hiding.
Yeah.
His name's Patrick Bet David, and he runs Valuetainment. I was like, this is the most Israeli guy that ever lived.
No, he's Iranian, and I don't think he's like Iranian Jewish either. I think
No.
he's like straight up. I think he's
And,
Iranian Christian, like maybe Armenian descent as well.
In Jacob Bacharach's debut novel, there's a character who's a lawyer named David Ben David. It's one of the funniest characters in the whole book.
Yeah,
Only
no.
shows up in the last chapter, but he's really good.
No, he's not Cuban. No.
No, come on.
But I always say Iranians are the Cubans of the MENA region, so they are very.
Honestly, yeah.
He's also awesome because
I mean,
he's
their expat community is great.
in this community we call him Evil Jank because he has like he kind of looks like Jank a little bit, but like skinnier.
Is to be gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer, trans, and they have to know at an early age because it's part of us being free and not being discriminatory. Which of those two would you want your kids to learn about? And you have to give up the other one.
I feel like there has to be a balance because you don't want to be oppressive or let's say
So this is Graham Stephen. This is Graham Stephen. He's also like a motivational, get your money up, not your funny up kind of guy.
How did he make his money? Just like
no,
being
he's a landlord.
Being the clone of Tobey Maguire that they use for organs.
No, he's a landlord. I think he owns like a lot of properties or something.
So I have a lot of reasons to like this guy.
That's bootleg Tobey Maguire and bootleg Paul Joseph Watson.
They were I actually went on an interview with them. They were very good. I don't know how else to describe it. Like they were not like. They were very centrist on it, kind of, if that makes sense. Like they let me explain my positions on like landlords and stuff like that, and they even put the information afterwards, like when I was spitting facts at them about homelessness.
They're straight shooters. They're not.
They are straight shooters. Yeah.
All right. I spoke too soon. I like that. I like the green screen that Patrick Bet David always uses for his interviews because it's like the conceit here is like we're having a nice relaxing day at the beach where I'm spending 2 hours berating you, asking you if like 3-year-olds should be on puberty blockers.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you. We're at the beach and we're talking about top surgery.
I think I do think that Patrick Bet David, like weirdly enough, I don't think he's like that invested in the meta. I think he's more like I think he also is more agreeable as well. He's like little bit more normal, or maybe he's like too busy being fucking valuetaining, I guess.
He is more into the valuetainment aspect of life, but I have seen some like dumb culture war shit from him. But I mean, yeah.
But he's not like a Matt Walsh type who's like talking about baby genitals like every day.
Yeah,
nonstop.
His lips aren't as kissable as Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Your kid is gay. You don't want them to feel like they can't be accepted and they can't be themselves. But at the same time, there's got to be some sort of.
You got to pick one of them. You got to pick.
Oh yes.
I love him because he's so intense.
Yeah.
Like,
dude.
He could be talking about anything. He could be talking about anything, and he's always has the same intensity. He's like, no, you have to pick one of them.
He's like Anton Chigurh.
Yeah, do I have to call it?
Yeah.
I love this idea. Like you're having a nice day at the beach it's the day that you're gonna propose, and this guy just wanders.
Yeah, he has one of those like cow pokers.
He's like, he's got the cattle gun. He's like, would you marry this? Would you marry this woman, the love of your life, or take $10 million right now? Or I kill you.
Dude, he got this commission, dude.
I love this.
Oh, is that him with Lincoln and Milton Friedman? Wait, Milton Friedman, Martin Luther King, Einstein, Kennedy, Shaw, and then a NASCAR driver? Is that fucking Dale Earnhardt?
Why is the Shah? Why is the Shah in the middle?
That is really overselling the Shah. That he's like on a level
on the
with
same level with Lincoln and Albert Einstein.
And well, also fucking Milton Friedman too.
Well, I love Milton Friedman next to Martin Luther King.
Yeah,
they were friends.
Yeah, they were buddies.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, like if Martin Luther King were still alive, he would definitely be Austrian economics.
I love that Patrick is like next to Tupac, and he's like, okay. I'll introduce you to the group.
Let me. Yeah. It's Senna. Who's Senna? Is that the racer
Ayrton
guy?
Senna was the subject of the best sports documentary ever. Senna. He was an F1 driver.
Oh, okay. That's Senna. No, I thought it was Dale Earnhardt.
It's sick. It's sick because like MLK's taking notes from all these wonderful people. Like Patrick.
I gotta get this fire in my next speech.
Just like, all right, if your son's gay, he's like, pick one. That's the conversation.
Dude,
he's in purgatory. He can meet all these historical figures, and he's like, would you accept $10 million, but your son is gay, or would you be $100,000 in debt, but your son has a 12-inch dick and he's straight?
MLK's taking notes.
Dude, that would be so much more entertaining if he was asking questions like that. I like that. Yeah, the only Patrick Bet David video, a guy who only watched this one thinking that he only does the TikTok style questions. It's like LGBT rights or healthcare.
Gay son or thought daughter?
Yeah.
Come on, Grant.
I don't know, man. I don't.
So that's a problem. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And the reason why that's a problem is the following thing.
It's not a problem. You invented this in your head.
Are you gay?
Me? No.
What do I need to do?
What the fuck? Okay.
They got him.
That is some valuetainment.
This guy fucking rules.
No, I imagine him always like getting up in the middle of a debate and be like, "Are you not value-tained?" Like, I feel like that's his thing. I am fucking value-tained every time I watch him. I don't know what it is.
Does he make merch? I want to see.
He probably has the ugliest.
Yeah.
I imagine he has the ugliest like crypto-looking lion. You know what I mean? There you go, the logo.
Yeah. Yes, it's probably like
I thought that was an ape of something.
Yeah.
It's probably like the lion on the front, and on the back is like a Patrick Bet David quote. Something that's like, compound interest is money gained.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a problem is the following thing. Are you gay?
I like that he waits. Like he's like, this is gonna be a big one. Are you
I want to
gay?
hear the answer.
Me? No.
What do I need to do to convert?
I'm listening.
What do I need to do to convert you to being gay?
I don't think you can.
You don't think I could convert you to being gay?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
Dude.
I need to see where this goes.
His brain is like a mystery. The way it works is so fantastic. I'm not even kidding. He thinks
He's convincing me to be gay right
he
now.
thinks he has this line of thought right now that he is going to put forward is going to blow your fucking mind. He thinks he's like doing mathematics.
I need to hear
Who
this.
converted you into getting a real estate license?
I did.
Who influenced you though? How did you learn about real estate?
Saw a TV commercial for $1 million listing.
Perfect.
I
So,
got it in my mind.
and you were influenced to be a realtor.
Oh my god.
You weren't born with one to be a realtor.
Yes.
Bingo. Did you get it?
No.
Let me explain to you what I mean by this.
Fucking adult. What are you talking about?
He's right. He's right and you're afraid. He's right and you're scared.
He's so
Like,
right.
television can influence you to get a real estate license, but it can also influence you to alter your sexuality?
Yes, it influences you to suck a dick, dude.
I remember when I got my bottom certification.
dude, it's so good. It's so good that, like, yes, being a property owner is biological, just like being gay. Oh my God, so awesome.
He set up this entire interview just for that.
Yeah.
That came to him. That came to him when he was like spending 8 days in the sauna. He was like, I'm gonna buzz this out on Valuetainment. Yeah, he couldn't hold it in any longer.
So stats came out that shows which generation is the gayest generation. It's part of the LGBTQ
Bro, he's got
community.
empirical evidence! Oh, dude, empirical evidence lovers destroyed. What's up, dude?
Guess which generation?
I am. Oh, it's Gen Z. I can literally give you the details off the top of my head. 26% of Gen Z are gay or identify as queer, as opposed to like I think 10.6% of millennials. So his argument is going to be television making them gay, which is awesome.
Do you think you care more about what I think at this age or when you were 14 years old?
Definitely 14.
No problem. Me too, right? So,
no problem.
Do you think it's easier to convert you in a way of thinking at 14 or 33?
14.
Of course, right? Okay. I became a Christian because somebody talked to me about it. I got into insurance because somebody influenced me to get into insurance. Okay? I got into bodybuilding because.
Oh my God! Here. Okay, dude, it's a lock. You know, choose your enemies wisely. Business planning for the audacious few. Your next 5 moves. Master the art of business strategy.
Oh, yeah, these are. I know what I'm getting. I'm getting my family all of this shit for Christmas.
It's like Lakers colors.
I
What?
think it's like. I think his error here is that he thinks that heterosexuality are just different ways of thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
The Boss Collection is sick.
Oh, the entrepreneur set.
The set?
Yeah, if you get one of these leather keychains, dude, your life will change. You will have an MLM. Okay?
Imagine showing up to a date with a Patrick Bet-David leather backpack. I would be shocked if you're not getting blown on the spot.
Dude, the Boss set? What's happening?
For only $350?
That's it?
You get dice?
You get Patrick Bet-David limited edition steel dice.
Oh my God! And it says Outwork on it and Energize.
Oh,
this is phenomenal.
We're
dude.
playing D&D with Patrick Bet-David rules.
Yeah.
My cleric proposes a marketing strategy.
It's funny because the lion or
These
the male lion.
Oh, they have an athletic collection. It's sold out.
Damn,
dude, this is
that
like
doesn't surprise me.
Blue athletic T-shirt, dude. He only has the shield. What is this stock art shield that he has? That he just like.
Are you kidding me? That is the official animal of Valuetainment.
Well, I was gonna say male lions are notoriously among the laziest animals on the planet.
Yeah, but
they don't work.
But they look fucking.
They're collecting.
sick.
No, they're not lazy. They're collecting passive income.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was influenced by Arnold Schwarzenegger. I went to Santa Monica Community College because I was influenced because that's where Arnold went. Influenced. Somebody influenced you, right?
Wait, what?
4 generations.
That is one
5
of the
generations.
dumbest things I've ever heard. Arnold Community College. Probably better than all the other ones.
His educational pursuits. That's awesome.
That's like Arnold just came into community college unformed. He was just, like a nerd.
And then he got
He didn't even like lifting weights though.
And they're like, Arnold, you have to become the Terminator.
Dude, the thing I love about him is that, like, I feel like people don't watch him and appreciate him for the reasons that we appreciate him. I think there are a lot of people who just, like, think like he does.
Yeah. I saw Joe Rogan just slobbering all over him. It was a horrible display. I saw a video. Of course, Patrick Bet-David reposted it, but it's a video of Joe Rogan being like, he's so smart and he's made so much money and he's only doing Valuetainment so people can learn from him. He's such a good guy.
Yeah.
The funny part is it's such a good name. Valuetainment.
Yeah.
I love Valuetainment.
I mean, it's straight QVC, I think. Like, it's so basic. It says basic as a stock art lion. I love it. I am being Valuetained always.
Traditionalist. You got the boomers, millennials, Gen X, and you got.
But the thing I wanted to point to, fuck, I keep pausing. I'm sorry. But the thing I wanted to point to is, like, he always has these like very convoluted, completely irrelevant sequence of thoughts that he springs together to like seemingly make this compelling argument. Like he went from like, who do you think is the gayest generation? And it's like, yeah, and they watch TV, right? You watch TV, you're gay. Like,
Gen
it's
Z.
awesome.
You ready? Traditionalists, 0.8% of are gay. 0.8% of traditionalists are gay.
Can
Boomers,
anyone else identify the problem
2.6%.
with his
Then you go to
sort of
5.
the data he's presenting here?
Yeah, no, we can't because he's right. He's
Percent.
No, he
Then
watched
you go to
Band of
10%.
Brothers, and he was like 0.8% of these guys are gay.
I guarantee you, they're not. I mean, like it's identifying this guy, but like if you think 0.5% of the male population in 1940 never did anything gay, well, I got some valuetainment I need to sell you.
There was
You know
no
what percent-
stigma. There was no stigma
like
to
you're
coming
trying-
out as pan in 1941.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is boomer train wrecks.
I
You're
think the
right.
Gen Z identified as
Oh, I know, yeah, only
LGBTQ,
kids can get that
21%.
reference.
Yeah. Oh my God.
21%. So who do you think cares less about what you and I think, traditionalists or Gen Zs? Traditionalists. You think if you and I are 70 years old and we're gay, do you really think you and I care about what other
Imagine me
people
and
think?
you are
What do you
making
think?
a lemon
No.
party.
You're coming out. You ever seen a grandma or grandfather drop F-bombs and it's like, get your butt out of my, because that, listen, I'm 10 years away from living and dying. Like, I don't give a shit what you think
What?
about.
Oh my
What the
god.
fuck are
oh
you
my
talking?
god. Oh my god. Oh, I just picked it up. It's hard to pick up because he's such high. He's bringing such high level ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's overheating.
You have to have a really high IQ to understand what Patrick Bet-David is saying. No, he's saying it's impossible to influence old people because they say slurs, as evidenced by the fact that they say slurs because they're gonna die soon. Who cares? But it's very easy to influence children. So that's the reason why gay people are influenced into being gay when they're children.
Can I just point out that he said old people are 10 years away from living and dying? Well, which one?
No, it's prose, man. It's like Tacoma wept. He's doing prose. He's like, you don't understand. This is high level poetry. He's a poetic guy. It's a bar.
But if 21% of Gen Z is gay, they're being influenced just like you were influenced to be a realtor, just like I was influenced to go into SMC. Influence. That's a problem. So the fact that you, a very smart guy, a super successful guy at your age, cannot tell the two apart, that means you're not really putting a lot of thought into what's going to influence who. Because
He is though.
Yeah.
He's always thinking about how influenced the youth is about getting gay.
What is
God,
SMC influence? The thing that he said he was influenced into getting into.
Oh,
Is that-
SMC Santa Monica College.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he was influenced
all right.
by Arnold to go to SMC, which is, the Harvard of the West.
Yeah.
The Harvard of community colleges in
faith,
the West.
that's going to influence you to do what? Complete different thing.
Don't you think that some of that, though, is a bit of that overall people are...
Bro, the most effective counter to this, not to be like an annoying debate guy, is to be like, so when did you get influenced to like pussy, my man?
Yeah.
Like, what happened? Like, what movie convinced you that pussy is the shit? Because when you say
Ghostbusters.
that, when you say something like that, it's gonna be like, what? I love
pussy.
Yeah, I love pussy. I've always loved pussy. Like, who taught you to be fucking into women?
are on somewhere on a spectrum. And if you're, let's say, a 2 out of 10 or a 3 out of 10, that maybe you're more open about that, whereas in other generations you weren't. And perhaps it's somewhere in the middle.
No, I think LGBTQ is a religion. And you choose which religion you want to be in front of your kids. Okay? You choose, if a person is gay, you're eventually going to be gay.
What?
You're going to be gay. You're not going to be, if you're going to do what you're going to do. Like, for example, I interviewed a guy who was a negotiator, FBI agent, who would sit down with people that killed.
He was like, take the cock out of your mouth.
That were,
We can get you a helicopter
murderers that killed their own family members.
Dude, do you now understand
Wait,
why?
what the fuck is he?
His mind works in such mysterious ways. That's what I'm saying.
He said you're eventually, if you're gay, you're eventually gonna be gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Is
Okay,
that
so
wrong?
if you're gay, if you're gay, and it means you're eventually going to be gay no matter what, then that runs counter to his influence argument.
Yeah, no, it is.
No,
it's completely
guys.
contradictory.
Guys, you don't understand. No. It somehow makes sense. Okay, you just have to have a really high IQ to understand what Patrick Bet-David is saying. Just listen to him talk about the FBI Mindhunter guy.
And he went to a hostage situation and said, "Are you going to be gay or go to Santa Monica Community College?"
Oh, dude, he's
Members,
so
and I
good.
said, so what gets somebody to get to the point of wanting to do something like this? And he explained how there's a difference between what you're born with, what you're influenced with, and then to take the action, right? There are some people that are born who are dark human beings.
Okay. What being gay is like being a dark human being who's maybe a serial killer, okay, a real estate agent, and also being influenced to go to Santa Monica Community College.
The problem is when he talks, he pauses, so you sit with whatever the last words he said.
It's always so good. Will said he's gonna dip out.
No, you can keep going. My car's like 8 minutes away. So.
Okay, all right.
This is man.
Period. That they enjoy it. They're born that way. You know, if you look at the Iceman, I don't know if you've ever seen interviews of the Iceman. Have you ever watched interviews of Iceman?
Yeah.
That guy is cold, and he enjoyed what he did. What percentage of the world is like that? What would you say? 0.1%? Okay. So, are we going to say, no, you know, he was influenced to be that way? There had to be a darker person in his life to get him to be that dark. No, he was born that way. Okay. Are some people born gay? Maybe. Maybe. Okay.
Oh,
but if we
he's not ruling that out. He's open-minded. He's woke. He's saying, like, you know, some people, just like serial killers, are born homosexual.
take
I respect
1,000
it.
gay people, what percentage of them are gay because they were born gay? What percentage of them are gay because they were influenced to be gay? Or life influenced them to be gay? That's a real question we have to talk about. I understand it's a very uncomfortable
I
thing.
think it would be just attraction. Who are like I am attracted to certain people and a certain type. I'm not attracted to another type.
No problem.
So I feel like that would be the same thing with gender.
I'm
it's like if you're attracted to men or women, that would be.
Graham,
Yeah.
do you think you need to learn how to give a blowjob to another boy at 11 years old?
No.
That book is in schools, recommended teaching by.
Whoa, he just logic jam. He fucking cooked him, dude. That was a setup. It took him 6 minutes to like arrive at this jam. He's like, yeah, well, that's what they're teaching our children is how to give the best blowjobs at the age of 11.
Well, I mean, like, wait, hold on a second. Like, I wouldn't necessarily need that because, you know, I hadn't been influenced to be gay at 11. But if there was a book that taught me how to, like, please a woman at age 11, I mean, that would be fine with me.
Well, I think that's his argument
Okay,
too.
all right.
That's what he's.
Teachers in America. Do you think that's a problem?
Sure.
Do you think it's a better usage of my time to learn how money works?
Yes.
Or how to please another boy at 11 years old?
Right.
So then you.
Wait a second.
He's saying make the kids watch Patrick Bet-David so they get value attained at the age of 11 and they know how money works. That's what he's saying.
I would go one step further than that. I would say if you are pregnant right now, if you just found out, if it barely has eyes, you should be putting headphones, the AirPod Maxes around your stomach and blasting Patrick Bet-David into your fetus.
Instead of Mozart?
Yeah, it's better than Mozart.
Yeah. They'll learn how to build their own multi-level marketing scheme. I really respect that. By the way, it's the top of the hour. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break right now. But also, which is, you know, if you wanna get your money up, not your funny up, you know, subscribe for $5 or free to avoid the top of the hour ad break.
I will take this opportunity to bid adieu to the chat. I had a great time hanging out with you guys today, and thanks for
Hell
having
yeah,
me on.
thank you so much. Will Menaker, Chapo Trap House, ladies and gentlemen. Where can people find you guys? Or you in
Patreon,
particular?
Chapo Trap House at Patreon.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Also, our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Chapo Trap House.
Yeah. Wait, isn't it Chapo FYM too?
Yes.
Not Chapo Trap House.
Wait, hold on. Did we? Is that
Change it?
Hold on.
You only have one Twitch.
Wait, where's
you only have
Michael?
one Twitch Chapo.
Michael will. Yeah. Wait.
Michael's
Did I
in the
screw
chat.
that up?
Michael's in the
Yeah,
chat.
Michael will correct me if I'm wrong.
He said the Twitch is Chapo Trap House. Okay, it's no
Yeah,
longer
no, I
Chapo
know it.
FYM. Is Chapo Trap House now.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, no, you were right. You were right. I thought it was still Chapo FYM, but the name change has taken place. You get one of those every 60 days, I think, on Twitch if you want to change it.
Ooh.
No, I also will be playing Skull and Bones in a little bit as well for our hashtag ad. So just for you guys, obviously don't have to be here for that. I'm gonna be playing with Will Neff in a little bit.
Is that the new pirate game?
Yeah.
Looks cool.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I've watched so much One Piece that I'm on my pirate shit. I'm on my pirate arc.
Stop! You're gonna get your chat mad again.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not my chat. My chat never gets mad. It's the fucking.
It's the bat signal. They can feel a disturbance.
It's the dudes on Twitter who don't watch but then like get mad anyway and are just like weirdo racist motherfuckers.
My favorite thing with that, like, not to go deep into it, but just like I saw one post where the guy was like, oh yeah, this guy's just a normal Yemeni, huh? And post a picture of him with like a gun.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's the weirdest thing you can do in Yemen is have a gun.
Yeah, I can't
This guy's
believe
a real weirdo.
Yeah, it's like yeah, dude who's 19 years old like fucking experienced the genocide in a country that has the most arms after the United States of America, by the way.
They have a huge fucking firearm culture. It's
Yeah.
a gigantic thing over
Yeah,
there.
even all the way back to the fucking swords that they rock too at their belts.
That shit's cool. How Yemenis have like family daggers.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's dope. Yeah, also obviously famously American kids, yeah, they never have guns. Americans don't have guns at all. But anyway, Patrick Bet David, let's finish this off. He's bringing us in. He's saying like children need to watch the Valuetainment podcast instead of dick sucking
each other off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to decide your values and principles between the two. I think these values being taught to kids, are kids typically more liberal or conservative?
Liberal.
Liberal. Are you kidding me? I'm all liberal. Like, let's try drugs. Let's try this. Let's break the law. Let's break this. Hey, let's sneak into the swimming pool.
Yeah, famously kids.
That's my
The
favorite
cops chase
liberal
us.
policy.
Hey, let's test this out. We're liberal, right? So we don't need to teach more liberal policies to kids. They're gonna do shit. We're gonna do stuff. We need to balance it out with what? With this, okay?
Valuetainment.
Yeah. Liberalism is when you break into pool
Break
and
into
have
swimming
the
pools and have the cops chase you.
I will never forget when Barack Obama made that speech in 2008 about breaking into the swimming pool.
That's what got him. That's how he secured the Cuban vote in Miami. It's just like that's what a normal thing is. That's how everyone operates in America.
So now watch this. Do you think rich, greedy people who have a lot of money, do you think they need to be taught more conservative stuff or more this stuff? Liberal stuff. What do you think? Do you see how this is working out? So to me,
No.
it's the other way around. I think we've
There ain't no fucking way,
Once
dog.
again, like you're talking about people's like innate values, which like after a certain point are like aren't that malleable. So like this idea that anyone can just be influenced, like that rich greedy people, if they were only influenced by like I don't know, valuetainment that taught them to be less greedy, or same with gay, you would just be taught or influenced to be less gay. These are like the currency that he's dealing with here. It's just like yeah, he does have a beautiful mind.
Also, I feel bad for the guests. Anything they say is wrong.
Yeah, there's no reason. There's no
Why
reason
even have a guest?
Yeah, there's no reason for them to be there. All he does
No,
is
they're
like,
there because he's graciously teaching them about how he made his money. Like,
yeah, that is like
just like us.
These could just be iPads that just say yes every 5 minutes. Like, it's so unfair to them.
Oh my god! So movement is supposed to be in there too. It's not just value and entertainment. It's value, entertainment, and movement.
Dude, I didn't even think. Dude, this got layers, dog. You did not even think about that. I didn't.
This should be Val Move-tainment.
Dude,
I love how
Val Move-tainment.
everything he did, like all his analogies are like they're like following like a poorly transcribed recipe. Where it's like, okay, preheat the oven to 375 degrees, but then 20 steps into the recipe, it's like, and then what would you say to an old guy who's gay? What would you say to a baby who's liberal?
Yeah,
It's like how did this get in here?
And I talked to an FBI psych analysis guy.
Mindhunter.
And Mindhunter told me, being gay, just like being a serial killer, is very similar.
Yeah, no, he said like basically the same percentage of people that are born innately evil is the same percentage of people who are born innately gay.
Dude, he's so good at yapping. Like he just he is like I love listening to him because like I love the way his mind works. He
All right.
always like.
I think I gotta take off.
All right. Peace,
Cheers,
Will.
guys.
Thank you so much for coming
Thanks
on.
so much for the shawarma. Really nice to meet you.
See you soon.
You're unfortunately not going to get your money up because you're going to miss the value entertainment movement part.
Cheers, everybody.
I'm gonna be a billionaire next time you see me.
But like I was saying, he's like he develops this yarn. I don't know how else to describe it. Where like it's so convoluted. It has nothing to do with the previous thing that he just mentioned. But he, in his mind, like he legitimately thinks he just cooked it up. Like he just fired something that blew your mind up. Like the value movement entertainment shit.
Yeah. No, he's always like the second that you think you have a grasp on whatever he's talking about, he introduces a totally new thing that does not help the analogy at all. And only serves to make it more complicated.
Well, that's why he pauses so you can sit with it for a second.
Yeah. I feel so bad for these guys.
I know.
Yeah.
Mixed it up. So be understood. This guy's 28 years old. He's gay.
That guy
No
has
problem.
not said a
I got
single
plenty of gay employees.
You're right.
Oh my God.
No. Well, he's barely said a word too. He has not one but two guests. No talking. They're there to listen, man. They're there to.
Patrick Bet-David has been so insane that I haven't noticed that the guests are wearing the same thing.
Yeah. Well, they're very, they live ascetic lifestyles despite the fact that like he's a landlord. I don't know if he is. I met both of them.
I have plenty of lesbian leaders in my company, plenty of them. And see how my relationship is with them. You chose to do that as an adult. Salute. A couple of them were here yesterday. Just watch how they.
So has he never asked them if they were gay when they were younger? like this is like a 1 second conversation with a person that you respect. Okay, if you have gay employees, it's a weird question to ask, obviously, but like, I love the notion that he has never been like, so what's up? When did you become gay?
But he doesn't even entertain that they could be gay when they were younger. He's basically saying, I think, like by virtue of them being so successful and smart that they can work for Patrick Bet-David valuetainment movement, that proves they only became gay as adults.
Yeah.
If they had become gay as children,
yeah,
then they could never work for valuetainment.
Yeah, but it is being a choice. Being gay is a choice. Sorry, and so is working for Patrick Bet-David. And
I would say that's biological.
Yeah, some are good choices, some are bad choices. You know what I mean?
If my son works for Patrick Bet-David, I'm gonna sell him.
We love each other. We have an incredible relationship. Then later on, we need to learn and say, hey man, can you be a little bit kind to these people? Dude, relax. They just see things in a different way than you do. Okay, I think we need to give conservative values to kids when we're liberals. And I think we need to inject a little bit of this when we're older, successful, to be a little bit more understanding. I think the
He's saying like teach the older people liberal values, except that completely contradicts his original point, which is the older you get, the less malleable you are.
Yeah.
And that's so what the fuck are you saying? It literally is just the exact antithesis of what he previously brought up. What the fuck?
But it wouldn't be like regular liberals trying to convince them. It would be valuetainment. That's
right.
The new liberal valuetainment for old people.
He's saying make the olds gay.
They should do like a Gran Torino 2, where Patrick Bet-David teaches Clint Eastwood how to be gay.
Yeah.
You have to do this because when you're young, how much do you think of suggestion?
Yeah.
But now that you're old, you now think I'm never going to have sex with men.
Here, watch this video of Arnold. He went to Santa Monica Community College. Doesn't he look good?
Half the movie is Clint Eastwood trying to figure out what ethnicity he is.
Yeah, so he can say the right slur.
Are you some type of
He's
Hebrew?
just firing off all of the slurs. Oh, Jesus.
education is out of whack. You know, maybe the LGBTQ stuff can be taught to people that are older to be a little bit more gentle to them. But so you're asking a question, I'm gonna go back to it. God is one of them. What's being taught in school is one of them. Not enough money, finances is one of them. The way we turn our heroes into, who the hero-making machine is in America is a problem. Today we recognize complainers. Today we recognize who posts more naked pictures on social media, gets the most likes. Today we recognize that more than somebody like
point.
who's responsible, makes his own money, works his tail.
He's so perfect because like these are all dumb guy opinions that he's just firing off like the dumb guy cliches. He's like,
he's like one step away from being like, why don't they teach how to do your taxes in high school?
Oh yes, exactly. He did do that. He basically did. He's like teach him finances, teach him the value of $1.
He's doing
Pay a
Latina
lot.
tweets. When I love big.
You seem very kind, you seem humble, you seem likable, yet you're doing your research, yet you're willing to talk to people. So we've confused kids on who the hero today is. Oh my God, poor person, look at this person. They came out of the closet at 14 years old. Let's do 28 articles on them. But that 14-year-old...
well, like what is he reading?
What newspaper is that?
Yeah.
14-year-old comes out.
Dude, what is it? No, literally, what newspaper is he reading? I need to know. That's the funniest newspaper of all time.
Only covers gay middle schoolers.
It's like, I read this thing, Pink News.
I can't believe Jeremy is gay.
A kid who made $28,000 independently, yeah, it's whatever, it's not a big deal. But let's highlight this person.
Oh, and the news is not covering a 14-year-old that made $28,000.
What would that article even like?
What is going
I
on?
love you said 28 articles about being gay and then $28,000.
This is valuetainment numerology.
His brain is so beautiful. He is a beautiful mind, dude. This is incredible.
If I picked up a newspaper and it was like 14-year-old makes $28,000, I would be like, oh, I'm having a stroke. Yeah, I'm dying.
Why is that newsworthy?
I'm dying now.
It's all the same newspaper. It's just the
He's like, they never talk about how when a dog bites a man, but man bites dog. It's always in the news. Valuetainment.
Why is Heathcliff never met Garfield? They're both cats.
What are you doing? Which one do we need more for society?
Also, wait, hold on, I gotta go back. In his world, children are reading newspapers to see who the heroes are. It's the kid that came out at 14.
Oh my god, yeah, they're picking up like a newspaper called like The Kid Times. And they're like, oh, no articles about anyone who made $28,000 in here. I guess no one's done it. Yeah, I need to go immediately to the Who is Gay section.
I love reading my favorite newspaper and 28 articles about a kid coming out at 14.
Imagine like the hard-boiled like veteran reporter who works at that newspaper. I've been reporting since Watergate. I'm gonna break the story about Jaden being gay.
Cy Hirsch covers 14-year-old coming out. Oh, it's so good. He lives in such a different world than like the average person.
More people coming out of closet or more 14-year-olds that are making $28,000 on their own. We're turning the wrong people into heroes, and it's confusing the F out of kids. So to me, those are things that we've been doing that's kind of messed up America a bit. So if you like this clip...
Wow, jump scare.
Dude.
Whoa.
Dude, I didn't like this clip. I loved it. I love this clip so much.
Yeah, that is a fucking... That is such a horrifying smash cut because, like, that is a very combed and.
So at 13 years old, I had a.
I want to know what else I need to see, like, what his most popular video is. Mafia underboss Sammy Gravano breaks silence after 20 years. Highest paid mafia boss. So I guess, like, 6 years ago, this is the kind of stuff he used to do, like the mafia boss conversations and shit.
Yeah.
Right? And then he's, like, completely transitioned into the. No, I don't. Did he interview Kobe Bryant?
He did.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
What if Kobe died like the next day?
Oh, yes. Oh,
There's
Kim
no
Jong-un
way.
in China, North Korea defector. She's my favorite. But I want to see like Dinesh D'Souza.
He's had Jordan Peterson on.
Yeah, a lot, it seems. He's got Alex Jones on.
Ooh. Jimmy Hoffa.
Show them a clip of PBD asking if he's wearing boots.
Like, I have people around me that love to say,
bro, this is like, dude, what a perfect demonstration as to why Ron DeSantis' campaign fucking failed. He went on the Patrick Bet David podcast.
Yeah, whatever staffer suggested that, like, forbid them from working in politics ever again.
Like, who is he gonna win over here? Like, what is happening?
I also feel bad for the guests because they're like, the producer probably reached out, yo, we're gonna have a great conversation. You guys are gonna talk about great things.
Yeah.
But the guy doesn't even say one word.
Yeah, the clip is just called "I'm 5'11".
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, no, he got so cooked, but because Ron DeSantis has no juice whatsoever, only 142,000 views. Like,
Pat, you got something
that
between
is
your teeth.
grim.
These are the annoying people in your life, right? Hey, Pat, pull your zipper up. You know, hey, Pat, do this. Hey, pull one of your socks is lower than.
dude, I can listen to this guy do fucking analogies for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
He's so goated with that. He's just like, how is he gonna tie this to? I'm always watching to see like how he's gonna tie this random thing back to like Ron DeSantis being 5'11".
The other one. I'm sure your marketing team points out how they're trying to troll you in the marketplace. Okay, I'm sure they're doing that. Can you bring this one clip? I know you were on what do you call it? On what was it? Bill Maher, and Bill Maher talked about the boots. I've seen you walk with these boots. Go ahead and play this clip. This on TikTok went viral. It doesn't have 1 million views. It doesn't have 10 million views. This thing's got 1.2 million likes. And some people are wondering,
what are they? I don't even. I haven't seen that.
They've not shown this to you. Okay.
Great lie, Ron. Really fooled me.
Yeah, he's doing the thing. Oh my God, he's such a fucking idiot. He's doing the thing where he's like, oh, I can't see with my eyes. Oh, like you know what I mean? When you're like a stupid person, or when you're like a kid, you're like, oh, what is that over there? I can't see it.
Yeah.
You're getting cooked, Ron. That's what you need to open up your goddamn eyes. Okay.
He thinks that like Hidden Heels are some sort of like crazy issue that has never existed before.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know. What do you
He
call
set
it?
it up. He said, no, this thing has 1.2 million likes, so he for sure saw it.
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
no. Yeah, of course he saw it. He's probably fucking white knuckling through every interview. I hope they don't ask me about my heels. Like,
to say with this is that in your boots you have heels.
No.
That's what they're trying to say.
Those are just standard off the rack Lucchese.
How tall are you?
5'11".
5'11". Okay. Why don't you wear tennis shoes and dress shoes?
I do wear tennis shoes when I work out. Yeah, 100%.
You do?
Yep.
Okay. I got a gift for you. I'd love
dude, he's
for you to
cooking.
wear. Okay. I
Ron got
shot
owned.
at Ferragamo. Okay.
Oh, shit.
And
I don't accept gifts. I can't accept it.
I totally get it.
I'm sorry.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch
That is one of the most uncomfortable clips I've ever seen.
And then like obviously like the brain dead Patrick Bet David fans don't know that like you can't accept gifts as a politician for obvious reasons, but like they're like, I don't accept gifts as wild. It's like, yeah, dude, it's the law. Like he has to disclose it depending on what it is and how much it is.
That was the clip. Did you like that clip?
Yeah. It's like, what is to like of like this is the weirdest clip I've ever
I was
seen.
invited to
Okay, let's
All right.
Yami Park,
All right.
my queen.
All right.
Yami Park, she's, she got the heavies in the words of Andrew Schultz. Like
get
this
FBI
is-
Dallas last year. And then like 2 days right before my event, the head of diversity calls me. And then she calls me, my political opinions are too controversial, so she has canceled me to come
get
to
out of here.
Bingo.
at FBI.
Wait, what?
But we agreed that I'm going to only speak about my experience from North Korea, nothing about American politics.
The
'cause my
FBI
journey-
tried to. She's saying the head of the DEI at the FBI tried to cancel her.
Yeah, this absolutely happened.
Yeah. Excuse me. She is a very. She clearly has a long-standing track record of being honest and truthful. So I'm afraid I'm gonna have to listen to her on this one, Felix.
Patrick Bet David. This is like the most deference he's ever shown a guest. He's not like interrupting her and being like, "What if you had an opportunity?
In his mind.
You were lesbian, but you could only live to 50.
But
what
it's
if you were born with a rental property that you already own?"
It's because in his mind, he's like, this woman has gone through the worst things. well, like the mentally disabled Chinese, the mentally disabled Chinese raped her mother and her. Like, remember how the fucking story that she's told about that is like she's been sold into the Chinese family. Everyone was mentally disabled.
Yeah.
So he believes it. He is 100% the dude that believes this shit. By the way.
Yes.
Like, well, oh yeah, you ate rats. Tell me more about the eating rats. Yeah.
Freedom.
And they still didn't let you.
No.
In Dallas.
Yeah, FBI Dallas.
Which is in Texas, which is
Yeah.
still a red state.
I know.
So that's very
Get out of
weird.
my
What was the
valley,
justification?
I guess I was not diverse enough. I mean, the head of diversity.
Ruining Valley
He was
Day, man.
not. Wait. The FBI DEI head of the FBI DEI division said at FBI Dallas that she wasn't diverse enough.
Yeah, I'm sure this happened. I am sure this.
I love this, dude.
I was invited to speak at FBI
Sure.
Dallas last year.
Oh fuck, these shorts are
And
so
then like
annoying.
two days right
That
before
I
my
can't
event,
fucking play
the
it.
head of diversity
Gotta
calls
pee
me.
and move some of the stuff.
And then she calls me, my political opinions are too controversial, so she has canceled me to come
Get
to
out of here.
Bingo.
at FBI.
I told you.
But we agreed that I'm gonna only speak about my experience from North Korea, nothing
Yeah.
about American politics, just my journey to freedom.
And they still didn't let you.
No.
In Dallas.
Yeah, FBI Dallas.
Which is in Texas, which is
Yeah.
still a red state.
I
if you
know.
ask me. So that's very weird. What was the justification?
I've never seen
I
this
guess
fucking
I was not
guy,
diverse
ever.
enough. I mean, the head of diversity calls me.
I'm an Asian defector. North Korea.
Yeah.
You're not diverse enough.
I was invited to speak at FBI Dallas last year. And then like 2 days right before my event, the head of diversity.
I hate shorts. These are so fucking annoying.
He's crushing it right now.
He really is, like. There's like a weird roller coaster in views. Ooh,
You're the son of a king. You're the grandson of one of the most respected and leaders in Iran, Reza Khan, the Majesty, who he was a whole different type of leader. When you drop his name, it's a different kind of respect you get from people that are older. You ask somebody younger right now, they don't really know what it is. They know about your father, but your grandfather was a superior general. He was a doer. He got things done and loved and hated at the same time. But I want to talk about your father and the events that led to the fall of Iran. I have my opinions of mistakes that were potentially made. I want to know what you think it was. And I'll make a list. I want to play a couple clips to you. A couple of the clips are in a book that I'm writing that I've been working on for 13 years. It's not coming out. It's something that I've worked on for many years.
13 years.
And he's in it. When I think about the fall of Iran, you'll typically hear about the fact that CIA was involved, MI6 was involved. That's why they fell. Okay. Jimmy Carter came in. He did the toast. If you can pull up the picture when you're looking at the toast between the two, you see this here. When I look at this, your dad looks very uncomfortable. And it's almost as if your dad is trying to be respectful, but doesn't trust an ounce.
They control many things. Did the Jewish lobby or the CIA cause the fall of Iran? What the fuck?
I mean, that's insane, but like, I just love the body language expertise that Patrick Bet-David is doing on this photo. It's just like a normal toast, and he's like, I can tell that your father is apprehensive and nervous.
Oh shit, guys, the echo's annoying. Oh man, I'm sorry. I guess like I should tell my guests to leave then. Fuck, dude. There's no other way to get their voices heard though, so I'm gonna fucking ban you for a day. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I know there's a goddamn echo. Okay, you think I'm not aware of it?
This guy's gone, dude.
Yeah, fucking gone for the day, bitch. Also, the thing I was going to say about the immortal science of body language is that Patrick Bet-David is the perfect type of person to be like, yes, this is really important science.
Yeah.
Like, I read.
You saw how he was like hand on the table like this.
Yeah.
During the other kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I read so many. I read so many criminal justice books, criminology books. I learned about all of this.
Of words coming out of Carter's mouth. But he's trying to be accommodating and respectful. And then Carter, at the same time, he's given a look of, you have no idea what I'm about to do to you when I leave this place. This is December 31st of 1977.
Correct.
And he leaves, and then next thing you know, the conditions get worse, and the rest is history. So CIA, MI6, the Shah. There's another documentary I watch about the 1954 oil consortium agreement that they had. That was a 25-year agreement that was coming to an end, and it was a way where originally it was an agreement they made in 1954, 50% of ownership to foreign companies. 40% of it was divided equally, 8% each. Among the 5 major American companies were British Petroleum, BP. They had 40% of it. Royal Dutch, Shell, they each had 14% of it. CFP, a French company, to receive 6% of it. And this was a very profitable
Could you,
venture.
Just paraphrase this, Patrick? You're reading the entire article.
He doesn't say anything again.
How is he supposed to answer this?
It's a long ass question.